This is crazy, chat. Wow. Wow. What's happening? Are we ready for our irregularly scheduled loner box stream? Are we ready to defend our trusty shopkeepers at Walmart and Tesco and all the other ones from these degenerate barbarian shoplifters? I'm ready. I'm very ready. Oh god. Whew. Okay. Hmm. I think it's like we have time. We're gonna do some prep first of all. We're gonna learn some basic facts, some straight facts about shoplifting, and then we're gonna do some memes, and then we're gonna do the debate. Yo, learner box, you good? Yeah, I'm good. Um, feel a little bit unwell, but in like one of those unexplainable ways, like just kind of generally queasy and like tired and weak, and I don't know why. One of those weird ones, but I can't really pin it down to anything. So it's a general sense of dread. That's how we describe it here. Bad vibes. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but we'll get through it. At least I have the fucking hype of debating who is it? President Sunday, Aaron. I think on my side is that Lauren De Laguna person, and I think she's like really right wing from what I remember. I don't know. Fuck. It's gonna be one of those panels where I don't really see eye to eye with anyone. I'm just gonna be out there fighting for my own. I found some interesting articles on Lorna Box drifting right. Hate to see it. Sure, bro. Will it be a repeat of the political violence debate? I kind of like having my own position to defend, though, because it doesn't mean I don't feel like I have to feel held down by anyone else, and uh, yeah, I can just kind of stand for my own, you know. Independent thinker, you know. Change the subject to Ukraine. Well, how do you feel about the country lifting of Ukraine by Russia? Eh, one leads to the other. I don't like the defenses of shoplifting are just horrible. It's people who don't understand. Like you have to. I feel like you have to have the most ignorant understanding of how like leakage and what the effects of shoplifting are to support it is weird. Yeah, or even just like where most of the majority of shoplifting comes from. Yeah, it's just ugh. Like I feel like I don't really care that some mothers are taking baby formula because there's like massive price surges and shortages and shit like that. I don't really care about all that, but it's like people are making a fucking career out of shoplifting. It's so weird. Like, yeah, it is really easy. Companies don't have a way of defending themselves against it. Um, I don't know, but it's just like I feel like the more I listen to leftists, it's like I feel like the champion voices of the working class, they just seem to have so little understanding of what working class communities are like. Um, People, even in poor communities who are shoplifting, are not doing it because they're fucking Aladdin. Got to eat to live, got to steal to eat. Like it's not. That's not what's happening. Not in the English speaking world. There's quite a lot of ways to get food if you need food that don't involve stealing. Yeah, generally people who are poor don't like theft. Yeah. a lot of tough on crime sentiment actually comes from poor communities because they're largely affected by crime, and most of them aren't criminals themselves. So yeah. Anyway, let's do some reading. Because we might get. I just took a bunch of different stories, kind of almost at random. So, just like honestly, just for a topic like this, where so much of it is going to be like platitudes and just like some kind of just like basic logical reasoning. Um, I just want to. I just took the headlines that I thought were the most interesting. That's really how I chose these articles. We got about 8 of them. So, also, wait, hang on. There's someone in my waiting room. Let's see what they have to say. They've been there for a while. Hello? DJ Axon? Hello? Tell you what, I'll deafen myself and then I'll just wait and see if there's any. I'll mute myself and see if anything happens. Okay. I remember going to food banks when I was younger. A lot of people won't go to those though because the food is ultra basic. Yeah, well, no, they've been in the waiting room for a couple of hours, so I don't even think they knew I was streaming today. They were just they just felt like sitting in there, I guess. I think if anyone wants to give me some Jesus, why did I pull that up? Fuck. We gotta check my. There was just a personal document that showed up. Whoops. Good thing you guys didn't see that. Okay. I can do this. I can focus. I can be Sigma. Okay. Oh, what does shoplifting do to store prices? That's so interesting. Let's find out. What does shoplifting do to store prices? Oh, the person fucked off. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's just get some pointers. I didn't know. I have no idea what shoplifting does to store prices. Let's find out. You might assume that because shoplifting is a common problem in retail stores, store owners simply absorb the costs associated with inventory loss through shoplifting. However, store owners typically pass on the cost of shoplifting to consumers in the form of higher prices. Whoa! That's huge. It's crazy. It's insane that they do this, chat. Store owners incur several costs that can raise how much a consumer pays for retail goods. I would imagine the reason for this is that, like, I think the average retailer's profit rate is like 1%. Walmart makes 2% profit. Like, it's not like these guys are sitting on a fucking mountain of gold and they're just like, oh, whoa, the entire meat section has just been raided. Let's just absorb the costs, no big deal. Nah, like, especially since it's on an individual branch basis. Yeah. All right. When a store visitor shoplifts a retail item, the store must recover the entire cost of the item rather than the store's profit margin on the lost inventory. The amount the store must recover depends on the store's profit margin and the cost of the shoplifted item. For example, grocery stores commonly operate on a 1% profit margin. This means that a grocery must recover $100 for every dollar worth of shoplifted inventory, according to Rutgers University. The high cost per dollar is typically distributed across the pricing for the store's remaining inventory. What the fuck? How does that work? For every dollar worth of shoplifted inventory, they need to recover 100. So if someone steals a fucking chomp, the store needs to recover $200. What? I don't understand that. What the fuck does this mean? I don't get this. I'm already lost. That's why we did this on stream. Does anyone know what the fuck that means? It's not about having the right info, it's about presenting it in a way conservatives will understand. Fuck off. Mm. Insurance premiums or so? Can we have the link? Yep. They have an acceptable. That I know that because I used to work in a shop. It means to keep the profit margin intact. So I thought if someone shoplifts $100 worth of items, they would need to make up the loss by recovering the cost of those items, which was $100, and they would need to make $100 back through other goods. It's just wow, thank you, Matthias Kuntzen, Knutzen. Thank you. Yeah, it is. That's true. There's no getting around that fact. Here I was wondering what the fuck these numbers meant, and now that I know, they are in fact an application of math. I'm joking. Don't be sorry. Okay, marketing. Let's just move on. I understand the concept of the one. Okay. A store may sell additional items to recover money through lost shoplifting instead of directly adding its cost to retail goods. Sell additional items, okay. However, it must engage in additional advertising to attract more customers or upsell additional items to existing customers. The store must recover its additional marketing costs through increased revenue, typically in the form of higher prices to avoid decreasing its profit margin. A retail store owner can install surveillance equipment throughout the retail store and place detection gates at store exits to reduce shoplifting. Retail stores can also hire security personnel to apprehend shoplifters detected by surveillance equipment. Although these measures may help minimize shoplifting losses, the store must bear the expenses of installing and maintaining surveillance equipment, as well as payroll expenses for security personnel. The store must typically increase retail prices to offset these expenses. That would make perfect. Like if you're hiring security and cameras, yeah, you would obviously have to pay for that through selling more goods or making more back in goods. So yeah, you just raise the price. Yeah, makes sense. You're gonna make the separation between shoplifting and organized crime and theft. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because we have that story about New York where like most of the shoplifting is only done by 300 people or some shit. Yeah. New York City. Prosecuting shoplifters may help discourage future shoplifting. Although laws vary by state, shoplifting is considered a crime and is typically punishable by fines. In most states, shoplifting goods worth more than a specific amount is considered a felony and may result in imprisonment. However, retail stores must bear the court costs and attorney fees associated with prosecution. The store may pass these costs on to consumers through higher retail pricing. Okay, so grocery stores operate at around 1% profit margin. Okay. Let's bullet point, shall we? That's what I like to do here. Fuck! Because I'm a reactionary and I love bullets. Okay. Costs are often recovered through raising prices. Further costs, i.e., security, surveillance, even court costs can also incur higher pricing. Okay. Cool. We got one out of the way. Banger. What a. Oh, shrinkage. $2% pro. Show us your socks. If they're clean, they get $65. I want you to imagine all the dirty socks in the world down your throat as I ban you from this chat if you say that one more time. Just imagine, that actually happening. I would never advocate for violence on this channel. Ugh. What else we got? Ooh. I found an LA Times article claiming retailers are lying about theft being at crisis level. I think there was like one retailer that um had bad data or some shit, like because it's hard to get data on shoplifting because you don't know how much shoplifting has happened in your store. But that is not the norm. I think I'll have to look at theft, like shoplifting rates over time. But again, I'd rather just debate the ethics of shoplifting, not like how often. Anyway, shoplifting numbers are for all of San Francisco doubled in September after one Target location changed the method it uses to report the crime. That's not good. Bay Area businesses are concerned about a wave of retail crime in San Francisco, with shocking video of coordinated robberies making headlines around the world. But data from the San Francisco Police Department tells an oddly different story, reporters at the San Francisco Chronicle found. Rather than a rising wave, the monthly number of shoplifting reports over the past 18 months has largely remained below pre pandemic averages. Oh. Except for a spike in September that briefly doubled August's count. The Chronicle took a closer look at the spike and discovered that 154 of the roughly 400 reports of shoplifting that month were attributed to an intersection in front of a Target in the Metreon Mall, roughly 3 blocks away from Union Square. When asked by the Chronicle whether there had been a spree of incidents at that Target, the store manager, Stacey Abbott, said no. What did change, Abbott said, was that the store had started using a phone reporting system to report incidents that was set up by the SFPD. Abbott and Target declined to discuss the matter further with the Chronicle. Insider also reviewed the SFPD's data and was largely able to replicate the Chronicle's findings. Interestingly, the number of shoplifting reports for November have fallen back below 200, in spite of the high-profile spate of burglaries over Thanksgiving weekend. Don't know if you talked about this already, but aren't these places insured for theft? Again, only to a certain degree, right? Like, insurance is not 100% reliable, even if you're a big company. This was the justification from the Kenosha riots, right? Like, or the BLM riots, that a lot of these businesses that got fucked by rioting damage did not get fully covered by insurance. Anyway. And it's not just shoplifting. SFPD reports of commercial burglary and robbery are also below pre-pandemic averages, with no significant spikes in recent months. Okay. So, San Francisco Police Department. Okay, let's take that. Oh, where's my Google Doc? Where'd it go? Fucker. All right, here we go. What about larceny? I don't know. SFPD crimes, shoplifting stats. Whoops. So I want this different font. Thank you. Okay. What did they say there? Commercial burglary and robbery are below pre-pandemic levels. Were they rising before the pandemic, though? Not that it matters. No significant spikes in recent months. Yeah, shrinkage, as far as I know, has nothing to do with shoplifting. Reed Hayes. Red? Oh, Van Adam. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Did I say that already? I feel like I said that already. God, I'm fucking miles away. All right. A criminologist at the University of Florida and director of the Loss Prevention Research Council told the Chronicle that police data can be a flawed way to measure retail crime, since many businesses may not want to detain suspects or get law enforcement involved. This is, I think, undeniable. Shrinkage is from shoplifting. Okay. But it's not limited to, is it? Yeah, because like fraud can be shrinkage. I think staff like just accidentally breaking shit or people, yeah, that can be shrinkage as well. Community support like food drives and community gardens and shit can meet those needs without theft. Yeah, no one, people aren't starving in the UK and America, and like no one in the English speaking world I don't think is starving. Are they? I don't. I feel like there are what you can get food somehow. There's usually a way to get food without shoplifting. But okay, I don't know. There's food insecurity. Yeah, because food insecurity is more to do with like nutrition, right? Like quality food. But that's not starving. Food insecurity is like you've got food, but it's just kind of shit, right? Attempting to detain a suspected shoplifter or recover losses from them can sometimes spell legal trouble for companies, as Walmart found on Tuesday when a jury ordered it to pay $2.1 million in damages to a woman who says she was wrongly accused of stealing groceries. Whoa. Companies deterred from detaining shoplifters. Detaining suspected shoplifters. Legal costs, damages if they make the wrong decision. Retailers do carefully track inventory loss, but hardly any share details with the public beyond summary figures in their quarterly financial statements and industry surveys. A CVS spokesperson told the Chronicle that the company loses $200 million per year from organized retail crime, while Walmart says retail theft costs the US economy tens of billions of dollars each year. Whoa. Ouch, dude. I've heard of actually even Walmart branches closing because of shoplifting. But I guess we'll get to that. All right, let's close these to keep things tidy as we go along. Okay, Business Insider. Apparently this is like a study from American Psychology Journal. Let's have a look. Apparently it's about why rich people are more likely to steal than poor people. And not just like white collar crime, but also just it's my own personal experience, I think, of shoplifting is like, yeah, it's like middle class people just doing it for a laugh. But it was the gold plated hairdryer that surprised him the most, and not just because gilding that gadget seems so unnecessary. Tassilo Kielman, the CEO of German language spa and hotel guide Wellness Haven, surveyed hoteliers from across the world seeking details on the items stolen from their properties in September and October last year. He was astonished at the loss of that Goldfinger-worthy trinket pilfered from the bathroom of a 6-star hotel in Dubai. Just as surprising was the story of how professional mechanics dismantled a Tesla supercharger from the garage of another property in Italy. As for mattresses, GMs told him it was commonplace for them to go AWOL. Jesus. Usually, Kielman explains, they're bundled into service elevators late at night, but at one high-end hotel, the thieves were more brazen. They caught them on the security camera throwing it out of the window. It bounced into the parking lot where someone drove up and put it into their car. This is an interesting read. Aside from the ingenuity of such dishonesty, another element of the survey stood out to him. The likelihood of high-end items, whether TVs, pianos, or even artwork, being stolen at the prices to hotels was higher than at 4-star properties. Wealthy guests, in other words, had stickier fingers than ordinary travelers. Whoa! It's the perfect time because 5-star hotels don't really want to go to the police and risk their reputation with officers walking around among the other guests. Interesting. Gotta respect the grind. Listen, don't they say? This is why rich people are rich. It's the little everyday decisions. like robbing hotels. Wow. But maybe they're just redistributing it to the community afterwards. Maybe they're Robin Hooding it. That's what I would do if I was wealthy in a video game. Um, so 5-star hotels, apparently, hotels experience more theft than 4-star hotels. That's really funny. Okay. It isn't just hotels that face such elite underhandedness either. Consider the shoplifting problem at high end retailers. One 2008 study in the American Journal of Psychology suggested that wealthy people, considered as those with family incomes over $70,000 for the study's purposes, were 30% more likely to steal from any store than those who made $20,000. Whoa! Will I get access to this? This is a proper study with names and survey of 43,000 adults conducted in the 2000s. This is insane. Crazy, chat. Tell me it's crazy. Pay me to tell you it's crazy, chat. Oh my God. Is employee theft considered in shoplifting? I have no idea. Is someone going to ask me about the methodology of the study? Okay, wait. Survey of over 40,000 adults found that those earning over 70K are 30% more likely to steal than those earning less than 20K. And this is just all shoplifting. Fuck! Shoplifting and just anywhere. Lifetime shoplifting. And social behaviors. Psychiatric disorders. Uh-oh. Impulse control, antisocial personality, substance abuse, pathological gambling, and bipolar disorder. Wow. Interesting. Fascinating. Crazy. Of a series of high-profile cases in the past years, perhaps the most infamous is Winona Ryder's. Oh no. The movie star made headlines almost 2 decades ago when arrested trying to steal from Saks. She initially claimed it was research for a role, then blamed a rogue prescription. She was convicted and sentenced to probation. In 2011, police nabbed model and party staple Beta Bowman, Beta, for stealing an $11,000 scarf from a department store in Connecticut. Her dog ate my homework excuse involved a distracted state induced by a phone call from a sick friend. Anyone who knows Beata, fuck off, knows she has no need and no reason to steal anything, said her lawyer in her defense. 2 years later, after Bowman completed an 18-month rehab program, charges against her were dropped. That's amazing. The Commercial Victimization Survey estimated that 38% of business premises in the wholesale and retail sector in England and Wales have been a victim of crime since... Oh, okay. Beata. Nice. Fucking sick dudes. Okay. And last year, multimillionaire Andrew Francis Lippy III was arrested for trying to bilk Kmart via fraudulent returns worth around $200. He had bought an $8 million island in the Florida Keys a week earlier. He had little explanation to offer. Holy shit. Don't call it petty theft. It's nonsensical shoplifting. Such petty pilfering, whoever wrote this article, is really fucking flourishing with the language. If you don't notice that, this is a really verbose fucking article from the Business Insider. Such petty pilfering among one percenters isn't driven by need. It's a phenomenon known as nonsensical shoplifting. Criminologist and former retail store detective John C. Brady has spent his career tracking this phenomenon. One former patient who lived in a $10 million mansion in the hills of Silicon Valley was arrested for stealing a tube of toothpaste at 4 a.m. from her local supermarket. She was already on probation when she was arrested, she said to the cop, "Go ahead and shoot me." Brady, the author of Why Rich Women Shoplift, told the Business Insider. Wow. Another was chased back to her equally lavish home by a store detective in her Mercedes. As she pulled up the circular drive, she tossed the evidence of her larceny, a can of corned beef from the local gourmet market, out of the window. Can you get corned beef, like gourmet corned beef? I just can't go near corned beef without thinking of the fucking typhoid epidemic in Aberdeen that killed like 4 people or some shit. That's like it's a famous urban story from where I'm from. That there was a shipment of corned beef from Argentina, I think, and it got contaminated with fucking sewage or whatever. And yeah, there's a hole in one of the tins, and people got fucking typhoid from it. Yeah, or there was a hole in the shipping, whatever. Yeah, just bad shit. Another was chased back to her equally lavish home. Okay, after her arrest, she mostly focused on the inconvenience of being banned from shopping there again. It was more important for her to have social recognition than face the fact that she was a shoplifter. Brady sees consistency between all his five-finger discount-prone one percenters. There's a sense of entitlement wrapped in deeply buried psychological drivers. Sine qua non, bottom. Why are they talking like this? Bottom line, they're addicted to stealing. Okay. Stone Cold Steve Austin. One percenters don't steal in spite of being rich, they steal because of it. Why then do rich people steal? It's the wrong question to ask, according to Paul Piff. He's a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who spent his career exploring the relationship between money and morals. Better to ponder, instead, why they don't steal. The more money you have, the higher in status you are, the more self-focused you become, and the more prioritizing of your own self-interest, Piff told Business Insider. Kendall Roy, yeah, right. Yeah, they tell themselves justifying narratives. That scene with the battery, so weird. Anyway, they tell themselves justifying narratives that excuse their behavior, not as immoral, but rather a necessary outcome of their circumstances. In 2010, he had worked with 124 participants, a combination of community members and students, on another research project that explored the same terrain. When Piff gave $10 to volunteers, he offered them the chance of keeping it or gifting a portion of it to an anonymous stranger. As income went up, giving went down consistently. I've heard this one before, yeah. Remember learning this in college, actually. Maybe it was this study because it was 2010. Participants earning 150 grand or more per year averaged a $3 giveaway. The overall average for the entire study was $7. Oh, but doesn't this mean that shoplifting is basically payback against the company? Okay. Oh no. I feel like I've got good responses to like the platitudes. If someone asks me if private property is inherently theft, I feel like I know what to say to that kind of bullshit. But other than that, are people just going to deny that the people who get hurt by shoplifting is the other consumers? Especially if you're in a poor community, like it must be so frustrating to see all the goods in your shop behind fucking chains and locks so that your shopping experience is like doubled in time, and you face the risk of that shop closing, and that can actually be the difference between whether or not you live in a food desert. That must be horrible. I don't know. It's quite stressful for staff as well, because even if you want to turn a blind eye to shoplifting, I don't know, it still feels kind of weird, right? Because when you see someone shoplifting, you're like what else is this person going to do, right? What if they see that you see? Are they going to fucking like, because it's not uncommon, I think, for shoplifters to just fucking square go with the staff as well. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, chat. In a study Piff conducted with his colleague, Dr. Keltner, he looked at whether rich people were more likely to take candy from a baby. Okay. All right, we're just shitting on rich people now. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but we don't need it for this debate. 129 female undergraduate volunteers to rank themselves with relation to socioeconomic groups. Handed each participant a jar of sweets containing around 40 pieces of candy. They were for kids in a lab nearby. They could have them if they wished. Sure enough, those who consider themselves wealthier, that is, place themselves higher at the end of the 10-step economic ladder, grabbed larger handfuls. Bro. The low risk activity. They feel like they're entitled to swag. Bro. Interesting language in this article. Well. Some people have fantasies, sexually aroused. Yeah. I'd feel scared if I saw things behind locks and chains in shops. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. And you can bet your bottom dollar that that cost is being offset somewhere, right? By the shop. They're not just bleeding that money for those locks and chains and shit like that. Don't ruin corned beef. You guys, people who watch the streams from behind, I will never understand. Fuck you. Baby formula theft is rising. The internet responds. Baby milk theft. I don't agree with stealing. I don't agree with pricing parents out of life-preserving baby formula either. I didn't know the profit margin was so low. Yeah. Hello, Sam. You deactivated your Twitter. That might be a good decision. I'm not gonna lie. Unless you don't take it seriously at all, you should probably not be on Twitter. Okay. Infant formula rising by 22%. God. Families experiencing food poverty are being forced to resort to unsafe feeding practices. The whole of Twitter is going behind a paywall. Bro. If Elon Musk does that, I will honestly have a bit of respect for the memes. Changing it to X was kind of a good meme. I'm not going to lie. If you understand Twitter for what it is, changing it to X is just fucking hilarious. It's such a good meme. If he puts it behind a paywall, honestly, yeah. I think he deserves all of his wealth if he does that. That would be so funny. Join Blue Sky. Oh yeah, I've got the Blue Sky code. Yeah, fuck. Do I want to go there? Isn't it just a bunch of like people who are all progressive, all agreeing with each other, or is it actually like good? I don't know. Hmm. Um, I do wonder. Do I need to put like a? It's only good. Nice. Do I need to actually have a strong opinion on? I'm trying to think. I don't know what my position is on people stealing baby formula because I imagine most of the people stealing it do have the money for the increased costs. It's just um, they don't feel like they should have to pay extra, which I kind of agree with. Like you shouldn't. Um, Um, yeah, I feel like if anything, this might just be like an active protest because child benefits need to be higher. But I don't know. It's stolen because it's a small, expensive product to see in the gray market. Is that true though? Is the majority of people who steal baby formula are they like scalpers or are they just mothers? Like I don't know. Who is stealing all the baby formula? Desperate parents, Sky News. Black market. Okay, so probably both. Tom Parmenter. What a name. It's me. I have many children. Okay. Let's see. Buying £20 worth of groceries and stealing a few things that he simply doesn't put through the till. Yeah, well. Adrenaline, security, feeding his son. Keeps doing it to feed his son. Yeah, like if you're on the dole and shit, and the increase has gone up by 45% in 2 years, I'm like, yeah. My problem is people shoplifting as like a career or just like when it's not out of need. But then the more difficult question is like, let's say you can afford baby formula, but it means you won't be able to like save up. You have to dig into your savings or some shit like. I think you should probably still pay. I don't know. I think the problem is if people keep stealing baby formula, then the problem is the prices are going to keep going up even more. It's like a vicious cycle. Um, I don't know. How many shoplifters a career? Well, as far as I know from New York City, it seems to be the case that most of the shoplifting is done by career criminals. Yeah, most of the shoplifting is done by a very small minority of people. Actually, here's the next one: stats. Some basic facts from 2019, 2020. Quarter of shoplifters are children. Wow. Nearly three-quarters said they don't plan to steal ahead of time. Wow. 1 in 48 chance of being caught. Professionals make up 3%, but this group is responsible for 10%. This is much higher in New York City, but okay. I'll take that. Apprehensions. The most shoplifted items. Let's go with that first. The most shoplifted items. So from food and drink, alcohol. Well, let's go with alcohol, meat, cheese, coffee, baby formula. I don't think you should ever have any reason to steal alcohol. Meat, probably not. Cheese, probably not, right? Like even for fucking nutritional values, not. Coffee, obviously not. Baby formula, yeah, probably. Yeah. I feel like if people were shoplifting out of necessity, you would see like, what would you see here? Bread? Um, I don't actually know. Milk, yeah. Kind of hard to shoplift because it's big, right? But it's always Toilet paper? I get, well, how? That's like usually got a big product anyway. And all these other ones are not necessity, right? If you have kids that you can't afford to feed, the government should probably take them from you. Not sure I agree with that, but okay. People steal toilet paper. I mean, I feel like the pandemic, a lot of people did, but I don't know. Let's see, electronics, games, laptops, DVDs. Got DVDs, iPads, phones, um, beauty and health, makeup, perfume, drugs, razors. The razors and electric toothbrushes, I remember seeing a lot of because people would definitely sell those on, obviously. Same with like batteries. Yeah. Power tools, building supplies, fashion, and accessories. Yeah. Sunglasses, shoes. Just gonna go over the main ones. Okay, that's fine. Almost half of shoplifters said they would be deterred if employees paid closer attention to them. Inventory shrinkage 48 billion. Stats. This is interesting. 2019 or 2020. Pre-pandemic. Percent of retailers reported an increase in organized retail crime compared to previous year. Okay. So there was a rise happening just before the pandemic, apparently. Oh, it was 2019. Okay, yeah. So retail theft in the news, UK. The amount of shoplifting in the UK was 3% lower in 2019 than 2018. Some police noted higher instances. Okay. Slightly lower rate in 2019 than 2018. But increase in 17 noted by 45 police forces. Okay. There are a few more stats here that are quite interesting. More apprehended in 2019. Okay. I don't know what to make of this one, that most of them don't plan to steal ahead of time. Does that mean that they're not, that means they're not professional, but they're also not stealing out of necessity? Like it's just like an impulse. I don't know why no one suggested that. You know that video of the woman stealing like $2,000 worth of meat? Remember that video? People were saying, well, one, she's doing it to feed her family, to freeze it, or to redistribute to the community. Or the other is like, oh, she's doing it to sell on the black market. Like, is there really a black market for frozen meat in the United States? Like, isn't it more likely that she just did it because, like, for a laugh, like for the thrill, like out of a compulsion or something? Why did no? I don't feel like anyone considered that. At least I didn't see that on Twitter. Oh. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, ad block. Okay, fuck off. Jesus Christ, this website. Seattle Times, get your fucking shit together. Oh. Walmart close. This is Everett. What the fuck is Everett? What do they sell? Or plagued by theft. The 2020 retail crime survey might be interesting if you're out checking outside of America. Okay. Walmart is closing an underperforming store in Everett that some neighboring businesses say has been plagued by theft. We've seen people coming out with TVs, big boxes of who knows what, a vacuum one time. Oh, someone who works at the Bud Hut marijuana shop across State Highway 99 from the Walmart, which the company says will close on 21st of April. What the fuck is Everett? What do they do? Store? Oh, is it just a store in Everett? Okay, I thought Everett was like a different thing that Walmart owned, like Asda or some shit. Okay, gotcha. Did Walmart say themselves why they closed? Said there is no single cause. Top company officials have also acknowledged that shoplifting is a rising problem for Walmart nationally. Could lead to closures if unchecked. Shoplifting is a rising problem for Walmart. Okay. Theft is an issue. It's higher than what it's historically been. When asked about reports that some police departments and prosecutors have relaxed enforcement of theft laws, McMillan said if that's not corrected over time, prices will be higher and or stores will close. In late February, Walmart said it was closing its 2 Portland stores, though other locations remain open in the surrounding area. Walmart didn't give shoplifting as a reason, but Portland police say theft has become a serious problem for stores. We're having big retailers leave, said the Portland police told KBTV. I mean, to have Walmart close 2 of its stores is really a big deal. The people in those neighborhoods, that's where they shop. Why would a Walmart executive not say shoplifting is the reason for them closing? Is it because they don't want other people to get the idea that they can't handle it? Because it seems like the police and other businesses are saying it is shoplifting that's doing it. And they're kind of saying it's one of the problems, but I don't know why they wouldn't say themselves. They don't want to alienate the community, might encourage more crime. Yeah, there's a few reasons they wouldn't say it explicitly. But I wonder if anyone in the article suggests that. Police aren't aware of a higher instance of shoplifting? Probably an issue everywhere. Okay. Uh, so theft theft is rising in Everett. Up 17%, 17% in 2022 from 2019. Oh, but down by 17% from 2016. Okay. Interesting. Isn't this just pandemic then? Like it went down during the pandemic, then it's coming back up again? Larceny and theft are up from 2019 and from 2016. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I feel like it's weird that they wouldn't say, but that whole thing of seeing like everything chained up in a store, that's kind of new. I don't think that ever used to be the case. And I don't think a retailer would do that if they didn't believe that shoplifting was part of the problem. But what shop was that went viral on Twitter with all the chained up shelves? Does anyone remember? I don't actually know which shop it was. I think it was an American one with a name that I don't recognize. The last two Walmart stores in Portland, Oregon are closing their doors. Companies across the board experience surges in retail theft. Why? Okay. Not meeting expectations financially. No single cause. Theft is an issue. Retail shrink. Increases in violence. Oh, we have a survey. Ugh. (2022) retailers overwhelmingly pointed to increases in violence, shoplifting, retail crime, and employee theft is heightened for their companies. Okay. Say that. Okay. This is a UK one as well. So we're seeing it across the pond. Co-op boss warns shop crime is out of control as one store is looted 3 times in one day. They just sweep products off the shelves. There's nothing you can do. Well, that's cringe. Okay. So in the UK, co-op reports highest ever levels of retail crime. Crime, shoplifting. Whoa, no. So what are they saying here? 35% increase in crime this year. What do you think about people going through the trash of grocery stores? What, like dumpster diving? I don't really have a problem with that because it's waste, right? It's dumpster diving is the word you're talking about, right? Like anarchists do it quite a lot for their food drives and shit, like food not bombs, those kind of guys. Brazen and violent theft, out of control. Freedom to loot. Police fail to respond. Increase in physical assaults. And 20% rise in antisocial behavior and verbal abuse. Damn. Looting is terrifying. Spent 20 years at co-op. It's worse now than ever before. It's like you're stuck. Shoplifting has always been there, but this is different. They just sweep products off the shelves. There's nothing you can do. They have even smashed our outer doors to get in. We call the police. I've been told to call 101. It is being normalized, but colleagues are terrified and their families are worried for them every day they come into work. We have even had people dropped off in blacked out cars to steal, then picked up again. It's organized. We need to make sure no one gets hurt. Something needs to change. Losing got worse and worse from other store managers. Since the pandemic, we risked our lives working through COVID. Blah, 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 blah. Gotcha. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. All right, fucking. And then this last one, New York City. Nearly 1/3, this is such a crazy stat, of shoplifting arrests involved just 327 people in 2022. How mental is that? Sounds like we need some deterrent, sentencing deterrence, eh? Whoa. Dumpster diving's okay, just don't make a mess. As far as I know with dumpster diving, like the shops, they leave stuff in bags and they tie them up. So you would just take the bag and sort out the mess yourself, like later. You wouldn't do it on the scene. You wouldn't like rip open a fucking bag and then take all the goods out and leave the shit, leave the rotten stuff. Unless you were a total Sigma. Oh well, that was some interesting research. Really interested about intrigued by the can't even fucking think. Jesus Christ. I'm really wondering about the baby formula stuff, about where all that comes from. How interesting never to actually try and stop a shoplifter. Yeah, you're not really told to, yeah. You're told to maybe stand in front of them and say, are you gonna give that back? You got something, yeah, like that kind of thing. But no, they generally you're not supposed to fucking like tackle them or whatever. Some people who I worked with did it anyway. They would chase them out of the shop and shit. Like rugby tackle them and shit. But that wasn't always advised. All right, hang on. Debate is in 1 hour, you guys. 1 hour. Didn't get paid enough for that shit. I mean, that's the gist, isn't it? Oh, God. I really don't feel well, guys. Fucking hell. I feel really weak. Oh. Do I need another coffee? This is a Wickers panel. Yep. We got President Sunday and Straighter Aid in this one, so that's nice. Well, actually, I thought President Sunday was against shoplifting because it undermines the social fabric. So I don't know where he's standing in all this. But he could probably still just decide to take the pro shoplifting stance. I know this Lauren De Laguna person is on my side. My side. Even though she's like, I think she's pretty right wing. How are you able to stand President Sunday? He's entertaining. That's how you think of it. He does what he does exactly what he intends to do. Oh God. Is Straighter Aid pro or against? Straighter Aid will almost definitely be in favor of shoplifting. Yeah. I know, right? All these right-wing Laurens, you can't get away from them. They're everywhere. Where's Smugbug when you need him? I know, right? He defended shoplifting. What does in favor mean exactly? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Also said she's a communist. Hey, we love those. the way I think about it is there are obviously going to be edge cases where people are going to agree that it's okay to shoplift. Like if your baby is going to be like malnourished if you don't steal baby formula, go ahead, you know, like, or if you're going to starve, get a fucking loaf of bread. Yeah. But it's more just like a general rule. Like, as a rule, should you shoplift when you don't need to? The answer is probably no, because then what does the world look like when it's okay for people to shoplift when they arbitrarily decide when it's good for them? Then you get what we have now. Fucking chained up shops closing, prices going up, staff members getting attacked and fucking abused and shit. Who is a bigger threat, Nazi or communist? Probably Nazis. I would say. Communists are just cringe. Half the time they're not even communists. They're just like social democrats with more rhetorical flourish. I don't know. I've kind of noticed this. I'm making this observation now. But it hurts capital, dude. Yeah. Are you forgetting USSR? No, sorry, I forgot that was a thing that existed. What are you talking about? I feel like if as many people in the world were under Nazism as were under Soviet communism, I feel like Nazism probably caused more damage, no? Is that controversial? USSR committed a lot of horrible crimes, but I don't think they ever had the elimination of an entire race as one of their fucking set goals, an entire ethnic group. They moved a lot of people around. They killed a lot of fucking political opponents, but I don't think they ever had like the extermination of another ethnicity as one of their fucking Christmas wish lists. Yeah, what did communists even do? Who killed? That's a fucking bad argument, okay? Like, it's like saying, who kills more, NATO or Hamas, right? NATO probably kills more people than Hamas, even probably more civilians, because they're bigger. And they're engaged in more shit. The question is if they had equal power, who would cause the most damage? Unless you want to say NATO is worse than Hamas, which some people probably will say that. So yeah, you could say that if you want. You can go there. Or like the KKK. Who's worse, the United States government or the KKK? The United States government kills a lot more innocent people. It has done. Tankies caused by the same amount of damage as Nazis online. Do they? Online? I don't know. Tankies can't hurt me. They're just so, because I watched this thing. Maybe we'll watch it together actually. Hasan on that fucking Deprogram podcast. Those fucking psychos talking about political effectiveness and shit, like, and they all just basically admitted that they're entertainers with no like intention of implementing their political ambitions like ever. They just admitted it. Let's have a look at it. Don't take my word for it. Let's actually listen to them. God, they're just so fucking brain damaged. Like, okay, let's have a look. Hasan squirms and gets defensive after being asked a softball I think it was this one.
One of the concluding questions we can go into that you, with a few others, already answered before I even asked them, and making my job extremely difficult here. I'm fucking with you, but that's I guess the biggest fear of what we do, to an extent, at least from my perspective, is that when we create this shit and people consume this shit, does that increase their, anti-capitalist fervor, or does it indirectly placate it? Because, they sat down today, they watched this video, they listened to the stream, they, read that blog article or whatever type of content that you're creating, and that already gives them enough of a feeling, the gut feeling that, for today, I've done, quote unquote, my part for the ideas that I would like to espouse into the world, and to manifest and to materialize, etc., etc. So it's kind of a scary question to ask ourselves, because we actively, encourage real life activism, agitation, organization, and so on from one perspective, from one side of the coin. But then from the other side of the coin, similar to literally like bourgeois elections, you feel you only go once every 4 years. You put in that little fucking tablet choice, or the paper in the box, and it gives you the sense that, I've done my part for my community for the next 4 years. The scary question is, do we, to a certain extent, by creating the stuff that we do, contribute to a very similar problem? And the only, it's not really even a question, because you subjectively can answer this, blah blah blah, but only time will tell if there is any actual material contribution that comes that goes towards the movement, the ideology of our poster making, or if it's quite unintentionally, to an extent, reactionary and shit. Do you get what I mean?
No, I totally understand.
So I think the question itself is actually really good, and you could probably ask it of any political ideology and those creators. It's once you have the money, the person speaking was, I think it was Gopnik, it was this guy, wasn't it? Anyway, the question they asked was you could say that to anyone, is once you've got the wealth and the resources as a creator, it's can you do more than just entertain people and direct them, point them in the right direction, or even organize something yourself? Because you can actually, I'm sure these guys, especially with second thought in there, they can amass more wealth and resources than probably some aspiring political candidates, right? And it's not as if Hakeem with his fucking Lenin rant Sona and shit. When you think about what Lenin did back in the olden days, with some funding from sympathizers in mostly Germany and America, and basically just sitting in a fucking library in Switzerland, he achieved quite a lot. So what's Hasan got to say?
I understand it. You're saying you're asking if we are also playing a role in sedating the masses,
exactly,
despite our best efforts to instill class consciousness, because people think that it is a revolutionary act to consume a piece of content that, or even read theory, I guess, which would be the more advanced version of this. And I don't know, I would categorize it not even as theory, but as just entertainment, really. I don't ever think about it like that at all. I don't think about whether or not this is, stopping people from genuinely engaging in this kind of action, because I don't think that a lot of these people would even know anything about socialism in general if it weren't for someone trying to slowly, I guess I hate this term, but bread pill them, So for me, like I said, it's not that serious in my, from where I'm standing, I talk about so much dumb shit over the course of 10 hours, depending on what part of the broadcast you're tuning into. I'm playing fucking horror games and shit. You know what I mean? I don't live my life as though every single moment and every single point of my output is supposed to be socialist Jesus,
Of course.
I think that it's important to have.
No one's asking. I hate it when he does this. I hate that. I hate it so much. I feel like there's no way he doesn't realize what he's doing. No one's asking you to be a full-time socialist Jesus. No one's asking you to do that. I don't know why you would make this. If the question from fucking this dude over here was, do you feel like your work is really just placating people, that people watch your stream and then they feel like, well, that's the socialism done for the day. I can just do my uni work, or I can do my job, or I can fucking party or whatever. And he's like, I can't really be expected to be a full-time socialist agitator with my entire life. It's like, that's not what people ask you to do, you fucking asshole. It's the same as like when people say, when people criticize the house or the $1,000 shirts or the fucking private jet flights or whatever the fuck else he does, or the Porsche, and he's like, do you think socialism is a poverty cult? It's like, bro, is there no, where's the gradient between poverty and the fucking amount of opulence that you engage in, and the amount of fucking wealth hoarding, and the fact that you don't do shit with your money to further your ideology? Like, apart from what, giving to charity, which I'm pretty sure even you would admit is a meme, right? Like, that charity is like not socialism in any way. It's just dumb. It's so, I feel like he knows what he's doing. There's no way that you have to just revert to this straw man. What do you even call it? What would you? It's like if an MP, and I feel like British MPs have done this, right? When an MP gets in trouble for claiming $100 for their fucking breakfast one day, right? In expenses, like an expenses scandal. And the MP says, what do you want me to do? Starve? And I'm like, bro, what? What? Like, fuck it.
Have fun. I certainly have a lot of hedonistic desires that I cave to regularly. That's why I bought a nicer house than what revolutionaries on Twitter thought was appropriate.
Uh-oh.
So I bought a fucking Porsche, and I have the capacity to do so, so I did it. But also because it just makes the limited amount of daily commute that I do more enjoyable. And I think everyone should do things like that if they have the capacity to do so. Ultimately, though, it's just I'm an entertainer. I'm an entertainer first.
Yeah.
I'm not a revolutionary activist. I'm not I'm not a leader in the movement. I just do entertainment. If there is more value in that entertainment for someone that feels like their worldview has changed, and that's great. That's definitely a goal. But ultimately, it's educational entertainment, edutainment.
Absolutely fair enough.
Very, very nicely put.
I do stress it though. I do.
Oh no. Either they don't want to push back on him, or they're just the same. I don't know what any of these guys do to further their cause. Like, especially since I would maybe let these two off, like Hakeem and Yugama, because they're not that big. And at the end of the day, like, you probably do have to make a living, and you have to have like a lot of money to spend to do this. But like with Second Thought there, who has a second channel where he reviews fucking supercars, like a million plus subscribers. I don't like, and I think I know the answer. Okay, here's the answer. The answer to why you're going to see this excuse by Hasan just gobbled up by all three of them is that if these guys are all like Marxist, Leninist, revolutionaries, the fact is what they also are, all three of them, and they'll never admit this, but it's fucking true, is they are capitalist realists. They know full well that their audience and their content is made for the English-speaking world. These are the last places on earth that you are ever going to see a revolution, not least of all a fucking Marxist, Leninist, socialist 20th century Soviet revolution. Like, you're never going to see that in the UK or America. And even if you did, it would be fucking horseshit. Some mob would probably execute all three of them, including Hasan, for like the amount of fucking retarded shit that he says, as well as the fact that back in those days as well, like, they fucking deplored opulence. So, they would find some way to execute them for fucking class treachery or bourgeois fucking decadence, or I don't know, some nonsense like that. So at the end of the day, if USSR is not coming back, it's definitely not coming back to the United States or to the United Kingdom or the any other part of the English speaking world. So just, I don't know, just get your, and since you're never going to be satisfied, and your audience is never going to be satisfied with any amount of material improvements that can be made within a liberal democracy, then just, I don't know, make your bag and enjoy the ride. That's why they do what they do.
do stress the importance of doing shit in the real world all the time, because I think that, you know, if your interest in improving your material conditions begins and ends with consuming content, then, you know, you're not going to get anything done, and you're not going to feel the positive impact that you might have on your community or in your own personal life by engaging in these kinds of actions. So that's something that I try to instill in my audience regardless. You know, something I always repeat on my broadcast is that society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees that they will never sit in the shade of, right? I'm sure you guys have utilized this before as well. I think that that is what's important. You're building blocks for a better...
Is this really... So what, you're just planting the seeds of socialism so that after you die or when you get old and retire, then other people will just do the revolution for you? It's so... I don't know. Are you trying to be that an analogy for one of the old socialist thinkers like Marx and all that? Because even the old theorists, when people say read theory, what do they mean? Like Marx, Lenin? These people were all activists as well. Like Marx was in the Communist Party. He wrote a fucking manifesto. He competed with other people for that role. You guys do all the work. I'll just keep streaming. Fuck. But yeah, this is why. What was the question earlier? Like, why don't you get bothered by tankies? Because look at them. They're not doing it. They're the least. This is the least threatening force in world history. There's no fucking agitation here. It's all aesthetics. Like, it's all fucking entertainment that there's never going to be any action upon. Yeah, it's what? Join the CPUSA. What the fuck do they do? Send each other on fucking holidays to Cuba, like every now and then.
Better future that you may never experience or you may never enjoy the fruits of.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
at the end of the day, it's two things we have to be aware of. The first one is to make sure that at the end of the day, capitalism commodifies everything, including what would be considered to be quote-unquote revolutionary content, which this isn't. This is entertainment, but you know what I mean. Leftist content, in essence, becomes a commodity, regardless of whether we can help it or not. Even if none of it was absolutely monetized, like this was completely done just to have the information out there. In the same way, they would form the same processes behind it. The fact that it would become like, oh, a figure that then has the drama shit behind it. All that. So that's one thing we have to keep in mind. But number two, and I think more importantly, again, not to take it so seriously. If you want to take politics seriously, then you take politics seriously in your real life, day-to-day activities. Otherwise, what you're doing here is just to entertain yourself, number one, kind of to educate yourself.
Bro,
but at the end of the day, the same.
No, exactly. That's the thing. Like, okay, here's one thing I'll say. People get so...
The other question as well is like, if you're a liberal or if you're a reformist, you can be a socialist and still engage in social reform that improves people's lives. Because at the end of the day, there's a question I've always wanted to ask when Hasan says like, I'm not going to do that because it's not socialism. I'm not going to do that because it's not socialism. Why did you become a socialist? Well, a few reasons. Might be you were upset by inequality. You were upset by the fact that people lack basic necessities and basic things like healthcare and housing and shit like that, or basic access to, I don't know, mental health resources or like energy costs and all that. Like there are lots of things that make you want to be a socialist, like gross inequality, you know, like, or even I don't know, wars and shit. Well, you can mitigate those things and point the world marginally in the right direction within this system if you want to. If you if part of you becoming a socialist is that you don't like workers getting fucked by their bosses, invest in a co-op. Boom. Because if we're talking about capitalism and socialism as like not just a binary, I feel like you're improving some of the things that apparently made you a socialist in the first place by doing that. Workplace democracy is preferable from a socialist perspective in every way to a private firm, to a traditionally run corporation. That could be one thing. if you don't like imperialist wars, you can probably find like stop the war campaigning, or you can support people who are running for Congress who are against the war. Like, I don't know, your Cornel Wests or your fucking other Democrats who might want to withdraw funding from Ukraine or whatever else these guys would support. You can do all this stuff. But then the answer I would get back from them is like, well, reform is like, they'll either say, well, that's not socialism, or like reform is just like a ratchet effect, right? They'll just say any positive reform will just get paused by the Democrats or undone by the Republicans, which again is like kind of bullshit. We have more workplace democracy in the world than we had 50 years ago. We have more racial equality. We've got more union rights or workers' rights than we had since the Industrial Revolution, like quite a lot more. So yeah, you can make incremental improvements as a left winger. Or I don't even know what the other thing is. They'll probably like, you know, that I can't stop repeating this. It's so fucking funny. That in the Soviet Union, which I know at least a couple of these guys have a lot of sympathy for, actually maybe all of them, that one of their mental health diagnoses was sluggish schizophrenia, one of the symptoms of which was delusions of reformism. So I guess that's what I'm exhibiting here, you know? Where is it? Is this one of those PDFs that doesn't let you do the thing? (2021). There you go. Anti-Soviet thinking and delusions of reformism. Which would mean they have to bite the bullet that there have been no improvements to workers' rights in their neck of the woods since what, like 1720? Okay, dude. Reformism is engaging in reform to the rejection of other means, no? No, you can be a socialist reformist thinking that reform can be a stepping stone towards socialism. Like, kind of the 20th century social democrats, or today you'd be like democratic socialists. But, yeah.
So mad about how much money I make. Or what I'm doing with the money, even though I do a lot of fundraising, I do a lot of donations, even though like I think charity is not the end all be all, obviously, and there's plenty of issues with 501c3s and all that. No need to have that conversation on this podcast of all places. But people get so mad about the amount of money that I make when it is literally voluntary subscriptions. Like that is my revenue strategy. It's the exact same as like people with Patreons. It's the exact same with people with Substacks. Half the time the people chirping at me are literally people with Substacks. They just don't have, any subscribers. Like that's the only difference. And so
that's me. All right, wait. I have enough subscribers. Okay. But the question, or the original prompt, was about whether or not viewers are simply just getting entertained and could be doing, and are treating it as the be all end all. Are they not doing, did people not that they're targeting need to do more to advance their political causes? And somehow that question has got Hasan just going on a little ramble to justify his own financial decisions. Like, how fucking transparent is this? Like, so Hasan, what do you think about the possible fact that your viewers just kind of watch you, they feel sort of satisfied, placated, and then they don't really take any political action in the real world because they lack direction, or they haven't really been pointed in the right way? I can't believe all these people on Twitter who make fun of me for having a house, and like my money from Twitch all comes from voluntary donations. I give money to charity. Like, Hasan, we want to know how to advance socialism. Like, oh god, If you're a liberal, it's easy. If you're a Soc Dem, it's easy. If you're a democratic socialist, it's easy. You know, you canvass, you vote, you phone bank, you fucking donate to candidates that you want to go forward. Like, yeah. Oh, anyway.
Like the way I'm generating income is identical to the way that they are trying to generate income while they're angry. And that's what I try to explain to people regularly. We're like, you don't even need to fucking pay a subscription. Everything is free. Not only is the content free, but the IP in and of itself is free as well. If you want to use it, if you want to fucking watch it, there's like 1,000 fan channels out there that, you know, cut and re-upload this content. Sometimes don't even edit it at all. They just like literally pump it out. And I see a lot of value in that. The reason why I see a lot of value in that is not because like that audience expands and then they come back and watch me and then subscribe to my channel or anything. But my goal always is to get this kind of information in front of as many people as possible. So that's why I do it the way I do it.
I mean, even if you believe in socialism, in most liberal democracies, your short-term strategy would look a lot like Soc Dems. At a policy level, yeah, and it would also, if you don't like policy, if you don't like engaging electorally, then you would do what, like mutual aid, which is more of an anarchist thing. But you know what? I'm pretty sure like all four of these guys don't even give a fuck about either of those things. Yeah, I just have a feeling. Maybe I'm wrong. I just have a feeling they might be the kind of guys to say that like social democracy doesn't even matter because it's basically just robbing the third world to support welfare in America, which is so dumb. Like fucking, I think it's like less than 1% of America's GDP is like involved in like trade with Africa. It's so low. Like most of Africa's trade is with Europe and China. But
and I think it's probably one of the most ethical ways that you could do it, at least from my perspective. I'm not exploiting anyone. You know, I do work with some people.
He's still just justifying his own
the
status.
Revenue share structure that we have is they're very fond of it, at least. You know what I mean? And but it doesn't really matter.
There's no need for you to explain or to attempt to. I know that's not what you're doing. You're just trying to give context. But like all of us know, we don't owe anybody an explanation in these things.
One of the concluding questions we can go into that you
It's the end. Wow. You know what? It almost makes me miss this guy, you know? He was a bit of a cunt. He was openly willing to fucking engage in like lying and whatever, like manipulation and censoring of the truth and all that to get his way, but made a few pretty fucking nasty decisions, but my God, like at least the guy tried, you know? With not that much resource. I think he got some financial support from sympathizers in Europe. I think but like he did most of what, like a lot of what he did was just sitting in a library in Switzerland and just directing people and shit. Like, I don't know. I wonder what he'd think. I really, God, I would just like to bring Lenin back for 5 minutes to like watch his 21st century followers and just leave a few comments, you know? It's one of my favorite Lenin quotes. How do you feel about Che Guevara? I guess same. Like, he made the effort. Like, he did a revolution in Cuba, and then he was like, didn't even fucking put his feet up. He just went to Bolivia and tried to do one there as well. Where's this original letter? I know it's somewhere in Marxist.org, but there's this Canadian historian who I was looking at, I follow on Twitter, and he was talking about one of these letters that Lenin wrote during the Civil War. And I think he's ordering someone to organize mass terror, shoot and deport the hundreds of prostitutes who are making drunkards of the soldiers, former officers, and the like. Some people say prostitutes was a euphemism. But yeah. Look at my revolutionaries, bro. A euphemism for what? So I think, I don't know though, because I've heard it from historians that he did actually mean like prostitute who were making drunkards of the soldiers. That makes sense. Like if the soldiers are getting too drunk and fucking about with prostitutes, then he would see that as a distraction. But I think Lenin used to often use sex worker terms for people who were bourgeois or for like traitors or like people who considered class traitors. I think he used to call them maybe. There's some, I don't know. Can you imagine though? Can you imagine second thought on his little laptop ordering people to organize mass terror to deal with the counter-revolutionary forces of the United States, of which there would be many. There would be quite a lot of that going on. Can you imagine? Imagine these guys up against the fucking knuckle-dragging, libertarian, white supremacist fucking clan, whatever, how many 3%er mobs, Proud Boys in America. Can't even imagine any of these guys encouraging their audiences to join a trade union. I don't know if they have or haven't. But I mean, trade unions are like, they don't have to be like socialist, right? Trade unions. They do come from the socialist tradition, though. Wouldn't take that away. Golly. Hasan did donate to the Amazon Union. That's true. That was something. But again, like, a trade union is not incompatible with like social democracy or liberal democracy. So again, it's like, you can have all the trade union power in the world and still not be a socialist society. So I don't know. Oh, hey, full stuff. How's it going? Market social. Are we just saying words now? I don't even think union representation is market socialism. Market socialism would be if aren't trade unions heavily associated with socialism? Yeah, because what happened is, and I would imagine that probably like the tanky guys would agree with me on this, is that in the 20th century, a lot of socialist parties, like the Labour Party or the German Social Democrats and all those people, like, yeah, they were socialists, revolutionary socialists who became reformists and championed trade unions. Yeah. And even as they switched, they still supported trade unions. Like the Social Democrats, even the German Social Democrats, who communists fucking hate. The German Social Democrats had the three arrows, like the Iron Front, as their logo, right? And their enemies were like the enemies of democracy. Wait, what the fuck is that's not the okay? This one. Their enemies were communists, Nazis, and monarchists. And these three arrows represented the Social Democrat Party, the Reichsbanner, which was their military wing, and also the trade unions. The trade unions were from the Social Democrats to fight against communism. Yeah, some of them were anyway. Yeah, so like. It's one of those things where, like, there's a thing I keep saying about a lot of socialists is a lot of people are rhetorically socialist, but in practice, nothing they advocate for is incompatible with liberal democracy. And that's very true of a trade union. Trade unionists and leaders will often use a lot of socialist rhetoric, but they're not very often trying to like abolish their corporate or private property structure of wherever they work. They're trying to get higher wages or better work benefits, which again does act within that interplay of labor versus capital and empowers labor against capital. But that fundamental distinction is still there across society. So, do you consider yourself a socialist? I don't know. I mean, I do, but like just online, it's like it's whatever. No one knows what any of these words mean, and I don't know what any of these words mean because if the meaning of a word is in its use, then I don't identify with like 90% of these fucking dipshits who call themselves socialists. So fuck. Whatever. I'd rather just think about the issues, you know? Look at this. What? They've updated it to include the Russian Z. How do you feel about Keir Starmer's Labour currently? Too right wing. Not impressed. Don't like it. I would probably still be to the left of what Keir Starmer's going for. Yeah, right. Support liberal social democracies. But at the time, like if you read the poem, first they came for the socialists, or first they came for the communists, then they came for the socialists. Actually, I want to find the original. First, they came for the, because people always paraphrase it, original. Because people always distinguish communists and socialists when they do this. What is this? But I think no, it wouldn't be. I feel like the Social Democrat Party, the German Social Democrat Party, they did identify as Marxist all the way till the end. But whether they and I think the Nazis did see them as communists as well. Because the thing that people lie about this a lot. Like Social Democrats were attacked at the same time as communists were in Weimar Germany. There were more of them available for the Enabling Act vote to vote against it, whereas the communists weren't there. But yeah, like as soon as the fucking Reichstag fire decree came in, they were immediately arresting communists and social democrats. Like some social democrats were murdered before the Enabling Act. So that whole thing, first they came for the communists. Like some people like to paraphrase this or to interpret this as the KPD were the first ones to go, then the social democrats. Well, not really. The KPD were easier targets because everyone hated them and everyone was fucking terrified of them. But social democrats were going down like right there with them, and trade unionists as well, yeah, and Jews and Catholics. Yeah. This isn't like a chronological telling of the history. It's like a lot of this happened alongside each other, but yeah. But that's what I mean. Like people don't know what the fuck any of these words mean. And they don't apply them in any like consistent way. So it's a point. I'm pretty sure I've heard Second Thought like refer to when he's repping socialism, talking about like legalized marijuana in the same breath is weird. I don't know. If you had to pick a definition for socialism, which one would it be? Worker-owned means of production? Is that not like... And then the interpretations can just go wild? Does the state do it? Is it an interconnected chain of workplace democracies with more limited state power? Is it dictatorship of the proletariat, which is a dictatorship which says that they are on behalf of the workers and just take their word for it? Is it a gradient? Do you just advocate for more workplace democracies within capitalism and maybe one day it takes over? Do you empower labor so it's the workers aren't owning the means of production, but they are having more of a share of the profits or more of a say over what happens or more discretion in their workplace? Again, the label just is very often just what you identify with more aesthetically. Like, I don't know, or rhetorically. Abolition of the commodity form. Yeah, well, yeah. Which again, I don't think market socialists completely agree with. I don't know. I just like to think about policy. I don't care. I don't care about the capitalism versus socialism. It's such an annoying debate because everyone in the audience has a different interpretation of what each word means. Both people in the fucking debate are going to argue over what the definitions are. It's just so pointless. I don't care. Like, just policy, particular actions. Even if you want to argue for different forms of direct action, is this war justified, or is it good that we're funding this thing or this thing? Should we socialize this industry? Should this be turned over to the workers or not? Yeah, all that stuff. You should watch the debate between Destiny and Richard Wolff. Wolff couldn't define it. Richard Wolff is a weird man, okay? He used to be a bit more interesting, but now he's very weird. Yeah. All I know is some things I'm right about, some things you guys are wrong about, okay? Just keep watching my streams and you'll be fine. Oh. Okay, we got shoplifting panel in 15 minutes, I think. Do you support the ravaging of workers by ruthless capitalists or the slaughter of the bourgeoisie? Whoa. Whoa. Spoiled for choice. Yeah, can they not just both happen at the same time? That would be funny. Isn't that basically what happened in the USSR? Yes. Got him. Isn't that just China, right? Okay. Have you read Marx? Yeah. I've read Capital, I've read Communist Manifesto, I've read bits of the German ideology, I've read some of the fucking 1840 whatever manuscripts, economic and philosophical. 1844? The dates. Okay, I need to go and use the bathroom and get prepared for this debate. Is he misunderstood? Probably on some things, but no, he's got some interesting things to say. Go have a look. Theory of use. Oh, fuck. I've done so many theory streams. I just never upload them because they're so boring. They're so boring. I don't. You've actually read Capital. My copy's on my bookshelf, isn't it? Wait, is it? Where did it fucking move to? Did I let? Oh no, I didn't. It's been pretty loved. Like, it's been pretty smashed. I think I read it twice and then flicked through it a bunch of times since then. But was it worth it? I mean, I wasn't doing anything better at the time, but it's probably not worth it. If you've got no, I'd rather kill myself than read it again. But I'm surprised you haven't uploaded your react to the Hasan Ethan thing on Taiwan. Was that funny? I thought I was just kind of like a bit bored during that. Was I funny in that react, or was just the video funny and I was just kind of being, I don't know, I thought I was lackluster in that one. Anyway. It's badly written. Some of the prose is really good, but he does two things. He repeats entire sections too often, and he also just uses like too many sentences. He uses like 8 sentences when one would be fine. I don't know how the fuck he thought that was gonna spread amongst the working class like a fucking like a virus of destruction. Yeah. I'm gonna go pee. Chat. Feel free to super chat so I can retroactively justify it later, or to become members so we can get more pink names and emotes. and then I can get angry when people criticize me for being incredibly opulent by spending it on like rent and food and clothes. Okay. All right, back in a moment. Damn, did I actually court new members? That's been a while since I've had that. Oh my god. That's like it's like a hype train, guys. Thank you so much. Pierce 1, tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. And Rick Montana. Welcome to the Box Stock Holdings tier 1. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thank you so much. Ah! Okay. How based. All right. Oh, fuck, I gotta go backstage. Ah! Shit. It's time. It's time. Okay, Sigma. Let's go. You are a cloud, Loner Bar.
Someone who can save our brother over here.
No, I can't hear. Okay.
Yeah, I got the data bluestone. Thank you.
I was trying to say, we hear you. I don't think he understood what I was trying to say.
They can't hear what we're trying to say.
Well, I
I
did
DM'd him.
language.
Everyone
I
pretend
did
to talk, but don't
reading.
say anything.
Blah 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 blah. Very important. Need to hear. This is very important information that I'm saying right now.
Okay, well, we got while he tries to fix his stuff, while you're all here, half of you, this is your first time on a WIC panel, so let me just kind of explain how it goes. I will introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my guests and my audience, and then we will have concise opening statements, not 5 to 10 minutes. I'm talking minute, maybe, right? And then we'll get into the open discussion. If you have a problem during the open discussion getting your point in or getting your voice heard, please let me see your hand, and I will try to facilitate you being able to speak, because I want everyone's perspective to be heard. If I tell you to stop talking, please stop talking, because I'm doing so not because of what you're saying, but because likely no one can understand what's going on because everyone's screaming at each other. So if that happens, please just listen to me. Don't try to fight me on this. Okay? Any questions?
I'm hearing a buzzing.
Like a fan or a microwave or something?
I think it's Lauren. It is.
Yeah, hold on, is
Yeah,
it?
it's whoever L is.
You have to turn your
Yeah.
pictures off.
I have to turn my what off?
You have to turn your paintings off.
You can
know.
If
turn
you have
on
a
noise
fan
suppression.
If you have a fan on, just move it away from the mic.
Hold on. I
Or it could just be
fucked up.
crisp, right? You just turn crisp on or whatever.
I got a fan in the background. Can you hear that? Is that fucking with my audio or no?
No.
No.
No?
fine.
Okay.
Oh wait, my input volume's all the way. I test. Put
If you have
sense.
push to talk, it won't be a problem. Oh, now we can't hear you. Your sensitivity is too low. So, is there any reason that someone wouldn't be able to hear us, but we'd be able to hear them in Discord? Because our friend Allie here is having a problem. Does anyone happen to know offhand why
Well,
that would be a thing? I will try to communicate to them. Nope, no one knows. Great, this is wonderful. If anyone could steal some of this knowledge, that'd be based. But no, we're all sitting here, unable, unwilling, feckless, impotent.
I'm very willing. I just have no idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
can you repeat your question?
Yeah, is there a reason or setting or some kind of box that he checked or should not or should check that he hasn't checked before that would make it so that we can hear him, but he cannot hear us?
Does he have the wrong output?
Yeah.
Just check the output. Tell him to press the little button next to the microphone in the bottom right and just select the right output device.
Karl Marx, can you tell me which mic sounds better? The one that I'm currently using right now, or this one right now?
The first one.
The first
The
one.
first one for sure.
100%.
And I'm
Fine.
Karl Max. I wanna know that I'm Karl Max. People get very confused here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, well, output on his laptop speakers are on. Don't know what to do at this point. He can hear people when they come in and out. What does that mean? I don't know.
That means he's got the right audio device selected on his computer, but not in Discord. Like, you can have it set to default to your headphones, and then you'll only hear, like, the entering or the muting sound, but you won't hear other people talking unless you select it in Discord. Make sure you select it in Discord and not just, like, on his computer.
I pass that information on. We'll give him another minute. If it don't work, it don't work, and I'm sorry, and that's just how it's gonna be. The show must go on. But I will probably boot him and get one of my mods to troubleshoot with him while we carry on. But give him one more minute. Everyone ready for this? You got high energy? Everyone's just sitting there like they're falling asleep already. Come on, wake up, drink some caffeine, do some
What do you want
jumping
us to
jacks.
do in the waiting room?
I don't know.
Start screaming.
All right, got it. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, you can hear us now?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. We can also hear us now. There's an echo, so I don't know if you want to turn down your volume or push put to talk, or I don't know how you want to handle that. But adjust it, because it will be annoying. Okay, fair enough. 6 o'clock. We are ready to go. Let's get this party started. Okay, welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, gang, we have a show for you. Shoplifting, theft, stealing. Under what condition
Banditry.
is it acceptable to steal, and from whom? Is it ever okay to steal? Is stealing actually praxis in certain cases? We're going to find out, and we have brought together a team of lovely individuals to discuss this. And it should be fun. We have some first-time guests on my show, but not first time I've seen most of them. And I think to start, we are going to go to Ali. Go ahead. Is it Ali? Ali? I don't know how to say your name.
Ali?
Ali? I'll try to remember that. What's your take here? Give us a brief opening, please.
Yeah, so it's like, I'm not trying to say that like stealing is always justified. It's not that you should steal. It's not that stealing is good. I just don't necessarily love the virtue signaling over seeing someone stealing and then people going all crazy over it. Especially when it comes to like people stealing from like bigger companies or corporations, they're trying to convince you that they're the victim in the situation, when it's like, it doesn't really matter. Theft and shrinkage and all of that only accounts for like 3% of the losses incurred by the company, and these are like losses that are already expected by the company, which is why insurances don't cover it. It wouldn't make any sense. Plus, the companies would already inflate those prices if that were to happen. And then like the amount of shoplifting that happens is ultimately negligible. Like, it's a victimless crime. No one's actually being affected. I know people are going to say that the workers or the community is being affected, and that's usually at the hands of the company. So I don't see how that's the shoplifter's fault. And then for people going out and like, as a customer, you have absolutely no responsibility to follow a shoplifter, report on them. If you see someone stealing, no, you didn't.
Okay, thanks for being here, gang. Ali's coming in hot with the theft takes. We'll see how it goes. Lauren, what do you think?
Oh, okay. Well, I disagree with everything Ali said. Like, just from the get-go, everything he said was just wrong. Yes, except for the part where he tried to straw man my argument, where he's like, "Oh, they'll say that the communities and the workers are being hurt." Fuck yeah, I will. The communities and the workers will be getting hurt. Like, look at San Francisco, for instance. They're taking away Walgreens. They're taking away so many grocery stores. I don't want to hear another liberal use the word food desert in referenced in San Francisco ever again, because it is because of the shoplifting that you promote by not prosecuting and by turning the other way, as Ali promoted, which causes the food deserts that you struggle from, which is why y'all are obese and eat McDonald's. No, there's so many losses to the communities. That's why the kids are fat, because of the food deserts. You have so many losses to pretty much everyone involved,
we're all on our
including
own
the
here, guys.
shoplifter. So yeah.
No, thanks for being here, and we're gonna have an interesting discussion. I can tell already. Karl Marx, not to be confused with Karl Marx. Go ahead.
Thank you, Wick. Now, my opinion is that shoplifting, though it can often be unnecessary for people from certain groups, for people from others, it can be, I think, pretty justified. There are 10% of Americans living in food insecurity. Plenty of people who end up going hungry, have meals, end up skipping meals because they can't afford to have more. And in a system that permits that kind of thing, especially when it affects like kids and pretty innocent people, I think shoplifting is a pretty valid way out of that. So yeah, that's my belief.
Well, we'll get into it as we go. Thanks for being here. Looking forward to it in the future. President
for having me.
Sunday. Long time no see.
Hey. So, as my esteemed colleague or enemy on the upper left, I'm still not entirely sure, has argued, I think quite eloquently, there is no ethical basis for stepping at shoplifting as a social ill. It is a symptom of something actually grave and unethical on the part of entities with actual power. The basic products we rely on are acquired by large retailers through vicious exploitation, and people are de facto extorted out of a basic standard of living and dignity by unnecessarily high prices. However, shoplifting under certain conditions can impact the community negatively by providing the propagandistic pretext for increased policing, and the outrageous spectacle of some instances of ridiculous or frivolous appearing acts of shoplifting can turn lower class people against one another in favor of their own surveillance. As ethically concerned commentators, I think we should turn a blind eye to shoplifting, as its root is ultimately in more systemic injustices that will not be solved by increased policing or surveillance, but by the same token, certain kinds of shoplifting that deprive other members of the community of products, for instance, or create a propagandistic boon to pro-police and surveillance advocates, should be discouraged because these in fact turn the working class against each other and against their own interests by extension.
Okay. Thank you for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Lorderbox, what you got?
As a couple of very wise debaters once said to me on the internet, even if you can imagine a perfectly ethical and no issues incestuous relationship, it's probably worth considering what would happen if this was applied as a general rule. And the general problem with incestuous relationships is that you get basically a minefield of abuse and problematic relationships, which is probably why it's better to have it as a general rule. Don't do it. By the same token, shoplifting, if normalized, can lead to shops closing. It can lead to prices going up. It can lead to what often goes with increased shoplifting is increased violence against staff and other issues. So yeah, the victims of shoplifting are usually directly or indirectly the staff and the other people shopping there. Not a good thing to do. Generally, don't do it.
Feeling bad, rave take. We'll see how it works out for him. Last, but certainly not least, someone who hasn't been on in a while, but we're glad to have him back. Straighterade, what you got?
So my opening statement really is not to defend shoplifting, merely to state that it is not all theft or shoplifting is created equal. And to anybody who thinks that any upticks in shoplifting is the result of personal pathologies like kleptomania or OCD, that really isn't what leads people to shoplift entirely. People do shoplift out of need, of desperation, or a perceived sense of desperation or deprivation. And even earlier when somebody said that, like, about they were talking about shrinkage, which is how shoplifting is usually estimated, you said it amounts for 3%. It's actually not even that much. It's usually about 1.4%, and that's according to the National Retail Foundation. And even from there, you can break up retail shrink to 3 different sections, which is theft done by people like customers, theft done by employees, employers themselves, and then items lost to damage. So we're talking about 0.47% of things being shoplifted annually. And if anybody's even worried about that, there is currently legislation, the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act of 2023, which sits in both the Senate and the House, that is attempting to target this. So anybody who thinks that this country is suddenly going soft on crime or like punitive measures related to shoplifting, you're wrong. And wouldn't it make more sense that people who are shoplifting, would you rather hand them a jail or prison sentence for what is usually a non-violent crime, or just the resources that they probably need? So, you know, as to quote the great MLK, you know, shoplifting is the language of the unheard, you know?
Okay, so if someone is shoplifting, just give them more stuff and they will stop. Brave take. We'll see how it goes. And with that, the floor is open. Just try to no slurs, nothing toss, but otherwise go for it. What are you thinking?
Can we just get some
Lauren,
obvious ones out of the way?
Prosecute people if they get caught stealing and shoplifting.
Say that one more time, Alec.
When did I say that you shouldn't get caught? Like, you shouldn't be prosecuted for shoplifting or stealing if you're caught?
Who are you talking to?
Lauren, you said that I said that. Yeah, you said that I said that people shouldn't be prosecuted that when they're caught shoplifting.
You said that you should look the other way. That you
I said if you're a customer, if you're a bystander, yeah. Why are you? How are you going to prosecute anybody? Why should you go out of your way to report somebody or like?
Let me ask you this: if you watch someone commit murder against another person, are you going to call them in?
Yeah.
Okay, you know you're not legally required to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the same sense, you're not legally required to call in shoplifters, but you are morally required.
I don't think you're morally required. You're morally required to call in a victim of murder or like a murder that's happening 100%. There's an actual victim like right there. Who's the victim when you're shoplifting? Who's the victim when you're
The
shoplifting?
people that you're stealing from.
Who?
Just point of
Depends who
information,
you're
this is
stealing
not
from.
universally the case. So, for example, I'm reading here off of TorontoDefenseLawyers.com. I don't know if that's under Section 22 of the Criminal Code of Canada. If an individual has an awareness of a crime because they've witnessed the crime or have been told the crime has occurred, and by not reporting this crime to the police service or other relevant agency, this individual is in some way aiding or abetting the crime to take place, they may be charged with counseling an offense. Sorry.
Canada is different than America. So are we talking about American law or Canadian law?
Well, we're talking generally. I'm in Canada.
Well,
He's in the UK.
We can argue the legality. I'm more interested in the morality, to be clear.
Ali, you said
in
at the
the Shire.
I think Ali, in the beginning of your opening statement, you said that what if you see shoplifting, you didn't. Was that not what you said at the end of your statement?
Yeah.
So, but you are okay with shoplifters getting prosecuted?
If you get caught, yeah, absolutely.
But how are they going to get caught if you see shoplifting, you didn't?
Security
Who should
measure you? The store should have security. The security would catch the shoplifter.
So security should catch shoplifters and they should get prosecuted.
Customer to put themselves in danger by out here trying to report, record, or follow the shoplifter. That makes no sense.
Yeah, the customers are allowed to do what they will in order to help the store owner that is the victim in this particular case. Now, it's up to each individual customer to determine how much they care about it, but if they care enough to, protect someone else's property, they're allowed to.
And then put themselves in
Can
danger.
I ask the panel, what is y'all's threshold before you would report shoplifting that you're seeing somebody in the commission of?
I would do anything I could to report it and prevent it.
If you saw, even if you saw like a mother stealing baby formula, would you report that?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Or like a father stealing socks.
The criminality will leach into the formula and corrupt the child.
Well, first of all, I would try to stop them. If I saw like a mother stealing formula, I'd probably stop her and try to talk to her, possibly buy it for her. But at the same time, it would really depend on the circumstance.
And what if you're attacked by the shoplifter?
What's your point?
You're assuming that this is a responsibility that we should all take, that we're morally responsible.
That's not what I said. I said
We
each
are
shoplifter
so
has their own
on our
ability
own
to
chat.
determine how much they're
It's me
willing
and Sunday
to care
against the
about
world. Okay.
owner of the store, and they're making their own determinations based off the situation. But for you to blatantly say that all people shopping should not make it their concern, and that it should be 100. Okay, part of living in society is that it is your concern for the people around you to make sure that you care about your general citizen.
That is an excellent point. Lauren, can I ask you a question? Would you be offended if I asked you a particular question?
Yes.
Suppose somebody had somebody locked in their basement making a product for them that they then sold on the street. Would you do anything to stop them from doing so?
Wait, stop them from keeping the person restrained?
From keeping the person locked in their basement, making a product for them that they then sell on the street. What lengths would you go to stop that person?
I would do anything in my power to help.
Anything in your power, really. So if, for example, if you walked into a Walmart and you saw boxes saying "Made in Bangladesh," and you knew that week a fire had killed all the workers inside of a Bangladeshi sweatshop supplying Walmart because they had locked the doors on them, you would do anything to stop that.
Yeah, I would do anything in my power to stop that.
Well, I mean, have you? It's been a few years now.
Yeah, I mean, I boycott certain places that do child labor.
You would just not buy from the kidnapper with the kid in his basement.
I do everything with, as I keep saying, I do everything within my power. Now, if I were in Bangladesh, if I had the ability to open the door, if I had the ability to call the police, I would do that as well. If I had the ability to stop them, I would do anything within my power to help the people. I try to buy responsibly. I try not to buy fast fashion.
What about appropriating the product to keep them from profiting from doing so in the future?
Appropriate? You mean copyright infringement or patent infringement?
No, like shoplifting.
No, I meant copyright infringement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would be against copyright infringement, and I would do anything in my power.
All right, go on. Sorry, as you were.
Okay.
I just
that is a
want to
good-
say that
Go ahead, Lonnie.
when I hear someone say if you see someone shoplifting you didn't, that sounds like you're saying the shoplifting is okay. That's why because like
No, not
a
at all.
customer
I don't
can-
think that's prescriptive. I don't think
Let,
That was
that's
me.
prescriptive
let
at all.
Loner go. Let Loner go. Come on,
Like,
we gotta give him
okay,
space.
sorry.
Go ahead.
because when I think usually when people say that, it sounds like they're saying it because they think shoplifters shouldn't get in trouble. But like, obviously, if you're in the shop, you don't have a moral obligation to stop the shoplifter. But it's like if you want, the question is like, if you want to, are you okay with them just going up to security and being like that person shoplifted? Because when you say if you see a shoplifter, you didn't. It sounds like you're saying they shouldn't do that.
So
I think
yeah,
the-
if you feel
can I-
if you feel like it's your responsibility to go out of your way and follow someone and report on them and take that risk, I mean, sure, that's 100% up to you. Like, and I just don't understand why you would. And I don't think it's a prescriptive measure. I'm not saying people should shoplift. I'm just saying that the responsibility isn't on the client, and honestly, it isn't even on the workers most of the time. It's on the business. If you have a shoplifting issue, hire security. If you don't, if the cost of security is
Can I
outweighing,
drop in?
I want to respond to Box very quickly, and then I'm going to be silent for the
yeah.
next
So
30
I'm just saying that
minutes,
the
okay?
cost of security outweighs the cost of
great,
the loss
it-
incurred by shoplifting. It doesn't matter. So then,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. When people say you didn't see it, they're not saying prescriptively you should all go out and shoplift. What they're saying is that you, as an observer, under a situation which people are being intensely exploited, prices are rising ahead of inflation, there are reasons you cannot perceive why an individual might be doing this that might actually be really important and might actually have... reporting it might cause significantly more negative overall, you just don't know. If you see somebody shoplifting, especially food, you didn't. That's not saying prescriptively, hey, you should go shoplift. That's saying you as an observer, all you see is the surface level act of shoplifting. Don't get involved.
Yeah, so I guess
Yeah.
it comes to a question of threshold because I think most people, maybe not Lauren, but most people are probably okay with like if you're hungry, you should stealing a loaf of bread is probably fine.
Yeah.
If you're a mother
This
who
isn't
can't afford
why.
if you're a mother who can't
Why
afford
can't you
baby
go-
formula, I think I'm just speaking on behalf of like most people, I think, because I think most people are probably
Why
okay
can't you
with
get,
with stealing baby formula if like you can't afford it otherwise and your kid's going to like be malnourished. But
why can't you go
if-
to a soup kitchen? Why can't you get food in legitimate processes? Why
I'm-
can't you
have
beg for
interesting-
food?
I'm posing
You
a
can also
hypothetical.
beg for money. There's nothing wrong with asking for money.
Panhandling?
I'm posing a
Yeah.
hypothetical, which is when there's no alternative. So, Lauren, if the only thing you can do is steal a loaf of bread, or you will starve, is it okay to steal a loaf of bread?
Then that's never the only thing you can
Okay,
do.
but that's why it's a
not
hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
No,
That's the point
no,
of a
no.
hypothetical.
Hypothetical-
It's to demonstrate
No,
the
that's not the
principle.
point of a hypothetical. That is
Okay,
not
but
not
Lauren,
the point of a
it's
Yeah,
not
telling
sim-
people they
it's-
should beg instead of
And
steal is a
one at a
wild
time, one at a
take too.
time.
No.
And we have to. Karl Marx has been patiently.
Thank
patient.
you.
It's the Ebenezer Scrooge, are there not prisons argument.
But we will. I want to make sure Loner got to finish their point, and if Loner has finished their point, then we're gonna go and
I promise
kick
to be
it
quiet.
to
Not
Max.
quite. I think that's
on.
the boring part of the argument. I think the more interesting part of the argument is the fact that like it seems to be the case that a lot of shoplifting is either for profit or just because of people doing it for a kick. I think there was a study from 2008 that found that actually people who earn more than $70,000 a year are more likely to steal than people who earn less than 20,000. And people talking about as if it's like language of the unheard or some kind of praxis. I just don't buy that at all. I think normalized shoplifting hurts consumers, not companies.
The studies I've looked at, it tends to oscillate. It tends to oscillate between the lowest earners and then slightly higher than that. They seem to shoplift less, than slightly higher than that. It's weird.
Max.
Yeah.
Max.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want to say on the point of like food soup kitchens and that kind of thing. There has been data on this in the United States, the 2020 United States Hunger Atlas. They revealed that 22.5% of feeding programs were forced to turn people away, and 11% of them reported that they didn't even have enough food to distribute. So to act like you can always just go somewhere else, especially if you're in a place with high poverty and high hunger, you will have more people dependent on it, and especially if the economy's more fucked, then you're gonna have a sudden like upturn in people going there, and it's gonna be hard to distribute enough resources. So to act like there's always another option isn't really accurate.
In America, it's very
because the
unlikely that you're going to have
kitchen
to
has to
steal to.
So,
eat
like,
that,
let's-
right?
No, this is from
Which
America.
kitchen?
I'm referencing American
No, but
data.
yeah,
I think the thing that's important to like draw attention to though is that the majority of people who shoplift even out of need, like for example, if you need food, you need toiletries, hygienic materials, basic necessities, it's way easier to get away with stealing items that you can resell and then take that money and feed yourself or depend on it, as opposed to trying to steal a whole loaf of bread, which is worth
You also
$3.50.
aren't-
You can just easily conceal 3 DVDs, a video game, or something like that. The difficulty is that from the vantage point of everybody else, nobody has any way of assessing whether or not you're stealing Halo 3 or like something petty because you're intending to like sell it to a fence or organized retail operation or just somebody on the street for cash quickly, or you're doing it for petty personal consumption.
Well, then
Just
it's
to
okay
add
to
to
steal
that-
anything.
What's the point?
Then anything you
No.
can
Wait,
steal
if
is
this
okay.
is okay.
Why
No,
not?
that's not what I'm
From
saying.
a
I'm
shop-
trying
it's
to
a
put it
shoplifter.
as like an
One at a
explanation.
time. One at a time. I know I'm liking this energy. I do, but I can't hear everyone when everyone tries to speak over each other. Loner, respond. I see ya. I see you, Lauren. I will get to you. I promise. But I wanna do the straighter aid and Loner back and forth for a brief moment, please.
Well, yeah, because if you say someone is stealing like all the razors from because they're very small and expensive and you can sell them on the black market or whatever, well, even we can say, well, we don't know if they're doing that to feed an entire family and otherwise they'll be all malnourished and shit like that. But then that means like you should turn a blind eye to all shoplifting because you never
No,
know.
that's not what
Right.
follows from what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the ambiguity of the situation, and that if we're only going to make the assessment that we know for sure this group of shoplifters is stealing based off of need, and the way that we assess that is the materials that they're actually shoplifting, and it has to be certain items like food or whatever, I think there's still going to actually be people that fall into the like shoplifting out of need category, but they're literally trying to get like the most out of the crime, right? So again, like why are they going to try to shoplift an entire carton of eggs when you can shoplift a different way and turn it into a more lucrative thing? This is why so
There is-
much.
Well, so my
like,
question to you
shoplifting
then,
is so, like,
my
wait,
question
hold
to
on.
you then would be that if someone is stealing, like again, if someone's just stealing a bunch of like razors, then and yeah, there's a non-zero chance that they're doing it out of what you think is need. Then what should happen to people who shoplift like just any product? Should they just be left to do it, or what do you think the moral right should be there?
No, I think it's very difficult because if you're asking me like what I would do in that personal situation, and this kind of feeds off of what Ali was saying earlier, which is I think he was kind of placing like asking people who feel that who are making the prescription that it's a moral compulsion that like you must prescribe to people to report them to security or whatever. He's like, why not? What obligation do you have to report that? Because you are not actually bound by any legal or monetary contract with that employer or whatever. If you're doing that, I guess you're just going off the kind of like a golden rule of do unto others as you would do unto you, and you don't want people to steal from you, so you should do it. Like, would I personally do it? No, I wouldn't report anybody for shoplifting.
So that's
But
the easy
I will
question,
say I
but-
wouldn't begrudge anybody who reported them.
So yeah, that's what I'm asking is what you think should happen to them, not what you as a bystander would do yourself or what other costs, but like what should there be a penalty for stealing the entire shelf of razors or not,
Security can
basically?
catch them. Hire
should there
security if
be-
you have a problem with shoplifting.
Well, they do.
Oh my
Should they do, and
They
they've done
do.
so. This is one of the
And have
problems
that cause
that I
the raise
highlight.
in prices,
So-
which causes.
That's
No,
not
Lauren,
the cause
Lauren,
of
Lauren,
in,
I want to
increase in
give Lauren a
prices.
space. Lauren, go ahead. Sunday, I see you in the wings. You're next. Lauren,
Okay,
What were you
so I
saying?
have
Go
so
on,
many
your space.
issues with so many things that have been said. It's hard to like, but let's just start with Straighter Aid's necessity angle here, where they're in so dire need of food that they're stealing, hundreds of $100 items in order to resell later. Do you know like the process it takes to resell later? It's not instantaneous. So the determination of need, necessity, hunger, true pain and hunger until you need food is not going to be the type of planning where you're stealing large items and then reselling it later for like if you're
Lauren.
truly to the point of hunger in which you
Lauren.
feel the need to steal.
Most
Lauren,
people
You
don't
need
allow
Lauren,
themselves to get to
how-
that
how-
point, though. Is what
how-
I'm saying.
how-
Most majority
how-
of people won't actually wait till they're starving before they start committing
Well,
crimes.
then it's not a need thing. Then it's
Lauren,
a
Lauren, I got a
want
question
thing.
for you. How deep must an individual be able to insert their finger between their ribs before it becomes need?
They need to be dying.
There you go.
They need to be hungry enough where they're not able to withstand the hunger pains.
Really? So you
of
mean
selling
hungry enough where they
them.
can't work, they can't clothe themselves, they can't raise their kids, they can't pay for their bills, etc., etc.? That doesn't seem very.
If they're
that
going to
doesn't seem
start
very socially
stealing,
positive. It seems
if
like
they're going to start
disaster.
stealing and we're going to make it morally okay to steal at this point, they're so
But it is
hungry
morally
that they
okay to
can't
steal. The
even-
things that they are
can't-
stealing are the
it's
products
not
of
morally
vast,
okay to
vast
wear-
degrees of
steal.
theft on a scale no shoplifter is capable of replicating.
Why is it not okay for me to steal from you?
Why
Because
is it
there's
not
an
okay for you
immediate
to steal
Right.
victim.
from
There's
me?
an effect immediately to the
Sub
person that you're
specie
stealing from. Versus when you steal
aeternitatis,
from a
the
store
universe
or a
obviously
corporation,
doesn't
there's no
register a
effect
difference.
taken.
There's two people talking at once.
My
Why
bad.
don't you try that again?
You're counting for 3%. Like I said, 1.4 to 3% of losses incurred by these companies due to theft by outside external sources. There's no actual victim here. When you steal from Walmart, no one is
are actual
actually being who's being hurt when you steal from a Walmart or from a store.
Lauren,
Okay,
Lauren,
let me
how
tell
much
you-
money
let
do you
me
think
tell you
Walmart
who's being
made?
hurt. Let me tell you
No,
who's
no, that's
being
not the
hurt
question. The
from
question is
I
how
wanna-
much
yeah, I wanna-
profit
That was
percentage does they make,
question.
right? Like, but,
Well,
okay.
let her.
That
Let her
was
What
a
about our
question.
shareholders,
Let's-
Bob?
You got,
Hold on.
gang. You got to let her answer. She's been a little dogpiled out. I'm going to give her some more space so she can respond to all of you. You all get a chance.
think
I
it's
promise.
talking about-
But you got to give her space. Let's go. Let's hear you.
Wait, the people who are hurt by the shoplifting in the immediate is the store owner. So like if it's a franchise store, it would be the owner of that store. And then if it's so you could just scale this up, scale it down, right? He's laughing, but he has an issue when I individually rob him. But what if he has a
No, I don't.
family? So now it's a familial
On guard, bring it.
I'm saying
Yeah.
That's a joke. I do.
you
it.
don't have
wrong.
it. So okay, so if I rob one person, it's an issue. If I rob a family,
But if you
it's
rob
an
100
issue.
people and
Hold on,
burn
man,
them
let
down
her
inside a
finish.
sweatshop,
Let her go,
Chill,
gang. Let her
man.
go.
Sure.
Yeah, it's wild. I like literally can't even get a sentence in. So you're trying to say like there's some sort of scale of number of people in which it makes it okay in order to commit the theft. However, it's not
Yeah.
okay because it doesn't matter the scale. It's still affecting. And even when it's large scale, then it doesn't just affect one person, it affects a large plethora of people. And whether or not you think they're wealthy enough that they could withstand it, they're going to have to take their stores and remove their stores from certain locations. You see this in San Francisco in particular. You see Walgreens closing. You see Nordstrom's closing.
Can
So
we
who
talk
does
about
this hurt?
Walgreens
This
for a
hurts the
second?
employees-
Let her
Can we
finish.
talk about the
this hurts
Walgreens?
the
Okay.
employees of Nordstrom's.
She's
This
been
hurts the
monologuing
people
quickly.
who
She's had a lot of
shop
time to
at
talk. I think
Walgreens.
Max should be allowed
This
to
hurts the
reply.
people that shop at Nordstrom's.
Would you then
Okay.
then you question why it's happening so specifically in that neighborhood? No, why isn't that not happening en masse everywhere?
It's
Max.
happening all over the country. So
Not enough
actually,
where places are
2021 is
shutting down regularly. Most companies are not shutting down because of theft.
Okay,
1% is only accounting.
gang. I'm gonna. I don't want to. I like the back and forth, but if I have to, I'm going to start muting people who aren't. It's not their turn.
Well, yeah,
Um,
we
I don't know if I had the screaming capacity for
I
this.
thought we were
panel.
doing the
Jesus
back and forth.
Christ.
Shoplifting, otherwise referred to as external theft, is responsible for 37% of retail shrink. According to the most recent survey, retail shrinkage has become a $100 billion issue in 2021.
100 billion out of how much though?
$3 billion. Oh,
How
$3
much
billion
profits?
a year.
'Cause-
Wait, last year, Walmart reported $3 billion loss due to shrinkage. They also made $611 billion due to revenue. So
Wait. If you're doing numbers, there's only one number that matters.
That's
okay?
why they're shutting down
There's
stores?
only one number that matters because we're talking about enough shoplifting to close a store, which has happened. The question is for the Marxist economists and all that shit. Like, what's the profit rate of an average grocery retailer? Percentage.
Can we talk?
Is it
we have
10%
to
or
stop-
less?
wait,
More or
you
less?
guys are conflating
I really-
Does anyone know?
I wanna-
I just need an answer to that question.
Stop.
I'm
Oh my God.
conflating shrinkage
I
with
haven't
shoplifting,
had
yes.
a panel that this was this hard to moderate in a while. I did not expect this, but we'll go with it.
I'm sorry we
That's
disappointed
a
you,
good
Wick.
question. No, you haven't disappointed me. This is good. Loaderbox had a question. I want Max to take the first shot at it, and Max also wanted to talk about Walgreens. I'm curious where he wants to go with that. Let's go in that order.
Right.
Max.
I-
Is someone going
I
to tell me the
forgot
profit
the
rate of
question.
the average grocery
Before
retailer?
we start, can I just before we continue, can I just ask one question? Raise of hands for everybody. It's a raise of hands question.
Concise, brief.
Have you ever shoplifted ever in your life? Anyone here?
My understanding
let's
of the
continue.
data on Walgreens is that they overpaid security. They ramped up the security to a crazy amount, and that was actually the cause of them.
Well, I don't
Also,
even know what Max is about to
overspent.
say, so let's
Sorry,
let
the
Max-
After
Walgreens
overblowing the-
executive said that he complained too much. They literally they shut down. They said in January this is not petty theft. It's actually gangs going into our stores and stealing stuff. It's a real issue. And then a year later, he rolled that back and he said probably we put in too much and we might step back a little bit from that. He said of security staffing. The company has found private security guards to be largely ineffective in deterring theft. So instead, it's putting up more and more enforcement officers. They basically said that they bitch too much, and Walgreens has more loses more to theft than like other companies do, right? So
This goes against your argument because Ali was saying that the solution to all of this is, well, if you're having issues with thefts, then hire more security. Well, if the security is ineffective and it's costly,
well, the solution isn't to do that though. You're approaching the issue at the head, right? We need to take it at the stem. There's a reason that like a lot of these people are shoplifting, right? They're not just doing it out of nowhere.
Do you think most of the shoplifting is done by people who are like starving though? Because if you look at the most commonly shoplifted goods, it's like games, laptops, alcohol, like meat, cheese, coffee.
If we look at the most, meat, cheese, coffee, fucking baby formula, that kind of thing. There are a lot of things that are stolen and are very, very necessary.
Is coffee necessary?
Yes.
Is alcohol
coffee,
necessary?
yes, for a lot of people,
really
yes.
quick,
If they have
stop.
night shifts, coffee
Everyone,
will be necessary.
This is a
Oh my
thing that
God,
I did
okay.
look up and I have confirmed. Baby
Clothes aren't
formula
necessary.
is
We can
usually
work without
used to
clothes.
cut drugs.
Our
True.
forefathers did
Baby-
so. They worked in the mines,
I will
dangling.
mute you because no one's listening to me when I'm talking, and you're not going to do that to me. Okay, so yeah, baby formula is stolen primarily to cut drugs. Most of the people stealing baby formula aren't trying to feed their babies. They're doing it because it's a safe, effective way to cut their drugs so they actually have less drug to sell. That's why
What's
they're
the
doing
source?
it.
Yeah,
I
what
can
is
get
the
it to
source
you
on that?
later.
How would you determine this?
Aaron, I have a
What?
question for Aaron.
How would,
Wait, Lauren, I had
why
one for
haven't-
you. Do you think that Walgreens is more likely to shut down because of competitors like Amazon or because of loss incurred through retail theft?
Loss incurred through retail theft in certain locations, especially
Okay, I
like
disagree. I
like
think
where
what is putting
where I
Walgreens out of
just was-
business is other
where I
competitors
just
like
was
e-commerce
yesterday,
and
where
Amazon.
I literally walked into a Walgreens yesterday and interviewed the person who worked
I don't
there
care about your
why
anecdotes.
they were
No one here
The
cares about your
Walgreens in my
anecdotes.
neighborhoods are doing fine.
Yeah, if I
Hey,
told you
Aaron, why haven't you shoplifted?
because I have no need to.
Coward.
Okay. Then Allie,
Why
why
haven't you
haven't you
shoplifted?
shoplifted? 'Cause
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
There have been
really
times
against
Wait,
where
I wanted to,
didn't-
wait really quick. I want to know why Lauren hasn't shoplifted before.
because I'm morally against it.
So brave.
Wow.
Okay, Allie, continue.
I mean, honestly, there have just
But-
been times
but-
where I
but
was younger, I
Lauren-
wanted something, I didn't have the money for it.
Lauren-
I took it, or like
Lauren, are you
Wait, wait.
morally against purchasing products from companies that engage in slave labor to supply their
Yes.
shelves?
Yeah.
oh,
But
but
you-
are you? Are,
But you do.
Like,
But you do.
no, I don't.
Yes,
you do.
Where's your
It's
Where's your
not
shirt
like
from?
purchase-
What brand is the jacket you're wearing right now, or the sweater, whatever it is?
This is from California Aggies. This is my UC
California
Davis
Aggies?
sweater.
Research time.
Yeah.
How do you spell
I'm just
that?
going to be quick and say
well-
that like child labor has a lot less to
This
do
is
with
my
most
UC
consumer goods than you guys all
Davis
think. But okay, like
Well,
you
it's
can
just
look at
child
the
labor,
example
slave
from
labor.
you can look at the example of New York City. Like I think in New York City, I think like a third of the shoplifting arrests involved like less than 350 people. So. Yeah, you can say, but like the people who are like I guess the not so anti shoplifting side, what do you think should be done about that? Because so far from Aaron, we've got
They've
like,
been arrested-
well, I
they were
wouldn't say
arrested over
anything about it, but I don't know.
6,000
if it-
times.
Let Lauren
Let him
really quick. I'll answer
finish.
this.
So my
Yeah,
question
let
to all of you
Lauren
guys
finish
is
his
for these.
question,
So
then you
if-
can answer it.
So I
Lauren,
guess from
go ahead.
Aaron, I got something that sounded like kind of like a vague. Like, we don't know if they're doing it to feed families or to just make a profit. So I wouldn't do anything.
It's
But
true.
what do you think should
The
be
other
done to
reason
them?
why
That's
is
the, I never got an answer to that question
I'm not
though.
going to risk
Hold on, wait,
I'm not going to risk my
no.
personal safety to stop a shoplifter.
I'm not
I have
asking-
no idea if they're armed or not.
The easy question, which no one is asking, is what you would do
Can you
personally. It's what
accept-
you think should happen.
I
Should
wanna
there be a
answer this.
penalty
I wanna
for
answer
that
this.
level of
Wonderbox,
shoplifting or no?
Weren't these same 237 individual? Chill. Weren't these same 237 individuals arrested over 6,000 times?
Okay,
Yes, but
can I
they
answer
were not.
this?
They haven't been prosecuted. That's why they keep
Oh,
reoffending.
wait, whose fault is that?
That's what I'm
Would you
asking
allow me
you.
to answer?
I'm asking what you
They
think
should
should
be
happen.
prosecuted.
Okay, I wanna
They
answer
should be
this.
jailed,
I
right?
wanna answer
They're
this seriously.
done. That's the issue. What's the problem?
Should they be
I
jailed?
want to answer this
Wait, wait.
seriously.
They
I
should
want
be
to answer.
jailed. Yes. What's wrong
Karl
with
Marx,
being
do you-
jailed?
no,
What's
no,
wrong
so
with
yeah,
that?
so okay, so Karl
A
Marx, do you
lot's
think they
wrong
should
with
be
being
jailed?
jailed, dude. Chill.
Oh, wait, chill. I'm trying to hear him. What?
Stop. I want Ali and Loaderbox. That's the only people I want to hear from right now. Loaderbox and Ali. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so
Ali,
I
sorry.
got one
My bad.
answer. They should be
But he's
jailed. I
nuts.
agree. So Karl Marx, should they be jailed?
should they be jailed?
Yeah, repeat shoplifters.
Wait.
yeah.
Repeat shoplifters?
People who shoplift,
no,
like,
I
en
mean, you
masse,
should
yeah.
probably find a different solution, right?
Okay, Aaron,
That's our
That
solution.
would be the question.
the shoplifters who are making up like a third of the arrests in New York City, should they be jailed or what should be done to them?
Third of the
No,
shoplifting.
I
They're
don't
doing-
support punitive measures for nonviolent offenses usually, and the majority of shoplifting is not done through violent means. And I'm also not
Fined?
going to conflate like armed robbery with
Hold on.
shoplifting. Armed robbery is
Hold
a
So
on.
should they be fined or?
Aaron, hold on. I have a question. So,
Let-
I
Aaron,
want to
you don't
respond to
support
Loner. I still
any.
want to respond to Loner. Can I?
You will all get a chance. We'll go
Can I
in order.
first?
Loner's asking everyone the question. He's about to ask you next. All you had to do is wait. Loner, continue asking your question.
Yeah, so I'm asking then, like, should they be fined then, or what? Do you think there should be any deterrence at all, or is it just like we just accept it
Fines,
and fuck
community
the corporations?
no.
Like,
No, fines,
Yeah, make them
community
pay more
service.
money.
There's other mechanisms of deterring crime, but a lot of these are just band-aid solutions. In general, I don't support carceral solutions to like most crime. No.
Karl Marx?
Oh, what if people should go to prison? I already answered that, right?
No, but
I
like,
mean,
what else in
you should-
in place of prison if you're not for prison?
Oh, what else in place of
Yeah.
prison? Oh, like rehabilitative measures. I mean, you have like 10% of the American population living in food insecurity. I think these people, given that 70% of shoplifters, according to the data that I've got here, are people who are concerned about money. I think if you do actually help them out to get the stuff that they need, they'll probably be better off. But a lot of like the food programs, welfare programs in America are like dysfunctional and thus end up leading to more crime, right? So you need to fix these things in order to reduce it.
Okay, Sunday. Go ahead.
What should be done to people who shoplift? We're not necessarily taking a moral status like from the eye of God when we're saying that something should be done to people who shoplift or something shouldn't be done to people who shoplift. What we are saying is that in a situation in which we as individual subjects with our limited understanding of the individuals involved, their perspective and their circumstance, etc., you are risking causing somebody in a vulnerable situation extreme levels of irreparable harm if you turn them in. You are not risking that if you don't. That's the key distinction. Nobody is saying that therefore nothing should be done to these people. The stores have their own self-interest. You can't argue that they should act against it. Obviously, from the vantage of their own survival, they have to act in a way that stops shoplifting, etc., etc. There's no argument against that. Like, it's just, it is what it is. But from the vantage of someone who presumably has empathy for the average human being, if you don't know the exact circumstances of the individual who is stealing food or whatever off the shelf, because all of these things, that's the nature of commodities, they could be turned into food down the line or turned into the conditions of working or being a productive or functional member of society. Don't. There's no purpose to, for two reasons. First of all, the aforementioned, you don't know what damage you're doing to that individual or to other individuals upon whom they depend. Secondly, you're doing so in the defense of organizations whose product and whose place on this earth are not mandated by God. They are the product of either past deprivations or ongoing ones. Case in point, once again, I'm going to refer to this over and over again. Most of our clothing, the reason why it's so cheap and why we can have like 10 different shirts of the same kind for under $100 is because somebody in some really hot place in some dingy room was sewing that for pennies on the hour.
Can I respond to that?
Okay. You may.
Please, be my guest.
And then
Can I make a
know
point
that
after that?
Yep. Then so here's what we're gonna do. Loner is gonna have some back and forth with Sunday for a little bit. Then we're gonna Max. Then we're going to Lauren.
I'm
Then
too
we're going
tough
to
for this.
Schrader. Because
So-
Schrader has a question for Loner too.
I know, like,
That's the order we're gonna go in. Please don't make me mute you. Please, let's have a discussion here. Go ahead.
I'll try to be succinct, but I like, yeah, I know that the default progressive response to any kind of crime is just that it has to be because of some kind of like poverty or desperation or something like that. But the fact is that one other thing that any criminologist will agree on that causes certain crimes to increase is if they can do it and get away with it, which seems to be the case with shoplifting. Like, it seems to be the most common complaint you hear from every retailer or other customers or communities is that it's very easy to just go into a shop and just lift like thousands of dollars or pounds worth of stuff and then fuck off. And that is a problem, and the people who suffer for that are not the corporations. They can just raise their prices. It's that cost gets offset to other customers. It might result in shops closing, which has happened, and that means that people have to go further away to get their food. So it affects the people around them. It affects the people in their community. And
I agree
with crime situations like that, you can see this with other situations like the knife epidemic in Glasgow, for example, like in the 2000s. Like, the way that you can also respond to these crime things is not just assume it's all out of need or desperation. You can also say that there is a level of deterrence that's not there. And you can take, for example, the 1/3 of shoplifting arrests that came from just 300 people in New York City, and either use some kind of punitive measure to set an example, whether that's like a very hefty fine to let people know you can't just shoplift for a living, or to jail them. Like,
Sure. Well, fundamentally, what we're dealing with is an interaction between two bodies of people, one of whom has definitely committed theft for the sake of profit alone, one of which that's ambiguous. And so that's the nature of my argumentation. One of the reasons why in my opening statement I point out that there are types of shoplifting that are frivolous or create the spectacle that is then used propagandistically to increase surveillance upon their communities generally, or to deprive their fellow members of product. I don't know if I mentioned that specifically, but like obviously, yeah, of course, just like any human action, it's going to have to be constrained by certain limits for it to be within the bounds of ethicality. But that's not going to be within the bounds of the law. Case in point, Walmart operates legally, yet once again it employs slavery. I think you would agree with this. So I don't think we're necessarily in disagreement. I think what we're in disagreement with is that there is a commensurateness, if that's a word, between people abiding by the law when it comes to the acquisition of products in society and ethicality. I think the one common thread between everybody on this side of the argument is that that is deeply ambiguous, and therefore, if there is a single, if there is a single response that follows from reporting people who you observe at only the surface level of having engaged in that acquisition, it would be more responsible to not report them than to do so, because while you may, in the case of a shoplifter, catch somebody who is engaging in some kind of unjust harm against another person, you absolutely are in the case of vying for the person who runs the store.
If you
Or
see
the
something,
person who-
say
yeah.
something. Seems to counteract that. But Max, you're up.
If you see
Go
something, say
ahead.
something seems to counteract that. What?
I wanted to make a
Well,
point.
hang on, Wick.
regard-
Wick. No, you responded to that. You're not a
Max,
moderator
go
anymore. Now
ahead.
you're a participant. What did you say?
I'm fucking around with you, Max.
But what did you mean? But what did you mean, Wick?
I'm making a quip so people give me money. Go ahead, Max.
Okay, I wanted to make note because you said that baby formula is often stolen for drugs. I want to make note that single mothers are the highest proportion of people living in food insecurity. 1 in 4 households of a single mother with a child is food insecure, and then double that when you like compare it to Black and Hispanic households. So to act like there isn't any way that this baby formula is actually being stolen for babies or whatever is very silly, and I assume the majority of it probably
Are they
is.
the ones shoplifting? Do you have any data that shows that the people that you're referring to, the single mothers in those situations, are the ones shoplifting the baby formula?
Yeah, I've got data proving that people who are conscious about money, people who are hungry, are more likely to end up stealing, and thus single mothers who are experiencing food insecurity would be a pretty prime demographic for them.
When you did that,
But they're not the ones who are
you did a
stealing
data
trolleys full of
sampling.
baby formula, are they? That's
I don't
probably
really
the
see
people
your
who are doing
point.
it to sell drugs, right? or to sell on the black
Yeah.
market.
I
to
don't
scalp
think
people.
most people are stealing
yeah, a lot
trolleys
of
of baby
shoplifting-
formula.
Like the way that a lot of shoplifting stats
That's
are
what's-
even
that's what
compiled
people are-
is
that's what
looking at,
people are
like,
talking about,
organized
like,
retail theft.
You're not going to be able to get
People,
proper
wait, you're telling me
stats on
people
any
are
of
talking
these?
about a sensationalistic thing and they're like talking about how crazy it is? I mean, obviously, if there's like a video of someone stealing a whole trolley of meat, it's going to go like popular on the internet. That's not what happens on a like day-to-day basis, though.
The
most
complaint
of the
that
time.
most
This
of
is-
these
Oh,
retailers and
negligible
staff members
most
and
time.
people in communities are making is that people are able to shoplift right now with impunity because there aren't enough measures to stop them from doing it or to prosecute them afterwards. That seems to be
Yeah,
the complaint that
that's
people are making. That's
If
why
they were
these like rates are
profitable,
increasing.
Not on the
to the
customer or the
stores,
shoplifter. That's
if it
on the
were-
responsibility of the store or the security or the government that you're under. So if like the shoplifters in New York were caught over 6,000 times, if they weren't jailed, I'm like, why would they stop shoplifting? That's not their problem, not their fault.
Do you
That's
agree
kind of
that
what
you
I'm saying.
should lock them up?
Loner.
Yeah, I do
Then
agree
you
that you
agree
should,
that
but I
you should
also
lock
agree.
them up.
I agree that you should, but I also don't think it's on the responsibility of a customer to say anything about it. So if you see something, oh fucking well. But then also, I don't agree with the whole stealing out of necessity thing. I don't think that's why people steal. I think people steal because they want to sometimes. I think that's a big part of it too. I like once again, I still don't think that it matters.
Whose
Right,
side
so
are
I
you
think
on?
I think okay.
All right,
so if we're
as long
gonna-
as we agree that they should be
Let
locked
Ali finish.
up.
Let
Hold
Ali
up.
finish,
Or
and
just,
then
like,
you can respond. Lauren,
anecdotally
Ali
speaking-
finish, and Lauren can respond. That's what we're gonna go.
I'll speak on an anecdote that might apply to everyone. It not, the cost of things don't always go up due to theft. I live in a neighborhood. We have convenience stores. I go to the convenience store. No, I had $2 cash one day. Normally that would buy you 2 little bags of chips and 2 little Debbie's cakes, right? I bought my little 4 items. The clerk told me I can only get one of the little Debbie's cakes because they are $1 now. The price went up for no
Did you
reason,
steal 'em?
right?
No, because of
People-
No, there's no
inflation.
reason.
It went up due to inflation.
Okay, so it didn't go up due to theft, right? Now
not even-
the price went up due to
There's
inflation,
other
so no one's
reasons
hold up,
for
wait,
price
chill.
hikes
Okay,
other than
understood.
that.
Understood. Now, people's wages didn't go up due to inflation, right? People don't make more money now, right? So what I'm saying, it's not that people see out of necessity, but the theft isn't what's making the prices go up. So people feel justified when they go in and they take something that's overpriced.
It's an
Very
inverse
simple. I don't,
relationship,
and
right?
I don't think, and I think that responsibility of catching the thief is up to the store, not up to the customers.
Wait,
Okay,
can
Lauren,
I
go ahead.
cut in here?
When you say responsibility,
In a moment, I'm gonna let Lauren, then Straight Raid, you're next. I promise.
Okay.
Sunday, I'm looking at
The
you. We're gonna let the
customer-
woman speak. Okay, don't overtalk the woman. Lauren, go ahead, then Straight Raid.
First of all, by responsibility, it's the responsibility. Like, it's not your
Madam.
responsibility as a witness.
Sorry.
If
Continue.
you witness a murder, it's not your responsibility to call it in, but it would make you a morally better person. Same
Correct.
as the customers in the store. So it's not their responsibility. But once
Only
again, they
because
probably
there's someone
should. They
directly
want
being
to keep
affected.
people-
Only because there's
Anyway,
someone being
as I was
directly
saying,
affected. There's no
I'm
effect
talking.
happening.
Okay.
Lauren.
So now, my other issue, at least Allie and I can agree that these people should be locked up, especially if they're continuously doing.
Locked up. What is
if
this?
they're-
If they get caught.
Execute them.
Stop it, please. Okay, fine, fuck. I'm gonna mute everyone except for the person talking. Lauren, go ahead.
Better than at least Straight Raid, who says that no one should be in jail as long as it's a non-violent crime, which I guess means she is pro everyone for J6, who was non-violent and who just trespassed, right? So I guess all of them should be free from jail, according to Straight Raid. Thank you for the conservative support,
The idiots
Burley.
who
I
were walking
appreciate
through gawking because they were surprised to be in the building. Yeah, I agree. The people who broke in and like defecate on the desk, maybe not.
What were the people
Well, that's
chanting outside at
non-violent.
Gen 6?
That's non-violent. That is
They were
non-violent.
invading a
Breaking
building. That is
in.
the definition of
Hang on
violence.
a
They
It's
second.
literally
violation.
killed cops.
Legally-
Don't you like
I guess
cops?
It's
Straight Raid
legally
wants them
non-violent to
free.
trespass, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, so
It's
you
not
don't see
to
a
go in
difference
and say you
between
want to like
Damn.
kill
Max,
people.
I want to hear Max's
Wow.
statement. Then Straight Raid.
Several
Max,
people-
do the back and
Can I?
forth. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Then
yeah,
we'll go
several
Straight Raid.
people, there were large crowds outside at January 6th chanting that they want to, like, kill people. I don't understand how you're going to compare, like, January 6th and then somebody stealing to feed their baby. If you're a mother and you have a child and that child has to skip a meal every couple days because you can't afford to get more, see, according to you, this would be enough to not want to steal. Would you then put your child in the position where they're going to end up developing worse, experiencing a worse life, be more unhappy, be more depressed, be more likely to kill themselves as a consequence of you being poor and then inflicting that on your child because you're too scared to steal and take matters into your own
I
hands?
think not
Feeling
to
bad.
What you're
defend it.
saying
Wait,
doesn't
wait,
make
wait.
any sense.
No, let her answer. I want to
Let
hear
me
it.
Lauren would sooner let her child die before she
respond.
steals.
Let me respond. So, what you're saying doesn't make any sense because if it's a starving mother who really just cares about feeding their kids, we have this wonderful system called food stamps, right, in America. And if she
Let's
and you can
get
say
into
how
it.
many
Food stamps
Actually,
catching straight.
let's
So
talk
you
about
were
food
extremely
stamps.
We
hungry.
talk about the cost
Wait,
of
come
the
on, we
foods
wanna
on the
finish
food
it.
stamps too.
Okay, what's happening
Whatever.
is you got like 4 people yelling at her every time she speaks, and so no one can understand what she's saying.
Can I respond to the food stamps point really quickly?
Well, once she's done with her point, you may. Lauren,
Are you
with
done,
it?
Okay,
Lauren?
so, well,
Okay,
you
go
wanted
on.
to say that I was comparing starving mothers just feeding their babies who are skipping every other meal because blah, blah, blah. Okay,
Yes.
I am comparing the ravage shoplifting epidemic in which there are about a third of these shoplifting are from the same repetitive shoplifters over and over and over again. And these people have made it their jobs to do it. They are not starving. They are not needy. And then you want to lock away the January 6th
Those are beast
grandmas
welfare
for
queens.
walking around,
okay,
not
I'm
even
not gonna-
knowing that it was.
Okay, go on.
So,
No, go on.
And okay, I was
Those
in San
repeat
when I was in
offenders
San
are only
Francisco-
in New York City, as far as I know. But continue.
Not true.
No,
Not
it's-
true. I was
but-
in San Francisco
Wait.
last night. Watch my story on Instagram.
No one cares
I
what you
watched-
personally saw or didn't see, Lauren. It's an anecdote.
Let's
No,
rely
wait,
on
the
data.
stat
Rely
isn't
on
the
me
stat's
when
not
they
that's
do
just the
honey.
stat from New York. It doesn't mean it's probably the only place it's happening. No, and actually coming back to
Oh,
the
we can
baby formula,
confirm.
coming back to the baby formula, you can look on Google. Like there are stories from this going back to 2005. Like yeah, baby formula has been a staple for like gangs for a really long
There
time
were
when it comes to
stories
drugs.
about.
So
Okay.
There were stories.
I'm just saying, I think it's probably reasonable that the average civilian and the average human being shopping can notice the difference between a mother stealing a ball of baby formula for a baby who's malnourished versus a fucking gang going in and lifting the entire store.
I mean,
Wait.
Lauren
formula for
already
drugs,
said
right?
that she
Okay.
would turn in that
unless
mother.
unless the mother is actually just running a drug industry
Lauren
to
has
feed
already
her
said
kids.
that she
Okay.
would. Lauren has already
Okay,
said that
but
she
I'm
would
on
turn
the
that mother
second
in,
sentence.
which leads me to believe that if Lauren's own child was starving, she would sooner let her child die than
Okay,
to steal
but-
from Walmart.
Yeah, but I'm not defending
Wait,
Lauren.
let me
I'm
talk about that
trying
one
to-
point.
hang
Wait,
on,
let me
hang
talk
on.
about that
I
one
want
point.
to ask Lauren about
Okay,
May I?
okay,
Quick,
At
quick.
least I
Can
wouldn't
I-
have
Okay,
scored
no,
it
no,
like
you
you
may
would.
not. No, you may
Wick,
not.
please,
No, none of you may
please,
not.
pretty please.
Max and then Straight Ray.
Your
because
beard
Straight
looks
Ray's gonna
lovely today.
explode if she doesn't get
Okay,
to go.
Loner
Max,
Box, you said that there were a
briefly, and
ton
then
of.
Straight Ray has a question.
Okay, Loner Box, you said that there are a ton of people. There are a ton of stories about how baby formula is sold to make drugs. Like there haven't ever been sensationalistic drug stories in the media. Like, do you know about Jenkum? That the thing that there was like tons of stories about where people were like huffing shit to get high, and it happened in like poor countries. Not actually a thing. Not actually a widespread thing. Totally overblown. Totally like blown out of proportion by the media. You cannot be like citing news articles existing as a trustworthy source. Secondly,
What should I trust
food
then? If a
stamps.
news article says that this is a problem that's been brought up in Congress
actual
and by,
data, like actual information that's like actually fucking like statistical and
Yeah,
isn't
not
just
just
like basically
sensationalist reporting.
anecdotes, which is like story. What news stories are.
Didn't Wick's story say? Didn't Wick's point say that most of the baby formula stolen is by gangs? Most of the actual quantity.
Yeah, I think
of
I
Wick
asked
formula
is
for a
stolen.
source
wrong.
and he didn't
I
give
said
me the
why Wick
source.
is wrong
Okay.
as
No,
well,
you
because
said- you didn't
mothers
say-
are
you
like the
didn't
highest
actually-
proportion of
you
people
didn't-
who have food insecurity.
You realize that doesn't actually refute what Wick says. If more mothers are stealing less quantities of baby formula and the gangs are
I
stealing
do.
higher quantities, that means most of the formula is stolen by gangs, not by mothers.
I do. Okay.
How do we know that the gangs are stealing more?
Wait,
Do we have any
please,
data
please,
to
Max.
prove
Let me
that?
ask
Or
my
is that
That's
just
what Wick.
Anyone.
I don't know. Wick can give you the
I've got
data.
a
That's what he
question
says,
that's
and
pertinent
you
to
didn't
this.
refute it.
I have a question that's pertinent to this, and I'm curious. Wick, by what methodology would you determine the exact usage of this baby formula? How on earth have you determined the percentage of it
Did
that
you
is
ask
used
them?
towards
We can
drugs?
make some inferences if you have 20 different people all dressed
Mm.
in ski masks coming in and stealing this baby formula. It's
But
possible
hang on.
that they
That's
are
not
being an
shoplifting.
altruistic
That's not
group
petty theft.
that are
That's not what we're talking about,
demonstrating,
though.
that are-
That's not-
that
we're
are
talking about
That's not what we're
distributing
talking
for
about,
mothers
though.
in the
Wick,
community.
Wick, we're
That's
not talking about a
possible.
baby
That is
formula
not what
heist.
we're
We're
talking
talking about
about, though.
shoplifting. We're talking about shoplifting, not an organized heist. We're not talking about Daniel
I'm a
Ocean coming
petty
in for the
theft.
baby formula trove.
Okay.
Wick, I wanted to ask Lonerbucks a question.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, so we're already presupposing that shoplifting only occurs at the hands of like customers, but it can also occur at the hands of like employers or employees of the businesses themselves. So I ask you, if you were at like a CVS or a Walmart and you saw an employee shoplift something, you saw them conceal an item, put something in their like pants, shorts, or whatever, try to steal it, would you report that employee to their manager knowing that it was probably going to lead to their termination? And probably if they were convicted or whatever, like in Texas, it's a crime of moral turpitude, and if you're tried and convicted for something like that or convicted of a crime like that, you can no longer work for retail ever again.
No,
So would you report that like stealing employee?
My position is generally like the way that they deal with like other kind of like gang crime epidemics is that they go for the big offenders. Like I think the FBI defines it as organized retail theft is if you steal like $5,000 or more worth of things, and that's like
Yeah,
that's what I
felony
would go
amount.
for. Yeah, I don't really
So,
care
but
that
you-
much personally about a shoplifter lifting like a bottle of juice. Like
Okay, but like I mean an employee for sure. If you saw an employee doing it, you wouldn't say anything.
no, I wouldn't say anything. No.
If you saw like a regular patron or whatever. you
No,
wouldn't
and
be like,
I can just shorten it really quickly by saying that like most of the people who complain about this aren't really kicking up that much of a fuss about crimes like that. They're more bothered about the fact that people go in there and lift trolleys worth of stuff to sell, like either on the black market or
The
to scalp
spectacle,
people and shit.
yeah.
Yeah. That because that seems to be the thing that retailers are complaining about as well, about how easy it is to just walk in, lift
And
like
I
thousands
do
of dollars
want-
worth of stuff,
I
then
do
fuck
want
off.
to be clear that the
That's their
source of this
fault, isn't
panel-
it?
The reason that this panel came
Yeah.
across in the
Yeah,
first
it is
place
their fault,
is
yeah.
due to discourse over someone lifting
Yes, can I?
thousands of dollars.
And if I can,
of meat. Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
the
if I
Twitter
can,
post that
if I
you
can,
saw-
hang on. If I can, like, build a little bit of a bridge here potentially. One of my objections is I just still don't know what side I am on in this, but I think I'm more on straight rate and this one side. One of the issues with the meat lady is not just that she was shoplifting, it's that she was shoplifting in a manner that created a spectacle that generated contempt from within the working class. And so one of the issues that I have with it is that it created a situation where you had people who were obviously underpaid, working for, was it Walgreens or what was this organization that she was stealing from? They were the ones who were videotaping or recording her and trying to prevent her from loading her car with the meat. Moreover, she also prevented other people, shoplifters included, from accessing that meat themselves. And so there is, nonetheless, regardless of the ethicality of shoplifting generally, there are more and less ethical ways to engage in it and more or less ethical ends for it. I think we all more or less agree on that. Am I correct?
Yep.
I do.
Yeah.
Lauren doesn't. Can you explain why not, Lauren? You were the odd one out here. Go ahead, Lauren.
favor
Give
and
her
just-
some space. Oh, I swear to God, Sunday, if you talk in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to mute you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna
Blah, blah, blah,
ask
blah.
you, can you
Do it,
can you
coward.
repeat exactly what you said Sunday, just so that I can.
I am flattered. I am flattered by your confidence in my powers of recollection, but unfortunately I cannot. Yeah, sorry. You're up a creek, alas.
Well, I can paraphrase if you don't mind.
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
So what I saw you shaking your head at was the fact that Sunday said that there are more ethical ways to steal than there are less ethical ways to steal, and that we aren't. Is everyone in agreement that someone stealing just small?
Well,
minor things
if I may, very
Yeah.
quickly, I think it's a bit unfair for Loner Box over here to be lumped in with this one because I don't think Loner Box is as anti.
I don't care if it's unfair. I'm doing the panel.
But
I don't
no,
care
but I'm saying
about
this for
your...
a reason. But I'm saying this for a reason. I'm saying this. I wasn't quite entirely.
Well, I want to hear what Lauren has to say.
But
Okay,
I
we
do
get
think
that Loner Box isn't
amongst the
fully in
sane
agreement.
members of the panel.
Okay, Lauren, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we get it. Loner Box doesn't fully agree with me, President Sunday. Also, you're muted. I kind of come from the Kantian ethics standpoint where if something is immoral, it is immoral. And so stealing is immoral. It's immoral at any level, whether it's small or large. I heard, who did I hear bring up something along those lines? I think it was...
Yes, who brought up the categorical imperative? Anyone?
I've actually
was
opened with real
Loner Box
consequentialism, so
brought
yeah,
up-
it's similar.
Yeah, Loner Box
isn't
brought that up
Kantian.
earlier. Repeat what you said, Straighter Aid?
You said somebody brought this up earlier, and I said, yes, who brought up the Kantian categorical imperative? And Loner Box, I think what the framework you're talking about isn't Kantian at all.
No, it is.
Well,
There's the.
No,
I think.
it is,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
Oh
Loner
my God,
Box.
I just
No.
unmuted you for
But
2
please,
seconds,
please,
and you just like fucking...
Sunday, I
Okay.
think
Yeah,
actually
you
knows
wouldn't
about
know,
this.
Aaron.
Go ahead.
Aaron,
Lauren,
you
I
wouldn't.
want to hear what Lauren thinks, right? And then once she gets it out, we can have these things. And I see your Discord message, Doobie. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Kant for the most part, and essentially you, Loner Box, for the most part. If something is unethical at most levels, then you just shouldn't do it at any level, because if it's generally accepted by society, then it would be a negative impact on society. So for instance, if everybody took the idea that it is not morally corrupt to shoplift and that it was okay to shoplift, then everybody would shoplift and there would not be like a functioning retail society.
I just want to add a stat as well.
Nobody
just
is
for,
arguing. Nobody is
Okay.
arguing that shoplifting as a prescription is a moral maxim we should adhere to. What people are arguing is that increasing harm and poverty and misery in the world is avoiding that is a moral maxim that we should subscribe to. And so given the circumstance that we do not know the circumstances under which people are shoplifting, it would behoove us to be cautious when we start appealing to the state to start putting its boot down on people who are engaging in that. That's the argument.
Can I ask
I really
something?
wanna, could I extend that point?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
I want to ask something after though.
I mean, the reason that things like shoplifting are viewed as unethical is because you shouldn't take what you don't need, right? If we're like applying that to a lot of people, there are plenty of people who shoplift who don't need to be doing so. And I do agree that we should probably try and stop those people. But still, there are plenty of people who that doesn't apply to and who do need to have the stuff. And also, if there are companies like supermarkets keeping a bunch of shit that they don't necessarily need and they're going to end up throwing it out, how is that ultimately more ethical than somebody else taking that and then feeding it to their child, right?
I
I
mean,
just
Lauren
want
would
to.
rather have a society where people panhandle before they steal stuff that gets thrown out.
Loner,
you know?
go
I just
ahead.
wanted to throw in a
I
stat.
see
I'd
Alan
rather have
already,
a
don't worry.
society where people ask their neighbors for help before they steal from their neighbors, Aaron. What a
Yeah,
wild
homeless
concept.
people
not stealing
panhandling on
from
the
your
streets en
neighbors.
masse. I'm not talking about that.
Loner.
I just wanted to
Unmasked?
throw in a
That's
stat because it was challenged earlier that within about a year, it's anything between 15 billion and 30 billion dollars worth of goods are lost just from organized retail theft. So, and one of the top items is formula. So it's not like a sensationalist, it's one of the problems. I don't know why you would assume it was just immediately a sensationalist, because I mentioned I saw lots of articles.
Well, maybe
about
because
it.
the price went up and they can sell it on the black market. I mean, I don't think that to act like that's the
This is from
only- that it's
2011.
only going to be used.
This
for
is from
drugs.
2011. That's why I said the stories from this go back to 2005. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
thing that gangs like to do. Yeah.
It doesn't
and-
matter. Okay, the question is really simple. Obviously, people steal. People shouldn't steal. I don't think anyone is saying that people should steal. Right? We're saying, where does the responsibility lie? Does it lie with the customer to do anything? Does it lie with the workers to do anything? Does it lie with the business owner to do anything?
I'm saying
You
some
only-
No
people
one's
should
asking
steal.
that question. You're the only one bringing that up
need to
repeatedly.
steal-
I mean, yeah, because
If you
everyone
need
keeps
to
bringing
steal
up
to
the
provide for your family, you
stealing
should
out of
steal it.
necessity.
If you need to steal to provide for your family or to have a basic standard of living, you should steal. I don't think anybody's
Yeah.
saying you shouldn't steal under any
I mean,
circumstances.
sure.
Even
I
older
don't-
bosses
That's
are saying you
never
shouldn't
gonna
steal
be
under
a
any
need.
circumstances.
That's never a need.
This whole
In-
thing came
yeah.
up. This whole thing came up due to the fact that people were mad at the person sharing the Twitter post saying, if you see someone stealing food, no, you shouldn't. Then everyone called that virtue signaling. I'm calling the virtue signal called the virtue signal. You don't it does not matter when someone's stealing from a company. It's not affecting the person. The only reason that we would do
But it
anything,
is.
how is it affecting it?
I'm sorry, which person are we talking? Are we
It
talking the
causes
company
an
owner? Or?
increase in prices.
The,
Yeah,
pri-
it causes
price-
an
the increase in prices is not due to theft. There's not enough theft happening to these
It's
companies.
not- it's-
for them to be the
absolutely
increase in
is.
Well,
theft.
Yes,
hang
it
on,
is.
hang on. Loss,
Absolutely is.
hang on. At whatever negligible amount, this is indisputable. Any kind of loss will contribute to increased prices. The question is whether it's determinative. That's ambiguous, but that's not really up for debate. Like, obviously, if you
Also,
lose product without getting
Carl Max,
profit from it,
I've been
that'll
paid.
affect
I've
that'll
been
affect
paid
prices.
to call you stupid and to personally
Nice.
insult you.
Who was
I
that
would have
from?
done
Jesus.
it for free.
Tell
I would have
me.
meant it because
Doobie.
they're brilliant. But
Specifically. Doobie also
Doobie?
sent me a
Doobie?
yes, Doobie. Doobie's also
Why?
sent me a
Like, how much do I have to pay you to
research
steal something from Walmart?
Is
More
this a
than you
Doobie
have.
I would know? I know there's
I
a
don't know
Doobie
if
on
you
a
know
big
it's a Doobie, no,
Discord
I don't
debate
care.
server.
They paid me to do it. I did it. And also, he wants me to ask you whether or not why you trust data and not journalists when it has been shown, and he linked me a source.
I trust journalists that
people-
report on data.
People
properly.
stole falsified data all the time, or not all the time, but at
But
least a good
journalists
percentage of
don't?
it. Yeah.
what?
Wait, yeah, you're saying journalists are more reliable?
I'm not
Look,
saying anything.
this is
I was paid money to tell you this. I did. My job is
that's I respect
lucky
that.
wick.
I respect that deeply. I don't really see the point in believing in journalists over empirical data. I believe journalists when they provide empirical data. You need to combine the two. You can't just be saying journalists are correct or data is wrong because it can be falsified sometimes.
Dude, but you
that's
recommended
pretty
Mistborn
retarded.
to me. You
Whoa.
recommended Mistborn to me. How could you? How could you take this stance?
Mistborn's a good
Unbelievable.
book.
I
Anyway,
think it's more just
regardless.
because I mentioned talking points that I heard from journalists who were talking about an epidemic, and you just immediately dismissed it as sensationalist. That might be why he's upset about it. I don't know. Just guessing.
Well, because
Might
journalists
be.
aren't necessarily
Okay,
reliable.
I wanna-
yeah,
I wanna
because
maybe
journalists do a
direct
lot of
this conversation a little bit.
sensationalism.
I want to direct this conversation a little bit. For those of you on the more, not to say pro stealing side, but the
Permissive.
more permissive side of these things, would it be morally permissible to steal directly from Walmart, the owners of Walmart's house? Like,
No.
if you were able to go into the owner specifically's house
No.
and steal from
No.
them, would it be
No.
morally permissible?
No.
Why not?
No.
Is
I mean,
it
it
direct
depends.
effect to the person?
Do they notice? If they don't notice, I think it'll be fine because it would affect
I don't think the issue is
reality,
noticing. I don't think ownership is limited at the point of noticing that your possessions have been stolen. I think the reason though would be because it's not hitting them at the point where there is some intrinsic connection between the thing that you are stealing and the fact of it being a functional part of the extortion of the community. The influence of places like Walmart, for example, on local communities and local retail is known, or on the exploitation that gives them their product. At that point, you are literally just violating a general norm against breaking and entering into people's personal abodes. And I think that's a dangerous precedent to set.
It's also the fact that for
That's
breaking
very
into someone's house as well as for shoplifting, both of these crimes correlate with an increase in physical attacks as well. So as shoplifting went up in the UK, so too did physical assaults and antisocial behavior and verbal abuse.
Now,
So
would they deserve it is a different question. Yes, they would, absolutely.
but that's what I'm asking is like because it seems to be when I was hearing if you see a shoplifter you didn't, and that kind of Twitter response was some people saying that, well, we have to probably just assume that they're doing it out of necessity, and if they're not, it's okay anyway because fuck corporations.
Well,
And
because it's
that's why I maybe want to ask, like,
Let her
even
finish. Let her
with
finish.
with what you've been saying, like Karl Max, like if you're saying like even like a gang stealing baby formula to make drugs, like, well, if we hate Walmart, like, is it better that Walmart just Walmart loses it anyway, or what? Like, what would you say to that?
I mean, I think people should have the things they need to have. If Walmart is keeping that, is preventing that from being able to get to people by way of permitting people to steal a shit ton of it, or by way of making it unaffordable to people, then I think it's fine for people to.
So
take
that's
it,
why I
right?
asked you about gangs who are doing it to make drugs or to just sell on the black market.
Well, if gangs are doing it to sell it on the black market and they're getting it to mothers for a more affordable price, then that's fine. I don't really know how much these are actually being used to make drugs, though, because what I've looked at about it, you can cut drugs with a lot of things, and baby formula is one of the more expensive ones, and you probably wouldn't
Expensive,
necessarily
they're
go
stealing
for
it. It
that.
costs
Can I?
nothing.
Okay,
Yeah, but how do you
can I
stop that from
respond? Can I
happening?
respond very quickly? Can I respond very quickly? In the event that you have people in masks coming in and you see them in an organized fashion acquiring these things, as far as I'm concerned, it's ethically neutral whether or not you report them, because you're dealing with people who are essentially engaging in precisely the same kind of activity as Walmart is, albeit against Walmart. I have more condemnation for Walmart on that front, but you're not dealing with people who are definable by individual need. If you're talking about like a mother, for example, who slips a piece of a package of formula into her purse or something like that, I would say in that case you look away. Like that seems like pretty clear cut to me. I don't know. I don't think like one of the things that I
Well, really quick, Sunday, to interrupt you. I think the underlying assumption here is that does everybody think that Walmart has the monopoly on these goods by force or through legitimate means?
well, everything is a monopoly on anything by force. But I think the point that I'm getting to, and one of the real sticking points here that's not really being stated explicitly, is that, and this is the reason why Lonerbox had the pseudo-Kantian point earlier, is that if you allow something indefinitely, you end up in a situation where even if global communism is achieved, you still have a situation where people are judging whether or not they respect the right of a person to their personal belongings based upon whether or not they can draw a line between their owning that thing now and some active exploitation in the past.
Okay,
I think that's a
it is the
mistake.
top of the hour, and I want to get through these super chats, if I may. So just give me one moment. $5 from Draven A 1895 to say what if the purse the shoplifting mom has is Gucci. $5 from Mirutsi to say why is Lauren pretending to play on her phone? Cringe and transparent. $5 from Running Joke to say is it okay to shoplift medicine if someone really needs it to survive? $5 from Portland is Burning. If shoplifting is morally permissible, can you burglarize wealthy homes if you know they're unoccupied at the time? Why or why not? $5 from Draven 1995. I doubt the people stealing snacks, Pokemon cards, and headphones from my job are doing it out of necessity. $5 from the In Pursuit of Knowledge. Max, can you give us your address? I am poor and I need to steal from you. I promise you won't notice. $5 for Fondue. If I'm a member of a community, is it not moral to look out for people providing services for it? In other words, are we not our brother's keeper? And finally, $5 from iPrat Brat to say, I'm all for shoplifting from big corporations. They already commit wage theft and are never held responsible. Plus, they have loss insurance. Okay, thank you for indulging me in that. And if you got super chats, throw them in. And at the top of the hour, I'll read them out. So thank you again. But yeah, that's a good question from Fondue, and I want to kind of focus in on that. Is it not looking out for your community to report people who are stealing from stores and knowing that that theft at least has a possibility of leading to those stores and those services no longer being provided in your community? Lauren, I want you to go first, and then we'll go around. So, Lauren, what do you think?
Yeah, you absolutely have if you want the best for your community and for the store owners in your community, then you should report people who you see committing any crimes, including theft, or murder for that matter.
Hey, Allie.
Whatever
Ali,
crime you see.
what do you
Yeah,
think?
I just don't think the responsibility is with the customers. If there's enough theft happening in your community, there's a problem. The responsibility is up to the store. Store can hire security,
Is
and
this
the
only for
security should
theft
be able to
if
handle
you see
that.
someone getting insulted?
Oh, you're making
Hmm?
offense?
If you see someone getting assaulted, do you think that there's no responsibility to report that?
There's a direct effect on that individual, so no, I think you should report
So
that.
it's the directness of the fact. So
Yeah,
indirect facts don't
there's an
matter?
actual direct victim right in front of you. There's an
Max.
actual thing, yeah.
Got you, Max.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it not does it not behoove you as a member of community to report theft against people who are providing or companies who are providing services to your community? Why or why not?
Well, it depends on how those services are provided, right? If those services, as we're under capitalism, most services are going to be behind a paywall, right? So if they're providing stuff, but only to like a certain group of people who are making a certain amount of money who can afford it, then I think it's okay to steal from them, especially if you're a member of the group who they're not like, helping out.
Sure. If
if
they're
they
selling
are,
it, then it's okay to steal.
if they're selling it, I mean, it really depends, especially because a lot of my gripes with the way that things have gone with grocery stores is how they've like hiked up the prices and allowed that to happen. So I think if they do just continue to keep high prices despite inflation going down and all that kind of thing, then I think you're okay to steal it. But generally you should only do it when it's necessary. And you should try and do it to shops that can both afford it and also kind of deserve it.
Loner, what do you think?
I don't know why you should only have to do it if it's necessary, if you think it's like, if it's all being held by capital or private property, which is inherently theft anyway. I feel like that would just mean everything is fair game if it's being sold by a business.
Well, no, because that would be, I mean, that wouldn't work, obviously, right? If everyone stole, that wouldn't work. You said
Well,
this
that's the
yourself.
point,
That's why
yeah,
I'm saying
because-
that there needs to be conditions for it.
Well, but you said one of those conditions is if they're putting the prices up. But one of the reasons they keep putting prices up, even if inflation's dropping, is because
If it's
grocery retailers only make a profit average of 1%. Maybe Walmart makes 2% profit. So if they lose more than they expect to leak through shoplifting, they're going to put up prices to make up that loss, or they're going to get security. And at the cost of security, they make up that up as well by raising prices. So that's the problem. It's like, even if you assume that this is like, or with the baby formula, even if you assume that this is like a good, honest gang just trying to get the goods to the mothers for a lower cost, then someone else is paying for that. Some other customers are paying for that.
I'm not
and generally, they're also
necessarily
seeing goods chained up and extra security or shops closing. Or so, yeah.
I want to note that I don't just support gangs going into a place. I think keeping, I know I slipped up there before, but keeping the community feeling safe and happy is a primary concern of mine.
Do
So
you
I
think
wouldn't
that
necessarily
knowing that
encourage
there's
that.
a high amount of stealing or
difference-
shoplifting makes
the
the
difference
people in the community
between-
feel safe and happy?
The difference between a gang stealing product from a Walmart,
I think it.
Walmart
yeah, go on.
and Walmart.
Sunday likes to interrupt when I'm having questions
do.
with other people.
I know.
I
I
do.
can
know,
tell.
right?
And
It's okay.
Walmart. I am. Yeah,
He's
I'm an
stealing
anarchist, that's how I
time from
do.
all of us,
I'm-
but we
I
can
am.
stop him. Actually, my security has stopped him. Carl Max,
Go on.
I want you
Okay.
to answer.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
So
It's
basically,
late here.
does shoplifting in a community or an area, does that not make the community feel less safe? Right? It feels.
I mean, it depends on who you are. If you're a privileged member of the community who feels like they're they're entitled to having all the products that they can buy or whatever, then obviously you're going to see shoplifting and be like, oh, those people didn't do what I did, they don't deserve that, right? I mean, that's usually like the mindset of people protecting capital.
Okay, so if you're scared by people shoplifting, by people committing acts of burglary, then you're privileged and you're spoiled.
Do you think you're
and
privileged?
I
think
don't
you're
think
I
most
mean,
people care or notice when things are being stolen or shoplifted. But
Let's
No,
let
no,
Lauren
let her
answer
answer the
since she
question.
was asked a question. Go ahead, Lauren.
Well, I was asking you a question, but whether or not I'm privileged has very little to do with this, and I'm privileged not.
It has everything
because
to do with it. Because, Lauren, I know that you are somebody who's incredibly privileged, because the way that you talk about shoplifting,
know.
the way you talk about not ever doing any crime to help out your loved ones, it shows to me that you've always had everything available to you within the system, right? It shows to me that you've never had to go like for an extra systemic solution. Like you've never had to go out of that in order to survive. So you're very clearly a very privileged person, and a lot of people aren't.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know my life so well, apparently.
So you don't
I mean,
think you're
look at
privileged,
you,
Lauren?
listen to you. It's very
Lauren, but
clear.
you don't think
Lauren.
you're
I mean,
privileged?
if you weren't privileged, then
That's
tell
not
me.
the question.
Lauren, you're saying you're not
No.
privileged?
That's not what I'm saying. I am privileged, but to say
Right.
that I have never in my life
Okay,
experienced
that's what
any-
Carl was saying. He was saying you're privileged.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you haven't experienced like the hardships of being systemically oppressed in a way that you can't easily escape, like
Well, first of all, I don't
especially
think
by
there is
financial
systemic
capitalistic
oppression.
means.
I will say, poor.
As for being financial, I have experienced being like poor myself, not to the point where I was worried about starvation. I'll be honest with that.
Okay.
But that's
How poor are we talking? I mean, I don't want to be too rude.
I've had
actually.
like
That's not what I'm
I've
saying.
had zero and I've had like negative bank account, if that's what you're asking. Like I've been down zero, but like I've had to go ask family for help before, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
You were in high
And can you
school.
understand
Yeah,
if why
I
somebody
get
who
it.
doesn't necessarily have family and things that they
Family
can
to
like reach back
help?
on might if somebody didn't have that, can you understand why they might then feel it's okay to take money from like a company that gets like
No.
hundreds of billions of dollars a year?
No,
don't-
because
you wouldn't
there's
understand that.
No.
You said that
No,
okay,
because
so
it's-
there's you say you have a lot of moral absolutes. You also say that like killing somebody is already always bad. What if somebody's like got your whole family
Defense,
at gunpoint? They're
self-defense.
holding they've got a
self-defense.
yeah, sure.
So you're acting in self-defense? That's
Yeah.
fine.
Self-defense is
Yeah.
fine. Okay. So how are people who are shoplifting not defending themselves from the system, which is telling them they can't have enough food and stuff?
Defending themselves from the system. That's such a warped way of looking at it.
Well, 10%
The
of Americans are people who are food insecure. they are defending themselves
No,
from a
they're
system
You
not.
which
keep on
isn't
going to
allowing
food.
them
Food
That's
insecurity
the
doesn't
thing.
mean you need to shoplift, though. Food insecurity is just it's more to do with nutrition, right? Like you don't
Yeah,
have to
but
shoplift.
I think if you're food insecure, you have a lot more justification in shoplifting than someone who isn't. I think you can agree with that, right? If somebody
Oh,
can't,
I mean,
if
that's
somebody
like
has to skip meals,
that's the biggest Martin Bailey I've
It's
ever heard in my
never
fucking life. But yeah, of course,
justification
yeah.
what? It's a pretty fucking straight
If
to
we're
the point
talking,
point, is
if
it
we're
not?
talking about privilege again, like poor communities are generally where most of the people have to deal with shops being everything being behind glass and padlocks and everything because of the amount of shoplifting that happens in their communities. Again, quite often by gangs, and that's like the big reason that like the bulk of these measures are taken. So like I don't know why you're calling it the privileged position, because I mean maybe I'm being anecdotal, right? Because I came from a very poor community as well. Poor people fucking hate crime. Generally speaking, the most fucking fascistic, tough on crime opinions you'll ever get in society are from poor people because they live in those
Really?
communities.
Yeah,
that
because
are
they're
plagued by
people
crime.
who have like they've put in
True.
the effort, they've struggled more than anybody else has to get out of that position, and then they look down upon the other people who can't like who aren't.
Not
getting
exactly.
Yeah, and they
Not
suffer the
exactly.
consequences
Not
from
exactly.
shoplifting, especially
No,
if a shop
hang on.
closes.
Wait. That is not true. Once again, when we are talking about people who are following shoplifters out of the store, we are talking about retail workers. These are not people who have escaped
Are
poverty.
retail
What
workers
Loner-
privileged?
Well, Loner Box has.
No.
What
Wait,
Loner Box
Sunday,
has
are
said.
retail workers privileged?
I don't know what.
No, what Loner Box has
Okay,
said is.
do they perhaps
hang on.
maybe
Wait, can I
represent
finish my
themselves?
sentence, please? What Loner Box has said is actually correct. It is the case that poorer people hate shoplifters. They really do. This is why, for example, even an underpaid retail worker will follow around a shoplifter in the store and will bother to report them because they despise it. But it is not because they have managed to escape poverty. That is crucial. They're retail workers. They're in poverty. They're paid probably the minimum possible
not-
wage legally.
Yeah. I mean, no, what
I
I more
muted?
meant was that it's not people
No,
who've
you're fine.
Oh, I'm
escaped
muted on my
poverty.
end,
It's
sorry.
people who are
Oh,
in
you're not muted on
poverty,
mine.
but they're working really hard to try and get through it still. And they're angry because the other
Yeah,
people
but-
aren't
I think
working.
the
No, no,
workers,
no,
the only reason the
but
workers
The other
will
thing
go
is
out of the
that
way
when
to
we're
report
talking-
because they don't want to be scrutinized further by the company and being
Aaron.
surveyed more.
No,
Aaron.
but crucial. No, that's not true. That's not true. They enthusiastically. I know because I used to do this. They enthusiastically pursue shoplifters.
Yeah, the workers.
Yeah, no, but not because they're worried about moving up in the company. They view shoplifters with contempt, unjustly, by the way, but that's beside the
Oh,
point.
I mean, I've just heard of people getting like over like.
Okay, I want to hear from Aaron. Aaron, go ahead.
Retail workers do not have limitless upward mobility.
Sunday,
I'm sorry,
Look,
my
this
friend.
is your friend, Aaron. You know you're friends with Sunday, so talk to him.
I'm only
Aaron,
the first
go
lady.
ahead.
I'm not the president. Okay, one.
No, yeah.
And two, the other thing is that like when we're talking about like consequences and fallout of retail theft and shoplifting, and we're talking about those security things that they have to put with like razors and deodorant where you have to ding somebody and call an attendant or whatever. It's like that's a consequence in the most neutral sense of the word, meaning that that's like cause and effect. That's what happens after there's a lot of retail theft related to certain items in a store. But I do think it's like preferable to the alternative, which is that the store shuts down. I feel like how is this not a win-win for everybody? It's an automated security measure that most stores can implement fairly easily. Customers can reliably get the products that they need simply by, yes, an inconvenience that makes me want to fucking kill myself, which is having to talk to one of these fucking, wage cucks and get my deodorant. Okay, but it deters crime. You don't actually have to, like, to me, that is always annoyance, but it's a win-win because then we don't have to actually send more people to jail because of a petty crime like that. It becomes too difficult.
I think the underlying problem that is across the board is that people are forced into a situation of poverty and scarcity generally artificially by a level of theft and a level of enslavement and exploitation that we are seemingly universally fine with. For whatever reason, the debate is at the level of shoplifting, even though people are only shoplifting outside of, for example, people who are doing so as an organized method to profit, which I agree is like at the bare minimum morally neutral. We are only at this level of resolution because we are concerned at a level of law and order when the things that they are stealing from, and we're talking about big supermarkets, Walmart, etc., we are talking about organizations that rely on expropriation abroad and functionally acting as a cartel with other businesses locally. There's a reason why companies are able to pay the minimum wage, and that's because there's no competition, because they all more or less will pay the same amount for the same job. That's what creates that poverty in the first place. Because people don't have a choice.
I just want to say that given the fact that, again,
There should be no minimum wage.
that what correlates with shoplifting is also violence against retail staff, and retail staff are usually quite poor and working class. Like, that's why I feel like, but whenever I hear this reasoning, which is that, well, in the case of capital, which is like inherently theft, or that Walmart holds the goods and therefore that they're holding it from people who deserve it for less than they're paying, then the problem with that is like, it sounds like, not what you're saying, Sunday, but what I'm saying is like,
continue.
I just feel like it's kind of difficult to get the concession that I think just generally shoplifting should be a social taboo. If we're making exceptions for
Why is the
necessity,
violence happening to the staff?
because
I think it should be both.
shoplifting usually correlates with increased violence. If there's more shoplifting, there's
think-
usually more violence.
What kind of violence? What's happening?
I wanna-
As in
Well,
staff
for
getting
example, I used to
attacked or
work. For
threatened,
example,
Oh my God,
knives held
Sunday,
to
I can give an
please let other
example.
people talk.
But I can give an example.
Okay, but I want to hear from Ali. Ali.
But
Ali,
he
Ali,
asked
Ali,
if
You got it
Ali.
right, man.
Ali, go ahead.
But yeah, no. So like when you say violence is happening to the staff, what do you mean? You can't just say like a statement like that. What's happening?
Well, when I worked
What
at
do you mean?
Walmart,
What's
for
happening? Like they
example,
get it, like either get verbally attacked or they get like punched or they get like
Physically.
weapons taken
Physically.
to them. Yeah, physical violence. Yeah.
Walking into a store and taking something.
even at the level,
I don't know why you're challenging me on this.
even at the level of
Because
an
then it stops being
Ellie,
shoplifting when you're
Ellie.
when you're harassing or
Ellie.
attacking.
The thing I'm saying
Ellie,
is that
Ellie, please, I'm on your side, but this is a losing argument. Even at
Let
the
him
level,
make it. God damn.
but he did already. Even at, I'm sorry, you can't keep up. Even at the level of like an interaction not actually taking place where like people come to blows. When I used to work retail, what would typically happen is typically guys would come through, they would pick up their stuff, and one of the first things they would grab would be a baseball bat from the sports aisle. You're not gonna accost somebody with a baseball bat on their way out the door, right? Like that happens. So that's a losing argument. The issue is not that shoplifting isn't violent. Obviously it is.
That's not a losing argument. My argument is that the retail workers should not interfere. If you see someone taking
But you're
something,
talking about nobody here is arguing that the retail workers have an obligation to report or to accost people.
I think
I don't
Lauren
know
is.
whose side you're on here.
I
Yeah, but
think
Lauren's
Lauren
nuts.
is actually.
Lauren is
Okay,
on that
hold on.
side.
A
I'm against that side. And
responsibility
Loner's
to-
saying that Lonerbox was saying that violence is incurred due to harassment from shoplifters. I'm saying that if someone is coming in and just taking something, that is shoplifting. If someone is harassing the worker, that stops being shoplifting. That becomes assault. That's a different. That's a
so
whole different crime.
if I'm going anecdotal, sometimes like
not
shoplifters will.
anecdotal, just by definition.
I'm just telling you. No, I'm being anecdotal. I'm just saying that like from
sorry.
experiences that I've heard and people that
considered assault legally.
even people that I've known who've worked in
There's
retail,
something
like
called, hold on. Hold on, just one thing. It's not considered assault. You have shopkeeper's privilege, which allows you to temporarily hold someone for a reasonable amount of time in a reasonable manner to ensure that they didn't take any items if you have reasonable belief that they did.
Is that
I don't
true?
think
Is
that
that
should be
true
a
in America?
responsibility of the worker.
Yeah,
There should
it
be a
is.
hired security
Right.
that does that.
So
Bro, I'm losing my mind listening to you talk about who you think it should be the what you think about this is so irrelevant to the conversation.
It really isn't.
Yeah,
Because you're putting the responsibility on the workers
Let
for
Lauren
what they
finish
should.
her
who
point. Please, go
is
ahead.
responsible? Who is responsible for turning somebody in? So first of all, the customers have that option.
Nobody.
The
Everybody
employee-
They have that
everybody
option, They're
involved.
not the responsibility. Continue.
Everybody
It's
involved
impossible
owns
to hear Lauren, and I want to hear what Lauren has to say.
Everybody else has
get
to.
your
You have to
time.
interrupt to get a word in.
What do you mean?
You don't.
I mean, I've been
don't
more of a
know.
moderator than you have.
Sunday-
You've put your thumb on the scale,
you've been-
Wick.
Okay, Sunday, what you've been doing is you've been interrupting literally everyone, so no one knows what anyone else's point is because you have to interject every single goddamn time, and it's interrupting the flow of the conversation.
But so
I want
have
you here,
you.
and I want to hear what
Your
you have
job
to
is
say.
as a
But I also want
moderator,
to hear
But
what
you're
other people
interrupting
have
people,
to say.
and you're
What I need you
giving
to do right
arguments in
now,
favor of one
because you will
side
either
over
do
the
it
other.
voluntarily or you will do it involuntarily, is you will need to shut the fuck up and let other people speak, but you can interject later. Lauren, finish.
Okay, so you do have shopkeeper's privilege, and that does vary by state. That is true. California doesn't even have that anymore. That being said, it's no longer a privilege. Okay, go ahead. Go. What did you want to say, Ali?
So what I'm saying is like it shouldn't be a thing. The shop,
Right.
a
Right.
worker,
Let me get back. Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Let me cover that.
Go ahead.
So who it should or shouldn't be
Mhm.
required to turn it in is not relevant to the conversation. Now,
It
the customers who are not shoplifting, they have the moral, like, in my
Not even
opinion,
moral.
the moral. Okay, they're not legally required to turn anyone in. Sure, fine. They're not legally required to. And that's just the case. And you personally think that they're morally they shouldn't even turn anyone in. That's a different argument. Now, when it comes to the employee, that's based off their contract. If the contract in their employment agreement says that they are required as like the shopkeeper to also participate in security, then it would be their requirement. Because contractual. So yeah, then it would
Agreed.
be their responsibility.
Well,
So yeah, it would
Agreed.
be their responsibility. Okay. Okay, so you do because you said it
Now,
wasn't their
oftentimes
responsibility.
that is not put into the contract because when you're hiring someone to be a manager, you're not hiring them as trained security. They are not supposed to put their lives in danger to protect your profits. That would make absolutely no sense. So, while I was talking when Lonerbox was talking and he was saying that there's violence being incurred, I'm saying that it becomes a different crime. Now, if the worker approaches the shoplifter, which I think you should not do, that responsibility should not be on that person because they should not put their life in danger. That's all I'm saying. That it's their fault.
Stop. When you say it should not, when you're saying it should not be their responsibility, what if it was contractually in their employment agreement that you are not to let people steal, you are to do your best.
That's the company's
to prevent
policy
shoplifting.
fault. That's the fault of the company policy. That should
So
not
then
be
it
in
is
the
their
policy.
responsibility.
That should not be in
Okay,
the
so then
policy.
you-
You're not paying someone as a security. You're
But
paying
what
them
if-
to manage your store.
What if they're paying them extra? What if you're
Then
paying
then that's
employees?
okay. If then that's fine if that person took it upon their responsibility. But most people don't even read their contracts that
Then it
thoroughly
is
when
their
they're getting a job at Walmart.
Okay, so in that situation, employee's responsibility is to stop the shoplifting, okay? Then is it
No,
okay
it's
for
not.
the employee
No,
No,
to
it's
stop
not.
the shoplifting?
Hang on. Wait. No. If you pursue
No,
a
because
shoplifter,
most
you will
people
be
don't even read their
reprimanded.
contracts. I'm sorry, to get a job at
Wait.
Walmart, no, you're not expected. You're not getting paid to do it, and you're not expected to work security. I'm sorry.
Have you?
Saying in a situation where you are
God.
paid to handle the register and also prevent shoplifting, and maybe you're paid a bit extra because you have extra job responsibilities,
What?
then do you think
That's
that
not how that
employee
works.
In your
should-
hypothetical, sure. In your hypothetical, sure.
Absolutely is how that works, President Sunday. Welcome to like retail.
people
I
get
guess
paid
we'll
more
never
when
work
they
In your
do work.
hypothetical,
I'm
sure.
sure they're usually not tasked with what loss prevention and security is
They're
tasked
not.
with. Stores typically
Wild.
have
So what, you've
those.
only worked at like Nordstrom's and like you've never worked at like a
A mom
in
and
a
pop?
small
Yeah.
store.
No, I have.
Yeah,
I
and
have, and that wasn't under our like job
that's
responsibilities.
so when you work retail in a mom and pop store, they don't tell you that you need to prevent theft as well.
They
I
shouldn't.
definitely
Have
worked
you ever
at
worked a
retail.
retail
Shouldn't.
job in
It
your
is not
life,
the
lady?
responsibility of the worker to
They don't say
prevent
that in the
that
UK
theft.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I
It is not the
did, I
responsibility
did.
of
I
the
mean,
worker to
especially not in
prevent that
America where
theft.
people have
Okay.
Honestly,
transport, right?
if you get
You're talking
injured as like
contextually, and now we're talking morally.
Okay,
if you
I
get
wanna do this.
injured, usually the liability that the shop is going to assume if you got injured trying to prevent somebody from shoplifting, that ends up being more costly than if you had just allowed them to steal the item. That's why they don't instruct them to do it.
That's why in California, okay, so what you're talking about is very different, and that shows that you're not working at mom and pop stores. That shows that you're working in like large retailers. Because
No,
in
I worked
large
at a pharmacy.
retailers,
This mom and pop pharmacy.
yeah. So a lot. Okay, so
You're not
even,
obligated
so
in
not
mom and
even
pop shops to
retail.
stop thieves.
Not even retail. Okay,
Not
so in the
even-
mod, so when I worked retail Laguna, you have small stores. They're usually owned by one person. What they do is they usually find like a couple of merchants from another country, then they purchase in bulk from them, and then they sell at a higher price. It is literally only one person, and it's tight margins, and they pay you more than minimum wage, but they also anticipate you to try your best to prevent theft. Yeah, and you're supposed to
Maybe in
engage
Laguna
shop-
Beach.
Can I just answer your question from earlier, Ali?
Yeah,
The
that's
reason
that doesn't
Loner,
happen in
Loner,
like
Loner,
smaller
I want to
cities.
hear from Loner, and I want to hear from Ollie, because Ollie had a question to Loner.
So
and
it
Loner
was
never
my
got a chance.
Hold on. So it was my responsibility
Yes.
if I saw somebody steal it. So you agree? It was my
You
responsibility.
assumed that
as the
responsibility when
employee
you
to stop-
accepted that contract and the pay.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
Cool.
So
On
it is
average,
my
people don't
responsibility.
have that responsibility
I
or
think
that
we solved
pay
this.
extra.
I think we solved this. Let's move
What
on.
the fuck is your point in bringing this up? So if it's contractually required,
The
then they
average
are allowed
worker
to-
doesn't
then
have
what
the
is your-
responsibility to
gang,
stop shoplifting. That is my
Lauren,
argument.
Lauren, Ollie, both of you, please. I want to get some other people in here as well. You can't. Again, we want
doesn't
to
make
keep the conversation full. I understand, but we
You're-
move on, and we'll redress it later. I promise you. Loner, you wanted to answer the question. Go ahead, and I know Max has been trying to get in too. So Loner, then Max.
Thanks.
Yeah, so people who work in retail are not safe from violence just because they turn a blind eye. If you have a shoplifter, a lot of what they want, like alcohol, batteries, razors, are behind the counter, and that often involves the shoplifter having to either threaten or attack the retailer to get their good. That's why
That's not
That's why there's a. It's it's so they can shoplift. That's why
Armed
that's why I was.
That's not
why I was,
shoplifting. That is
Let Loner
robbery.
finish. Let
That's-
Loner finish. Loner, go ahead.
why I was saying earlier, that's why there's usually a correlation between shoplifting increasing and violence against staff increasing. So that's why I have a problem with earlier on when you saw this thing with Twitter and the whole, if you didn't see anything. The problem there is that it seems like from a lot of people, particularly people on the far left anti-capitalist wing, is that the position is kind of just like, shoplifting is either basically acceptable or just like based because fuck capitalism. Whereas I think a much more reasonable position to be like a general rule should be that shoplifting should be a social taboo. Does anyone disagree with that? And we can maybe explore that, or
No, but can I
No,
respond?
I don't disagree, but I don't think you should be conflating shoplifting and like petty thievery with armed robbery.
what about you,
So-
Karl Marx? Do you think shoplifting should be a social taboo?
Again, I think it should depend. Like, I mean, look, if we were to like put in policies in which we knew that people were always getting enough food and that kind of thing, people always had enough resources, I would agree. Yes, it should be a taboo because then people don't actually need that. But while we do have things like the failing American food stamp system, which is, you know, it's hard to get to. Like you have to be working a shit ton of hours, even if you've got kids. You've got to yeah, you only get like a pretty small amount of money, especially in certain states. Like while these things are possible, while people are still, you know, going hungry, I think it's okay for shoplifting to exist. But I mean, if you folks are pro instating policies like I don't know, a fucking UBI or something, so people can make sure that people will always be able to afford food, then yeah, we can say that shoplifting is like a bad thing. But you need to take those steps to make sure that people don't end up actually doing it out of necessity first, you know?
So
then
I think
you can say it's bad.
I think apart from Lauren, I think most people would agree that like if you're in Aladdin's situation and you need to eat to live, then yeah, and you need to steal to eat, then that's probably fine. But generally, yeah, but like that's not really that's an exception to like a pretty general rule, because I think most people in America and the
Where are you
UK
getting this from?
don't need to steal to like be fed. Yeah, anyway.
Right, but only like 10% of people steal anyway. Like, it's not like everyone is stealing. I mean, and like a pretty large proportion of people who are stealing are people who are.
Okay.
Who
Do you
have
think
money
that when all
troubles.
Wait, I have a
when all these
question,
retailers are
Carl.
increasing their security and putting their prices up, or even closing stores, is that just like hyperbole to you, or what? Do you think that's not just like not an issue?
We've already had the data that demonstrates it from the store owners. This is not due to shoplifting. This is due to expending unnecessary
also,
resources.
there was-
shoplifting.
that doesn't
for one,
account
and
for
I want
all
to make
of it.
another
Wait, I
point.
have a
Most
question.
retailers-
You keep on
We
saying,
haven't
and
seen
data
data in
shows that
support of
you
that
keep
either.
on-
So that's
you-
that is a statement that stands in need of some kind of some
You
kind
keep
of
on
quantitative-
I can give you a
making-
source from the UK that says
We'll get
shoplifting has
there,
been
I promise.
increasing this year.
You keep
but-
on making a point about how shoplifting correlates with everything else going up and getting worse. You're saying like shoplifting is what drives up the price. How are we to say that people aren't just shoplifting more because the price went up? That's usually how it correlates. You keep on taking these things where like you're acting like people like shoplifted and then ruin the economy. Like the economy can't do that on its own.
I'm not
like
saying
if
that they-
people
okay.
respond to the conditions that they're in. They're not like creating them by just shoplifting. It's incredibly like. That's like such a minute problem in like the large scale of things.
One
that's
of
causing
the
people
conditions,
to suffer.
one of the conditions that we're in is that shoplifters generally, even if they take thousands of dollars worth of goods at once, are getting away with it. That's one of the conditions, which means people are more likely to do it. Right? Do you disagree with that?
I mean, yeah, no, I think that you
Well, I
should
mean,
probably
you and
try
me,
and stop
for
people with
example, like I don't think
stealing.
you and me, if we perceive that we can get away with it, would therefore shoplift any chance we get.
Well, we're not the
Like-
entire statistical like sample of a country, so yeah, sure.
No, I understand, but it's not simply the case that every single individual within a country, if they perceive that they can get away with it, will shoplift.
I'm not
Will
saying
more
everyone.
or less?
Come on, wait, you're smarter than that, Sunday. You know
But
that. I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying it would go
no,
up.
No, but if you're saying that the perception that people can get away with it will necessarily cause an increase in the amount of people shoplifting, sort of in aggregate, and that will simply extend to everybody, that simply doesn't follow.
Well, generally, people commit crimes for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is that there's not enough of a deterrent, right? And it seems to me there isn't much of a deterrent for shoplifting.
Necessarily,
So what, they're just
but
doing it
deterrence
just
can be
'cause?
multifarious.
Some
It's not
people
simply
steal
the-
to make, but to turn a profit. That's one reason people might steal. People steal to cut
Sure.
drugs. People steal
But
for all
we're-
kinds
now
of
we're
yeah.
now we're talking about motives as opposed to deterrence, right? You switch.
Well, you kind of, but you need you need both. They're not mutually exclusive. I
But they
think
aren't
the
mutually
problem that people are
exclusive.
talking about when it comes to retail theft, organized retail theft, is that there is no deterrent. And this is what retailers are saying. This is what governments are saying. This is what politicians the problem. And this is what law enforcement says is that it seems to be very easy to get away
Oh,
with
then we
stealing
should try
thousands of dollars worth of stuff. Is that
I mean, them locking up stuff behind security things that you have to ding the employer for is a deterrent, no?
that's one? Well, that's kind of like a deterrent, but that also means that you have to pay for extra
Yeah,
security,
well,
which and the price gets offset on goods.
Well, not
So that's probably
necessarily,
not the
because
best
it's
way to-
typically not security that has the keys.
I
to the
also
case. It's
typically-
typically
I also
no,
typically
that's actually the opposite. No, that's the opposite though. The expense is the case. When you go, for example, to the pharmacy aisle and you have to buy condoms behind a case, very embarrassing, by the way. You have to talk to a retail employee. You're not talking to a security
Yep.
guard. That's the person who
Which
unlocks
means
the
they had
case
to
for you.
hire. Which means they had to hire more employers to run around the store.
No, they don't.
Opening
No,
all the
that's
boxes
not
and
true at
shit.
all.
Which is
That's
why
not true at all.
Which is why I think it's
Wow.
personally, I'd rather not have to get everything in a shop from behind a case. So I'd maybe prefer that, at least for a start, the repeat offenders, which seem to be making up like a very disproportionate amount of the thefts, is that they can either be put in jail where they can't shoplift anymore, or they can get fined to a point that it's not actually worth the risk to do it.
Wonder what sentence, out of like curiosity, what sentence do you think is appropriate for like a repeat offender for theft?
I haven't thought
That
about
hasn't
it.
even exceeded a felony amount.
I haven't thought about a particular number.
I have
for
to
years.
spend a week
Maybe
with
have to get back to you
Aaron.
on that.
Based.
They have to go on a WIC panel, okay? One WIC panel for one thievery charge, okay? Okay, that's what has to happen. Lauren, you had a question, but I want to get to Max. So, Lauren, ask your question if
Yeah.
it's quick, and then we'll get to Max. And I see you, Aaron. We'll get to you too. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. So President Sunday, you're like, oh, they're not hiring more people. They actually have the same amount
They
of
aren't.
employees.
They
So
aren't.
you're like, all the employees are the proletariat, and we should protect them, and
No,
we
no,
should
no. Employees
prevent
are
them
employees
from-
are lumpen proletariat. You got that kind of mixed up, but go on.
Okay,
Are
fine.
employees
The
lumpen proletariat?
Employees are.
Yeah, they're like
But
retail workers. They're
the
unskilled.
employees are
No, that's not what.
struggling and
Sorry.
Is it not?
No.
I thought lumpen proletariat
Lumpen
was like the
proletariat are
unskilled
like
non-
so fucked by the system that they can't even work.
We don't
but,
even
yeah.
know the
People-
question
they're
because you're
proletariat,
they
deciding
don't have
based
class
on,
consciousness.
we're
They're just
arguing about what
completely
she's
The
meaning by a
dregs.
specific word.
Right,
No, no,
so-
no,
Let her
no.
ask
The lumpen.
questions
No,
and
no.
you
Hang
can
on.
go.
Wait. The lumpen proletariat are just those members of the proletariat who are lack awareness of the collective interest.
This has nothing to
As
do
an-
with the
Yeah,
question.
Yeah, it does
Right.
actually.
Right.
Wait, please
Oh
just
my
shut up
God.
for one goddamn second. So very quickly, as a point of information, this is important.
God.
The lumpen proletariat are those members of the proletariat who lack awareness of themselves as a class. So, for example, when you have
right.
lumpen proletariat like retail workers who are policing other lower class people, for example, chasing them out into the parking lot because they're shoplifting meat, those would be lumpen proletariat.
The
Sorry,
so
as you were, Lauren.
okay, fine.
What is
Okay,
the question?
so-
Ask your question again, please.
Yeah. So you're saying they're not hiring more people; they're just
That's not
making
true.
those
Lumpen proletariat usually means
employees
people who are
do
like
a
criminals or
significant amount
vagrants or
of more work by
vagabonds or
running
the
around.
unemployed, the
That's
homeless.
exactly
like that's
what they're
what.
doing.
Yeah.
They're
You're-
making the
so
limited
you're
number of employees they
pro-
already have do more. Correct.
So you're for that because if you're for
No, I'm not.
shoplifting and therefore
I'm not for
Well,
shoplifting.
then you
I
would be- then
I
you would
presented
be
in my
for
opening statement, if you'll
prosecuting-
recall, arguments against shoplifting.
No, just
Okay,
Lauren
so
thinks
then you
that
should
the
be
only
for
reason that they're doing that is
lawful-
because of shoplifting.
No, well, I mean,
No,
that is the only
yeah,
reason why
the
they're doing
reason
it.
they
That is
have
shoplifting.
those-
That's
the
correct.
reason they
Why else
have
would they
the-
put them behind
Oh my
cases?
God.
They're not putting them behind
never
cases because they're
finish
not
it.
shoplifting.
Yeah, they're putting them behind
Madam.
cases because they're shoplifting. If they were prosecuting the shoplifters, they wouldn't need to put them behind cases. But you're not for prosecuting the shoplifters, so you are for putting them behind cases.
You're
even though
presupposing
that's
that
gonna
if we
move
lock
the
them all
workers'
up,
Put the
work.
shoplifters
Can I finish
behind
the sentence,
cases.
Maybe get rid
Huzzah.
of
Can I
that.
finish the sentence?
Finally.
Can I finish the sentence, Aaron? Is that okay with you?
No, because you're presupposing that if they locked up every single repeat offender and shoplifter, that they would go back on those security measures when in reality they're probably going to be here to stay.
If those repeat offenders were locked up in the first place, they would have never needed the cases.
That's so true.
If
It's a
locking people up
hypothesis.
helps
It's a
crime,
nice
how
hypothesis,
come
you okay?
America's got so many people locked up but so many criminals still? It doesn't work. The American
sounds
justice
so
system doesn't
intelligent,
work.
Aaron.
I feel like for different crimes, you have different like problems and solutions, right?
True.
Right, but do you folks agree that we should be instating like real solutions, like fixing the welfare system, or perhaps something like a UBI? Because if you
I
are
don't
against
know wha-
shoplifting,
Sorry, go on.
what do you mean?
I don't know why whenever we have these discussions, people like feel like you have to just choose one or the other. I mean, like, I don't know, like I didn't do criminology for that long, but one of the prime examples they gave us of like stopping a crime epidemic, like the knife epidemic in Glasgow, was that you can approach it from both ends. One end was that they gave like apprenticeships
end.
and social programs and things like that to get people off the streets. The other side was the negative reinforcement, which is that they took a bunch of people who were carrying knives and gangsters and jailed them for 25 years to set an example to the others. I don't know why one excludes the other. Like you can do both. And with the shoplifters,
Because we should be-
repeat offenders, it seems to be the case that some of these people are just kind of incorrigible. Like, yeah, maybe they just need to be fucked off so that they can stop stealing en
But
masse.
indefinitely?
I'm sure
Indefinitely,
some
we
people.
love
No,
them.
not indefinitely, but at least they should
Well,
be
no,
jailed.
but
They
what-
should. They
No,
should
not
have
What Lauren is
indefinitely.
saying
do
is
it.
that they need to be.
I'm not saying
fucked-
incorrigible like forever. No. I don't believe
Like
in
when
life
they come
sentences
back,
necessarily,
Let's say I'm going to be charitable and I'm going to say that it's actually just a minority of shoplifters who are doing it out of necessity. Let's say 30%. If there was a policy you could instate to get those 30% of people to stop shoplifting because they no longer have to, would you do that? Would you be willing to support that and advocate for that?
I think
Because I see people complaining about these things a lot, but then they never actually propose an actual solution outside of like just punitive.
do you
know,
think I
the usual
haven't
punitive shit,
pro-
right?
well
I don't
well,
think
we don't
anything's
disagree. So
wrong with
personally,
punitive.
we don't disagree with like the UBI and welfare measures and things like that. Yeah, we don't disagree with that.
Okay. Well,
It seems to
but-
me that we
but you
disagree
should
with
be
the
a-
punitive measures. That's why I thought it'd be more interesting to explore that one.
But I wanted just like a recommended sentencing guideline for someone who's like a repeat offender like 3 times or whatever for petty theft that hasn't even amounted to more than like a felony amount or a few $100.
Aaron, you're not listening to me. How many times did I say organized retail theft? Like repeat offenders.
How much of shoplifting is organized retail theft? Do we? Because I
30%,
tried to
I
find
think.
statistics.
Okay,
on this.
but,
Do we know
okay,
this?
but the difference.
I don't know
between-
as
the
a
difference
percentage,
between-
but we do know that it's like between
Hang
anything
on.
between like 20 and 70 billion dollars.
It is
like,
rising.
It's a lot.
as well.
The difference between organized retail theft and non-organized retail theft is literally just there are multiple people involved in the collection of this material from the store, right? So the question, the relevant question is, what kind of sentencing would result in either deterrence or a cessation of organized, in particular, retail theft? If
There's
you don't
added
have an-
charges that you. You get added charges for organized retail theft, and it depends if it's cross-state and how many people.
I
You have
understand.
conspiratorial
No, I
charges. You
understand that
have.
there
So you
are.
could.
I understand that there are different consequences. The question is, are there consequences that work? What's the threshold? Because this is the reason why this comes into play. If the argument is that shoplifting at an organized scale has some kind of community, like it constitutes some kind of community harm, and if your response to that is some kind of increased penalty or some kind of specific penalty for that, either you need to demonstrate that this actually has a positive impact either on the community or it
Nope.
diminishes the amount of organized
Nope.
theft, or you are doing so for
That's not how the
retributive
law works.
reasons, which, by the way, is an argument
That's
you
not how
can
the.
make, but you need to make it.
I mean,
You asking me?
how
Or...
hard of an argument is that to make
wasn't
that
asking,
it's
I was just saying something.
retributive? That's not really like a difficult argument. It's clearly, but so when
Clearly
you're
what? What's
the
clearly
one
what?
thing that the
Hang
one
on, I didn't catch what you said. Can you say it again?
retributive.
Because you could
said
keep
you.
talking when she's talking. Of course you
Oh
can't
my
hear
Well, she
her
was talking
because
when
you're
I was
busy
talking, that's why I
talking.
couldn't
How
hear
can
it.
anyone
No,
hear
I
what she's saying
wasn't.
or the sound of your fucking voice? They can't hear you.
Dude, it's not a hard argument to make that it's retributive because yeah, in the scenario that you just laid out, then what other if it's not going to actually deter the theft, the increased like sentencing guidelines is not necessarily to. I mean, it can be to prevent, but honestly, preventative measures it doesn't really show. There's
It's just
very
to
little
administer
data
the
that.
justice of God.
There's very little data that shows that increasing the sentencing range for a crime actually deters the crime that much. What actually deters crime is the number of police officers and the likelihood to get caught. So if you're going to be increasing, so yeah. So you're saying that you have to actually show, like data-wise, that increasing the sentence would correlate with a decrease in shoplifters, and that's just not how laws are written or what is necessary to increase the sentencing.
I don't know how that was
But
addressing anything that I said, but
Loner, give it a shot.
it was literally addressing the exact thing. Oh my god! Did you go to law school?
no.
Oh no.
Okay, Loner, give it a shot.
I think
Loner, give it a
apparently
shot.
last year and into this year, I think like 9 or 10 states have put in laws to increase the sentences for organized retail theft. I think it seems to range from like a few months to over a year. But, yeah. Seems okay. I wouldn't have an issue with that. Maximum of 15 years in jail.
Do you have an issue with that, Straighter Aid? If someone is continuously being caught for stealing and it doesn't seem to stop them. They get caught, they do some community service, they pay a fine, but the next day or the next week or the next month they're back at it again. Is there ever a point where you say, okay, time for jail?
Yeah,
Who went
there
to
is.
jail? Who went to jail for the sweatshops in
Aaron,
Bangladesh?
Aaron?
answer my question.
But
please.
yeah, I said there is. There can be
Well,
cause or
what's
whatever.
your
Like
line?
working within
Sure,
the
what's your line?
framework of the like American legal system that we have now.
I want your moral line. I don't care about what is. I want you to tell me
What
what
it ought to be.
Ought to be, please.
I mean, ideally, no. Like, I don't think the majority of people need to be locked up for
So
nonviolent
someone
crime.
can
The
steal
United States
1,000
has like
times. 1,000 times come and go into a store, break into
no,
Walmart, break into
no, because
Walgreens,
you're
and
assuming
steal
that
1,000 times.
Wait, you're presupposing that just because I don't share the same opinion on like what the punishment should be, that there should be no attempt to remedy that person from repeat offending.
What I'm asking is, if your remedy does not work, is there ever a point where you
The
go
question is, if my
towards-
remedy doesn't work, of rehabilitation or providing people with the resources that they need to deter them from stealing,
Yeah, they keep
then
stealing.
yes, I would look at
Okay.
More punitive measures if that was what
Such as
meaningfully
jail.
deterred crime. Yes, such as jail. If that
Okay, fair
if
enough.
there was data that suggested that meaningfully prevented people from repeat offending, yes, I would.
What do you think, Karl Marx?
data that
And Ali?
there's data.
Yeah, I'm curious what Max and Ali think. Max, where is the point where someone has repeatedly stolen, repeatedly, again, has been caught for this, it's been proven in court that they've done it, they keep getting 30-day community service, they keep getting fines. At what point do you say, okay, no, just throw this person in jail? Is there a point?
I mean, I think that you it depends on what you've tried, right? With like pretty much any of these cases that people will like mention, I mean, there will be like a quantity of people who do just like compulsively do bad shit. That can happen, that can exist, and those people probably do need to be like protected in a way that they don't end up, you know, hurting other people or bringing harm to themselves in some way. But for the large majority, this just isn't really the case, and you can usually figure out how to solve these issues. But yeah, you know, for some people, maybe heavier sentencing would be necessary, but I think in the large majority of cases, you could find another like economic or rehabilitative solution.
You're
I
okay
think
with
Definitely
the
Ali is
15 years?
actually for prison, but let me ask directly just to make sure. What's your answer to this question, Ali? I'm curious.
I think it a little bit depends on the amount and the like repetition. Obviously, if someone's stealing like 50-cent bag of chips, I don't really care. I don't think they should be jailed. But if someone's stealing enough and they do it repeat 3 times, they went through community
Wait,
service,
so
whatever,
every
then
day,
be jailed. So
every
like
day a
3
man
times.
goes into Walmart, and
Hmm?
every day he steals a bag of chips. He doesn't need to, right? Like it's just what he does.
Cut his balls off.
There's no point in time where you don't throw this person in jail for at least
I'm
like a
not gonna
few
lie,
months.
nah, over a bag of chips, and I really couldn't.
Okay,
I
fair enough. That's your
yeah.
answer. That's your answer. Okay, excellent.
Loner
Gang.
Box, you're okay with a 15-year sentence for organized shoplifting?
I think that would have to be pretty extreme if it was. There'd have to be some violence involved in that. If it
Like,
was
how much
15
product
years.
is worth 15 years in your judgment?
I don't know if it turns a neighborhood into a food desert by closing the only place that's close to the people in a certain community. That's pretty fucking rough. But no, generally
Yeah, but
15 years.
that's not why
and
they
if
would
they
be
fucking
sentenced for
beat someone
15
up while they were
years.
doing it, no, I don't think 15
Like
years
a
is generally.
Walgreens or a Walmart or something like that's going to be more likely a contributor to it being a food desert than the opposite.
Well, retailers can close if the shoplifting, the amount they lose in shoplifting doesn't make it worth it. But either way, I'm generally not for like massive punitive measures just for their own sake. I would.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I haven't thought much about how many years, but 15 does seem quite
No,
extreme.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll take it.
Okay, gang. This has been a panel. This has been a show.
This has
I
indeed
want
been
to
a
make
panel.
sure to respect everyone's time, and you guys are talky, so I'm going to give a little extra time for closing statements. We are not ending the show. If you need to go, I understand. But if you'd like to stay, there's some people who want to come on and question you, and we will do that. So if you are in the audience and you want to interrogate some of the guests, please feel free to jump backstage, hit exclamation Discord in chat. If my mods can please throw my Discord link into the various chats on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube, please do so. And gang, if you're liking this content, like this, subscribe, do all that. It's been great. Don't steal this content. Do it, buy into it with at least a like. That would be nice. Okay, fair enough. But with that, yeah, so we're going to get to closing statements. Please tell people where they can find you because a lot of people want to sign with you. And thank you for the Prime sub, Royal Air Horse. I really appreciate you. Okay, we're going to start in reverse order. We started. Aaron, go ahead. Closing thoughts. Where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter, Instagram. All my socials are at straighterate or at straighterate_. I just want to point out that when I said joke and jest that shoplifting is the language of the unheard, I'm saying that because if anybody actually reads the context of what MLK was talking about in that speech, The Other America, he says riots are the language of the unheard, but the first thing that he does is condemn the violence of the riots, and I'm doing the same. I'm saying that I would never prescribe or make it a moral maxim that people ought to shoplift or steal, but that it can be an understandable crime, and it's more complicated. Theft in general is more complicated than I think people are willing to admit. In the same way that we can see that not all, like when you kill somebody, sometimes that can be in self-defense, which is justified, but simply killing somebody is not always murder. I wish people would be able to see the kind of areas of gray that accompany the reasons that people decide to steal and commit theft or whatever. So yeah, it's my closing statement.
Where can people find you?
I'm at straighterate on everything, or straighterate_.
Everything, gang. Check her out. She's great. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. And please don't be a stranger. Loaderbox, let's hear.
I've said all I need to. It's fine. I'll just give my time to someone else.
Okay. Carl Max, what you got?
Well, my name is at Ceremonious Hurt on Twitter, and on YouTube I'm at CarlMaxLive. My closing thoughts on the whole thing are that I think people tend to, when they think about a thing, they often think about it through exclusively one lens.
difficult.
You know, leftists will take crime, they'll think it's exclusively really
As a
okay
mountain.
and good all the time. Libs or right-wingers will say it's always terrible and evil. I think people need to, really try and knuckle down and actually figure out what the issues are caused by, what we could do to solve a large quantity of the problem, which, we could via economic solutions and stuff. And that the only solution isn't just to, limit these people's freedom, which a lot of people seem to believe. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure. We're trying to set something up between Short Fat Otaku and this gentleman, but we'll see how that goes. President Sunday.
Dev? That
yeah,
guy?
that's Dev.
Oh,
see if that goes.
yes, I would like that.
Yeah,
I just
we'll
feel
see how
like
it goes. I'm trying.
I feel like
President Sunday, what you got?
You will find me skulking around the back wall at Walmart.
Oh.
1 box of condoms for every finger, 1 package of formula for every toe.
Be based and beautiful, morally neutral. Lauren, what you got?
Yeah, I find it sad that this conversation went the way that it went. The area of gray that y'all wanted to point at, calling theft self-defense of the poverty of the system, is quite literally insane, considering the
Whoa.
poorest person in America has not even understood what poverty is like in other parts of the world, like Africa. The people here don't starve of starvation the way they do in other countries.
Can I respond to this or no?
It's closing statements. We're not ending.
Okay.
Stay if you want to
Okay.
respond. But let her have her closing
Damn.
statement. My God. Go ahead.
It's just quite
Wow,
a closing
like,
statement. But all right.
We're not having like mass starvation the way that we see in other
We starve
countries where
whitely.
there's actually poor people. And yeah, when you are in self-defense with murder, it's because somebody is like literally physically coming at you in the moment. When you're stealing computers to later sell because maybe you might need food and also like a vacation, that's not self-defense. This entire argument is really sad and retarded. You could find me at
True.
Lauren De Laguna everywhere at Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter.
You are a certifiable
Thank you.
nutball.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, and I hope to see you again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
I
what it
have
is.
more degrees than you, President Sunday.
Boom.
You want to around with your books, and I've read
Okay,
more
we
books.
can fight in a
no.
second. We can fight in a second. We gotta get.
They
we
don't
gotta
measure
get
mental
Ollie.
illness
We gotta
in
give Ollie
degrees, my
his
friend.
turn. I'm not gonna steal Ollie's turn. Ollie, your turn is now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my argument was never that stealing is good or that you should do it or any of these statements. Just simply that like someone's stealing, it's not on the responsibility of the worker or the customer to report or do anything about it. Rather, it's on the responsibility of the company. They can hire security if they need to. You can find me on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Ali the Sagir.
Okay, Ollie the Sagir. Check him out. Thank you again for coming on my show. I hope you enjoyed it. And gang, like I said, if you like this content, hit like, subscribe. Let me tell you what we got coming up before we end this entirely and we go to open calls. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be hosting a debate between Sansol and Non-Smoker on the Holodomor. And then Friday, at also 6 p.m., I'll be having Turkey Tom, Reservoir, Flowtrace, and maybe a couple others to talk about copyright and React content. That should be fun. Check us out. It'll be great. You don't want to miss a moment of it.
That's not
And
gonna
with
be
that
fun.
said,
Copyright? Really? Another copyright?
Copyright
debate?
and
Dear
React
God.
content.
What's non-smoker saying about the Holodomor?
You'll find out tomorrow, gang.
Oh,
But
Did
no.
they
hey,
smoke? Is
Wait,
that why
oh,
Stalin
no.
justified?
what's the debate topic? Is
Uh-oh.
there a prompt?
was the
Was it good?
Holodomor a genocide?
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, no,
Oh,
indeed.
no.
Pray for Sansol. Keep him in your prayers. We want
yeah,
him
my
to do well.
condolences.
So we'll see how it goes. With that, if you were like a lot of you, I don't see you backstage, but a lot of you have been DMing me. A lot of you have been blowing up my Twitter tags, blowing up my Twitter DMs, my Discord DMs, saying, I want on this, I want to ask these questions. But where are you in this hour of need? Where are you when it's time to put your money, so to speak, where your mouth is? Get in my backstage, and I'll bring you on one at a time to ask your questions until we're bored with you, and then we'll take you out. But please, exclamation point Discord. Oh, we got one right away. What you got?
Hello.
What a
Yep,
human
you're
would say.
live.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so just a quick clarifying thing to the losers that defend stealing. I believe Ali and Carl.
Knew he had a hot avatar.
Wait, what?
I knew he had a
If you
hot
want to turn your
avatar.
camera on and let him know who you really are, that's
Yeah,
Oh,
do
sorry.
it.
I just got out of the gym. Sorry, I'm just walking to my car. I've been listening to you
Nice.
guys.
You go to the gym.
Sorry.
Ooh,
Hey,
I like
okay, I know
that
you
guy.
always catch me. This is why I normally don't do debates, and because I'm always busy around this time. But anyway,
That
okay.
isn't working.
All right.
But go on.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
No. Anyway, ask
Well,
your question.
So, I want to know to what degree someone said earlier, oh, if you could steal from, Mr. Walmart, that isn't, it's a real family that made that company anyway. And if they didn't notice, would that be okay? And I want to know, why is that important? Why is it important that if they noticed?
Oh, you're asking me about my stealing from Mr. Walmart's house question?
Yeah. No. Specifically, you said, did they notice? You said that quick. You said that very quickly, like you had that in the chamber. You're like ready to have it out. Okay. So what do you got?
Well, my I don't really want to stick with that one. I don't think you should be breaking into anybody's house.
What?
Really.
Come on.
I know, but I will give you some justification though, okay? I think that a lot of people who are like hyper rich do tend to have an excess of things that they might not like ever use, and then therefore if it's something that they never use and then got taken from them and they were never aware that it got taken, I don't think that would actually like matter because it wouldn't.
It's just like an object
anything.
permanence kind of thing. Like, if it never existed in the reality, then it doesn't hurt them. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, kinda, right? I mean, how would they
God
be
damn
offended
it.
if they didn't know it existed?
Oh, man. So, on that reality, couldn't we steal from anyone if they never noticed?
Well, yeah, but most people would probably notice because most people don't have like.
No, I'm not asking. No. Hold on. Wait a second. Why are you adding that? We're not talking about that. We're talking specifically about the noticing part. So,
this guy's
if
good.
you steal from anyone and they don't notice, therefore it's fine. That's what you're sticking with.
You're gonna have to let me actually give you a proper answer here. I'm not gonna make any like absolute statements like that because that would be retarded and like a really shitty way
Your
to make
statement
any
was
point.
retarded. That's what I'm trying to point out. Thank you for finally.
I know
getting
you believe my Laura. I mean, you've even got Lauren's support. She's like a Mensa head, but like still, no. I
am like the head of Mensa. You're correct. Yeah, I do.
I believe it, Lauren. I believe it. I support
So
you.
you're okay with stealing valor? I see. Go ahead.
We need to put a freeze on Lauren until we can figure
I,
out.
You don't
I also
believe
was
it,
in the
Wick?
Air Force. It's not stolen valor.
You're in the Air
In the Air
Force.
Force. I was.
Oh, really? What did you do? I was in the Air Force for 6 years. I'm curious.
I didn't know.
I only did 2 years, so you like actually did the Air Force. I only was a cadet at the academy
Well,
for 2 years.
Then you can't have
okay,
been that
that's-
She
smart.
went on a
Lauren, I'm
field
sorry.
trip to the airport.
Set in senior.
You weren't even enlisted. Okay, officers don't.
Oh, the officer training, OTS.
Fair enough.
I should finish my point. Yeah, I
Answer
mean,
the question, please.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, it depends
I
on.
was gonna
on
ask
who
Sunday
it
if he
is,
has another
right?
credential
If it's
fraud
somebody who has
investigation
so
to
much
go- to
shit that
dive
they wouldn't
into.
notice if it got taken, I don't really see why they necessarily need to have all of that. Like, if somebody, let's say, someone has 2 million boxes of
That's not what
noodles
we were
in
arguing
their
about.
house.
We were arguing about the noticing part. We're not arguing about somebody being a mega rich person or a super.
Do you understand
poor
how
person.
if somebody has more money and they can afford more things, they'll be less aware if something gets taken away?
But he's trying to isolate the
They might
noticing
be.
variable.
Of noticing.
He's trying to isolate the
Well, you
variable
can't
of noticing.
isolate it though. You can't.
It's a
You can't just take
Well,
like one part of my
why
point.
can't you
Mate,
isolate that
I'm
variable?
poor
That
as
was
fuck,
one
alright,
of
but
the
I
most
have-
important parts of your statement.
Like, I could say that I don't have that much money, but I do have a few fairly valuable things in my house that I might not notice for like a year or two if they're gone, or ever, really. So.
Well, if it was a year or two, then that wouldn't count. I'm talking
Okay,
about things
ever,
that could
yeah.
disappear. They would never notice.
I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I do actually have a few things that probably I would never notice, but it would be okay to steal from me
Or
because
you're
I
hot.
wouldn't notice. Or
Bye.
I mean, yeah, if
Yeah,
there was
I
somebody
have
who
to
might
go.
like need that item, you need to go.
I have to go. I
I'm
love y'all
heartbroken.
very much.
I love you
Especially the
too.
sexy man on the phone and Loner Box, and of course Wick TV. And I'll say I love you too, Aaron. Okay, bye
I
y'all.
love you, Lauren.
Wow.
I see how it is.
Does that
I really
does that
want to
answer
get
your
into that.
question? And
Jova.
oh my God, your
Responsibility
cam is
debate.
actually working now when she left. I don't know.
That's so fucked.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Poor
Okay,
fellow.
well, anyway.
Yeah, just
So
sham.
no, we're still trying to isolate that variable, like W. Lennerbox was saying, that it's about the noticing. It's not about how rich somebody is or how poor they are. It's about the
Uh-huh.
noticing. It's about the object's permanence side of it. That seemed like to be a very important part for you, correct?
Well, no, it was in relation to the fact that rich people tend to have a lot of shit, and sometimes they don't need all of it.
But
It
then
was
I
like
think I got
about
you.
that.
I think you also just said it would be okay to steal something from me if I never notice it's gone as well, even though I'm not very rich. Or like so.
I don't, as I said, I don't think people should be going into each other's houses, but if there was like, if things just disappeared and landed in somebody else's hands without anything going between that, if it was a thing that you never needed and that
Okay,
person like
let me
desperately
ask you
needed it
this.
and it made
No,
their
just
Can
real
life
quick.
way
That's
No,
like
better.
let me. I have a question.
Pretty
I have a
please.
question, and I'm
But
going
I
to
got
ask
a
my
question, and I'm a participant.
ask
I'm not a
Max.
moderator.
Max. Okay, this is the after panel. Everything else, guys. Max. So if they don't notice and it doesn't harm them, they never know, then it really doesn't harm them, and it's okay. Well, what if someone's passed out drunk? Okay, they blacked out. They're at a party alone, right? Like no one else. Someone assaults them sexually, but they never know.
Knew
No
what's
one ever
going here.
tells them. They never know. There's no after effects. They don't get pregnant. There's
W.
nothing.
Wick.
Oh
happens.
my god.
Is
W.
that
Wicks in chat.
person? Is that person doing something wrong? Even though the person isn't harmed,
Yeah.
the person
Is
never
that person
knows.
doing something that somebody could be legally
I
charged for?
think-
Just asking for a friend.
You can be charged for stealing or
What-
raping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what are you
I
talking
think
about,
rape
President
is
Sunday?
bad.
Jesus Christ.
Rape
Both of
is
those things
bad.
are
I
That's
think
being
rape
approved.
is
a
bad
joke.
in a much more morally objectivist way than stealing is bad. You know.
But I think the variable
feel
in
like
both
those are
cases was that they
pretty
don't
distinctly
notice.
different
In both
things.
cases, the victims don't notice. And I thought it was like the not noticing thing that made
So-
the rich person stealing okay.
So Max, the issue is here is that the crime that is being pointed to seems to
How
have
does
an
Wonderbox
existence
do it?
independent.
I'm gonna
Seems to have an
fucking-
existence independent of the psychological or personal
Chat,
harm that it
I need money.
causes.
Okay, I'm
So,
working
for
so
example,
hard.
If a person never
I'm working
noticed,
so hard for
example,
these
an
subs.
instance of rape, we may still regard that as being egregious. However, due to it not being noticed, by definition, it wouldn't have a psychological impact. You see the problem.
Holy
there.
shit! So you defend Cosby then? You're okay with
What?
you're saying that since
No,
he drugged people,
no, God, no. The entire point is that it's
they
wrong.
didn't
regardless.
remember, right?
Yeah, the point is it's wrong regardless of whether or not they have an experience of it.
Okay, so therefore,
You're not
also
following what
stealing
I'm saying.
is
Yeah,
bad.
but do you think the same for stealing?
Okay.
I'm guessing Sunday. I'm guessing you think the same for stealing
Thank
as well,
you.
right?
I'm trying to get to the stealing back to the stealing part.
Well, I was
We're tying
getting there,
that
but you
together.
couldn't follow the sentence because you're drunk or something.
No,
which
because
is odd for me
you
to say.
always are so be more succinct, man. Please speak more
No.
succinctly. This has
No.
always
That's
been the
impossible.
issue of yours.
Okay, we
I'll
have
tell you
some other
what,
people in
you
line.
shave,
We're
I'll
gonna
be more
cut this off
succinct.
because we have other people in line. I want to respect people's time.
Oh,
You got
this
one,
is
one
getting
more
good.
parting shot. One more parting shot, mister.
You look like a
both of you
garden
guys-
gnome.
I don't care. W to Loanerbox and to all the people that defended not stealing, losers, everybody
Okay.
else.
Whoa.
Aaron, you're cool.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, cool.
I'm never recovering
me
from
then?
He
this.
is cool.
This was-
gets-
that
he
That
was-
gets-
guy doesn't like me.
He does win in the end.
Fuck.
Oh no. Okay, what you got?
Oh, Imagination Team, thanks for the
Ethan
£5.
Tucker,
Thank you
go
so much.
ahead. With a name like this, how can we lose? What you got for us? Base, beautiful. You're live on air and your audio isn't working. Okay, here we go. Here you go. Okay, what you got? You're live.
I just stumbled in.
Oh, hey, Ron. How you doing?
Let me do some prep and then I'll talk.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move you out till you're done.
No,
Okay.
not Ron.
We're gonna bring him back. Don't worry, but he wasn't ready, so we're gonna keep
No, you're
it
wrong.
going. You're live. What you got?
Hello.
Oh, hey,
All
food
right.
stamps.
Hi.
Yes.
We were
yeah,
talking
I
about
heard
you
you
earlier.
guys. Yeah, I know. You guys were talking about food stamps. Wait, what the fuck? Lauren isn't here anymore. I was gonna ask her a really interesting question. What the fuck? Okay, hold on.
Aw.
Okay. So, Carl, Marks.
Yeah.
Why? Okay. All right.
Max.
So I have a Max. So
I mean,
like
if you're
to
talking about me.
yeah. To what extent are you like defending like stealing or shoplifting or whatever?
Within like I think a degree of necessity. I also believe that people should live a certain level of comfort. But if that isn't attainable without ruining everything for everybody else, then they shouldn't do that. But most evidence that we've seen about shoplifting doesn't really prove that it will that one person stealing some like more items themselves that they need is gonna like ruin everything, and it's gonna like make the shop shut down and stuff. I think it can be done within necessity, and I think it's pretty fair. Like especially that 10% of Americans who are food insecure, I think they have full right to shoplift, because if they're not getting enough money to be able to actually feed themselves and their families, then they should get that food in a different way.
Okay, so what if there are some like people who are like in fact like shoplifting for fun? Like people who are shoplifting for, how would you determine that criteria, and where would you draw the line then?
Well, you figure out what their circumstances are, right? You can see how much money they've got, if they've got any debt. You can talk to them and figure it out. I mean, if there are people who are doing it totally unnecessarily, you should probably stop them. You should probably you should in place things in order to stop these people. But if we're at the point where I'm like able to pass laws and stuff, I would already have passed laws to get rid of the other like thieves who are actually people who are doing it in like because out of need, because they didn't have enough resources. And thus you'd only have the people who are doing it unnecessarily left, and it would be much easier to like take care of and to prevent people from doing it unnecessarily.
I mean, let's be very fair, right? So you're basically saying that since this is such a non-issue statistically, then would you say that would you allow like shoplifting and stealing like everywhere, that this shouldn't even be illegal at all? That like
no,
if somebody,
I'm saying that certain circumstances,
line, right?
some criteria need to be fulfilled of like quality of life and of how people are surviving in order for.
Right, but at the end of the day, the cops can't just talk to literally everybody. It's not like everybody can just simply like talk to everybody and determine the circumstances of every single person.
Right, that's why we in place policies that prevent these people from existing at all.
Hold on, let me finish.
Right?
Let me finish. So the police
I want to hear from other
cannot.
people here too, but go on.
Yeah, sure. The police cannot simply have enough resources to talk to everybody, do a background check, to do whatever. If you want to argue that point, that's fine. If they want to dig into the background, that's fine. But you would also have to argue to increase the funding for the police department as well. So unless you want to
if it helps
argue,
them take care of crime better and it helps them do it in a non-violent way, I don't really take issue with
fine.
it.
Cool.
I don't care about that.
All right.
We do
I'm
have
not
quite
going
a
to be
line
anti-cop
brewing, but I
funding
want to
if it
get
makes
other
it better
people's
for the
opinions
communities.
before we let you go, Food Stamps. So any other thoughts on her questioning and lines of questioning?
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish Lauren was here because I have a question for her. But other than that, I'll see you guys. Okay. Bye. Thank you for letting me in. See ya.
Take care.
I wonder what the question was going to be.
I wonder what that was.
I'm
too.
so curious.
But I
man.
guess she can DM me and we can maybe set that up at another date.
I've linked the
let's
Discord
bring
and chat if any of you guys
Lisa
want
is
to
a
fire in.
fascist.
That's promising.
Yeah. We love Lisa. Lisa's a treasure. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey there, Rick. It's great to see you. And Ali, I see you. It's nice to meet you. Anyway, what I was going to talk about was EBT and Wick and like as in the program, not Wick as in the man. And
WIC to be clear.
Yes. And also the
Oh, hey, Lisa. How are you?
Hey there, Sunday. It's wonderful to speak to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you as you were.
Trans rights crap.
Oh,
Thanks for the 5 Canadian.
go
We appreciate
ahead.
that.
You can interrupt me anytime you
Free
want.
Khalistan, free Kashmir,
let's
free
see,
Kurdistan, return Gao to Portugal.
What I was going to say was,
listen,
I have heard.
I think about it.
I have heard people lose their jobs because of a lot of. It might be shrinkage, what they call shrinkage, when people inside like the actual employees are stealing, but they will also fire you if you don't stop people from stealing so much, like at a Family Dollar or something. You people in the up northward probably don't have those, but they're like a low income little variety store that they put in places where there's food deserts. And
what's your question?
And I said I saw it happen. They were actually talking about it, and then magically one day that Family Dollar was gone. And so I'm thinking that it really did close down because of theft.
Maybe.
But my other thing is, I do believe that in most cases now, unless you're really in a bind and you can't get anywhere to get food, is there's just really a lot of alternatives. There's EBT. It's not great, but it's a lot better than it used to be. There was a time when I was getting $16 a month, and I am really poor. I am on disability, and
I
but
think
now
you've
I'm like
actually,
that.
if I may, I think you've actually potentially introduced an interesting sort of wrench to throw into the discussion. So let's presume, for argument's sake, that this proposition that businesses were closing due to shrinkage due to theft was true. Would that fundamentally change the argument of either side? Not necessarily like obviously loaner box, etc. Their side, they were presuming that, but would it change the position of either Max or Straighterade or what do I call you again, sir? Ali?
Ali.
Ali. Ollie, you first. I'm moderating now. This is now my stream.
Oh, would it
Got a
change the
bigger audience than
position
Wick, anyways.
if there were stores that closed due to a shrinkage, theft, whatever?
Indeed, yes. Would that bear on
No.
your argument?
No,
not at all.
I mean,
Ollie says no.
Yeah.
What do you think, Max? Yes?
Oh
No?
shit! I'm sorry. Sorry, I was typing to my chat. What was the question?
So
Sorry.
if it could be demonstrated through data that there are stores that are closing directly due to shrinkage, loss from theft, etc., would this change your argument? Yes or no?
Nah,
Yes.
I mean, I've been making the same point. I am anti shoplifting as well. I just want to solve it in a different.
Got you. Aaron, what about you?
What was the question? I had stepped away.
No, that's fine. If it can be proven, demonstrated, like through data,
Mhm.
that
No
to your satisfaction, that loss, shrinkage, theft, etc., is directly responsible for stores closing down in communities, would that change your position?
No.
No.
Unless,
Okay,
like,
no's all around. We got the hat trick.
can I ask a
no's.
question real quick?
Though, I want some clarification though. Is like the
Please.
store in question? Is it like a mom and pop shop? Is it a corporation? Is
Like
it
a corporation, like a Walmart or something. Maybe
If
it's
it's
like a major
Walmart,
employer locally, but regardless, it's yeah.
No, generally speaking.
The Family Dollar, if you know what those are. I don't know if you're from America, but
Like a
like
dollar
they're in
store?
a lot of poor
I grew up
areas.
on Family Dollar. I know what it is. And
Oh,
Dollar Tree.
wonderful!
Love me the
Yeah,
Family
Family
Dollar.
Dollar, Dollar Tree, and Dollar General. I love going to all of those.
Are you a
because you can get
Michigander?
good deals.
Wait, what was the last thing someone said?
I asked her if she was a Michigander. She named all my local dollar stores.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm in North Carolina.
Okay.
I'm in Texas and we have that trifecta also.
Beautiful. Lisa, we love you. You're a valued member of my community, but for now.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're gonna throw me away. I understand. I'm no longer content.
No,
Bye
you're
bye.
still good. We still love you.
Take
I
care
have,
of
a quick,
yourself.
I have a quick question for loaner box. I mean, I guess
Okay.
anyone that's like anti-shoplifting, whatever. Do you guys consider like sharing Netflix passwords or like taking snacks into the theater with you as shoplifting as well, or theft?
I think it's a very different. No, I wouldn't really consider. It's
Why?
a kind of theft, but I wouldn't consider it the same as shoplifting.
I mean,
because I don't
theaters
really know
are
what
food.
the. I don't.
Theaters are, to be fair, they are fundamentally food services at the end of the day. So I mean, if you are taking in cheaper food from elsewhere, you are undercutting their business in a similar fashion as a shoplifter would.
But I haven't heard of. Well, first of all, people like if you're poor and a Walmart closes, you might have to go somewhere further away and more expensive. I don't know about theaters closing because people were taking in their own suites. I don't think I've ever heard about that. That became a massive
I was
problem.
just, like wondering where your like threshold of like stealing from a company lies.
I think generally don't steal, but also the retail problem is that we have like retailers closing or putting up their prices and shit like that. So I think you'd have to see some kind of consequence that affects the general
Wouldn't
clientele and the community.
Netflix raises their prices due to password sharing, and then theaters charge like
I
exorbitant
think
amounts for popcorn
Netflix
and
have just
candy.
recently made it very, very difficult to share passwords. I think they're probably
Yeah.
justified to do that, yeah, because otherwise it
They
gets more
upped their price,
expensive.
then they made it difficult.
Okay.
Right?
They what?
They upped their price, then they're making it more difficult. The price is still going to stay
Wait.
the same though.
What?
Okay.
I feel like they could have just
okay.
done one of those
Wait.
things.
I
yeah.
want to.
I found
wanna hear from
Loner
Max,
Box. I
and then I
found an
want Olive to go.
article.
Hmm.
I found an article saying that cinemas are closing down because of people sneaking snacks in.
Wow.
Yeah,
This
it's
isn't an
probably bad to
article.
do. You should probably dad to do. You
It
probably
oh,
should.
if it's in
15
an
years,
article, then
20
it's definitely
years.
true. It's definitely
I
true if
think
it
that
was in an article.
that's his point, Olive. Olive, what you got for us?
I was gonna say more, but then I missed out, so I don't really have anything. I'm just gonna say Despacito.
Whoa.
Okay.
Why'd you cut her out?
I didn't. She cut herself out. She self-selected.
I don't believe you.
Doobie! Hello.
Doobie.
You're live.
Hello?
Yep, you're
I
here.
do be.
This is really good, by the way.
Yeah, okay. You need to read literally everything else by Brandon Sanderson. I will give you a reading list if you're interested, okay?
I will. This is
Going to his
fantastic.
convention in November. He's my favorite author of all time. Okay. So two things really quickly. So first, I think Wix did a really bad job of relaying my chat message earlier. So what I asked him to do actually was to insult you personally, Karl Marx or Karl Max, both for being British and also for saying something stupid that really triggered me. Okay. So when Loaderbox brought up like news stories or articles that about shoplifting and its effect on like I think like poor communities, you hand waved it by saying that another article, some other story, was incorrect at some point. So therefore, how could we trust this article that Loaderbox is bringing up? I think that was fucking terrible. Right, that's fucking awful position to take, especially given that when he asked you what you look to, what you trust, you said data, and we know that sometimes researchers flub data, right? So I don't. So obviously, it's not reasonable to just trust all news articles or trust all data. Obviously, you should double check things or triple check things.
Right.
But I think just hand waving his argument because you're aware of some other story where some journalist was incorrect is stupid.
The argument. Do you mind if I explain myself?
Yes.
So Walgreens, their loss to theft, I think last year was 564 million, which was 2.5% of their profits, right? This is more than both what Target and Walmart are being stolen from. And Walgreens still said that it was like a fucking bad excuse for it. So if Walgreens is losing more money via theft, I'm inclined to not believe that the other companies that are bitching about it actually have it that bad. Especially when they are making as much money as they are and theft isn't really affecting them on that great of a scale.
Wait, you're saying Walgreens isn't being affected by theft? Like they're not closing stores?
Yeah, they said that they literally went back.
Right?
Yeah, they literally made a statement saying maybe we cried too much over shoplifting, and that they regret how they handled it and that they exaggerated about it.
So basically, you inferred it to every other business that said they've closed because of shoplifting because of one company that got it wrong. That's exactly what you just said.
No, I'm saying that
So
one
that's
company
okay, yeah.
that lost
Like,
money
it's-
from theft lost more money than the other companies,
What if-
saying that
okay.
it's not actually necessary to
I don't
shut
know
down
if
as a
they got it.
consequence.
What
of
if we
that.
just-
But that doesn't negate
what
the
if we
fact
just-
that other retailers have lost enough
True.
that they felt like they needed to close.
True.
But also, like even the original point with the
This is-
article, like because it turned out the article that I was mentioning actually went against you anyway. It did show that organized retail theft was like in the tens of billions, and also that one of the top products that was stolen was infant formula for making drugs. So I guess you got your little
Tens
dunk,
of
but
billions isn't that much when we're talking about like every single shop. Wait, how much are we talking about though? Because
Okay,
tens
Max,
of billions.
just the original point. You don't need a case that's strong. You can simply make the inference that it is possible that other retailers are overblowing it because one was, and then you can leave that open from further investigation. You don't need to make the positive claim that they aren't, right?
Okay.
Right, and so far as I understand, right, your position has nothing to do with the size of the retailer, right? So whether it's some mom and
No,
pop
it does.
or it does.
No, I
okay,
made
so
that-
what's
didn't
the
I make
cutoff
that clear
then?
before?
Okay, well I said so far as I'm aware. So if I'm incorrect, that's fine. So what's the cutoff? Is it they have to have like 2 locations, 5 locations, 10 locations? Where
The
does it
cutoff
okay
is
to
how
start
much
robbing
they'll
them?
be affected by it. And
How do you- Okay, so how do you like figure out how they're going to be affected by it? Like
by
how would you
seeing how
come to
much
that
money
understanding?
that company would make otherwise, and how much shoplifting is actually affecting them.
I see. So
'Cause if
you'd
it's a
run some kind of
smaller
like some research to figure out how much allowing shoplifting in this
You'd
specific
use
store chain.
numbers.
Yeah, how much allowing shoplifting in this specific chain of stores would impact their bottom line, impact their stance in the community, impact their ability to hire, to keep prices low. And after you figure that out, if it's not meeting your threshold, whatever imaginary threshold that is, you just allow the shoplifting there.
I mean, yeah, if it's not like destroying the shop and they can still continue to exist, then yeah. And especially if it is like necessary and occurring from people who are like, having to skip meals and so on, I think that's.
Well, okay, but you keep going to the
Oh,
skipping
isn't that why
meals
they
and
don't
the
insure
food
that?
and the necessity thing.
Isn't that why they
You
don't
also said-
insure shrinkage? They don't insure shrinkage because it's just like almost guaranteed to happen. So at a certain point, yeah, the insurance companies are letting it happen or allow it to happen.
What if they were
Wait,
making
and
up the loss by increasing their
what did you-
prices? Would that be fine?
They already do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm asking.
They've been increasing their prices
increase their
without
prices
like
with
it
or
being
without theft.
related to shoplifting,
But
and
they-
the
okay,
theft
but
is
we're
then a
talking about-
consequence of the
No,
shoplifting.
but you said it
But we're
would-
talking
you
about
said it
isolating
prices,
variables.
right?
Obviously, if the shoplift,
Ali,
if the
you just
leakage,
conceded it was because of theft. Sorry.
if the leakage goes up, what they're prepared to accept, then they'll put their prices up.
Wait, did you just say that the insurance companies aren't insuring shrinkage? I mean, do you mean to
Yeah,
say
they
they're not
don't
insuring
cover
the shop-
shrinkage.
What do
No,
you
they
think that
do,
means?
but you have to be careful because shrink can include anything from shoplifting from customers. It can include the employers or employees themselves, and then it also includes just items that are damaged. So shrink is any disparity that exists between the book inventory versus the actual inventory once they take accounting of it. And they're trying, like insurance companies are trying to prevent business owners from exaggerating how much loss is incurred due to theft instead of loss that's incurred due to their own administrative mistakes or damages.
For these
I wanna-
studies, do we actually have any of these studies actually had access to the shrinkage reports from these different companies? Because as I understand it, they're typically pretty reluctant to
They
share that
lump
information.
everything in usually.
Most of what we
Yeah.
go with right now is either from the retailers themselves or from just like other
No.
retailers.
I
alongside
understand
them,
it's from. I understand it's from the retailers,
witness,
but do they actually expose their shrinkage, specifically their shrinkage values?
Not
to the
really.
public?
It's all rough estimates. That's why, like, the thing that makes up, it's about like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, pretty much for each of those.
So this entire argument is apropos of no data, effectively.
Yeah, pretty much.
The data is all.
The
Well,
other
there,
issue is that,
there are the
like-
losses, but
Well, the data is inferred then, which is not great.
The other issue is that,
Not we're
like-
trying to draw sweeping like conclusions about its effect on society or on the company or whatever. Wick, I got to run. I have another call to take, but thank you for moderating. Arrivederci. Thanks everybody
Nice
for
talking.
trying. Max,
I
you're pretty
can't
good
be
at this.
awesome,
You should
man.
do it again. Cheerio.
Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Okay, Ethan, let's try this again. You're live.
It's Ron, actually. Call me Ron. That's
Okay.
Change your Discord name to Ron. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Say that again.
Why would you come in with the name Heathen if you want to be called Ron? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm sorry.
First of
Go
all,
for it.
camera, if you got him, and then let's hear what you got.
So, I appreciate this realistic conversation that you've been having about retail and how it operates. I have some questions about other realistic scenarios. For example, what would you do if Athris the Lich King were besieging your store? Would you have a responsibility to defend your store from this?
If I was a paladin with holy might, yes.
Or if Wrestling Magic, the god of magic, came into your store and demanded all of your goods, you have no power to stop this being because he's a god of magic.
You don't know me. I'm a very powerful wizard, mightier than you can imagine.
You must not be familiar with Wrestling Magic.
You must
There's
not
this
be
thing that you're
familiar
doing
with
that
me.
frustrates me. I've worked retail before, right? I spent years working in retail. And the conversation that you are having is so far removed from the realities of working in retail that you might as well be asking what you would do if, like, the Hulk stomped into your store. It's not
Who are
realistic.
you getting angry at here?
I'm angry because you're
Who are you
talking about
angry at?
hypotheticals that aren't even real, that aren't even remotely real. You're just presuming that you know things that you very clearly don't.
Do you think that shoplifting is made up?
Absolutely not. I didn't say that.
That is the topic tonight, is shoplifting.
But let me tell you, from my experience, shoplifting isn't important. The companies don't care about shoplifting. They just use it as a distraction. They use it to hire
Distraction for what?
or to get more money from the government. Let me tell you.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you.
Has there been an increase in government grants to retailers? They're closing. No, it's okay. That's fine. You're a memer. Okay, fuck off. This guy has nothing to contribute to the debate. It's okay.
They're not hiring people. They're closing because the managers are being told not to hire people, and because they're being told not to hire people, they're not able to operate their stores. This is something I know from experience. No, listen, I worked retail for years.
Which retail store do you manage?
I didn't
manage.
I
He doesn't
wasn't a
manage.
Okay, you
manager.
weren't a manager?
I was up in the front.
So you
But
weren't a
I
manager.
never
You have no
made
experience in
anyone
management.
pay full
Gotcha.
price for baby
Got 'em.
formula. I never made
Hold on,
anyone
could-
pay
wouldn't
full
the-
price for diapers or pads.
I love it
That
how
was a
1
decision
minute
I
people
made.
are like, oh, these capitalists will do everything they can to squeeze the profits from the people. They're going to do everything. All they care about is their bottom dollar. But then you're like, oh, I guess a lot of these shops are just like caging everything and slowing down their business because they feel like, because they're memeing or because they're
like even
they're
wouldn't them not hiring be an indication that maybe they're not they don't have as much profits and ability to hire as they used to?
A lot of them are just
maybe why they're
automating work.
squeezing their dollars and not hiring people.
You're saying these multi-billion-dollar companies are
Not all
struggling.
these
Oh my God,
companies are
stop saying
multi-billion
multi-billion. Fucking what retailers, grocery retailers only make an average of like 1 or 2% profit. That's what matters.
Did I say we should be stealing from like small fucking shops?
No, but you keep on
How many
making
ti-
you
Sorry,
keep on
sorry,
making
that
this
was
point. You
extremely
keep
vague. How
on
many
saying,
times
"Oh,
have I
how they
said-
make fucking billions and billions of dollars." Well, that doesn't really matter when it comes to their decisions of hiring and whether they're going to stay open or closing.
Well, what the fuck are you talking about? You just made the argument that they couldn't do it because they don't have enough money. How is them like their finances not related to their hiring
Yeah,
practices?
if their profits are getting affected, if they're, it doesn't take that much conceivably. Okay, the guy's got some more to say.
Doesn't take that much.
Okay, let's hear our guest.
You have a
Let's hear our
fantastic
guest.
mind.
We're gonna
Voldemort's
give,
still
we're
yelling
gonna
in the
give
background.
Ron the floor. Ron, you have the floor. Get your point across, and then we'll address it, and then we'll evaporate you. But go ahead.
So, in regards to things like baby formula and diapers, most of the money that is used to purchase that comes from the government. Literally, the government will send boxes full of baby formula to expectant mothers. So I can also tell you from experience, a 12-ounce can of baby formula is like $30. It's obscene.
Yeah.
Also, when I was fired, it wasn't for any of that shit I just talked about. It was because I refused to sell cigarettes to a guy who had a fake ID.
Whoa.
That's what they care about. They don't care about shoplifting. They just use that as an excuse to get money. What they care about is obeisance. And if you're not obedient enough, they'll get rid of you. The problem that they're having is that they've run through all of the people who were obedient. They don't have the workforce is just through with this.
But you just said that they're intentionally not hiring people, right? So that they can like I guess squeeze their dollars and not like provide services to the community. Yes, you did. You said they're intentionally not hiring people. Right? And because they're not hiring people, they're not able to provide services to the community, and this is why they're shutting down. Now you're saying that actually it's not that they're intentionally not hiring anybody, it's because they are like there's nobody willing to like be obedient or something? Like which is it? Is it because there aren't people interested in the jobs, or is it because they're intentionally like trying to keep the workforce low?
Oh my God, Bill Clinton.
It can be both, can't it?
I'm asking you which one do you think it is? Do you think it's both?
It can be both.
Well, I'm asking what you think.
Both in order to have not enough people in an area that you can hire. Yeah.
Wait, so you do think it's both? You think they're one intentionally keeping their employee count low for some reason?
I know that for a fact.
Maybe to boost profits. I think from your perspective, but also even if they wanted to hire a workforce, nobody's willing to work for them. They can't find people willing to take the job.
So here's the thing, right? When I was working in Dollar General. When I was working in Dollar General, we had 1 or 2 people a week come in and put in an application. The whole 2 years I was working there, one other person got hired. We had no more than 2 people on the floor at any given time. We needed 2 more people on the floor at any given time. Many more people, 3 or 4 more people on the floor during holidays, because there was just so much inventory. I don't know if you've seen these pictures of Dollar Generals with boxes of products strewn everywhere, half put away, half just laying on the floor, to the point where it's a hazard. I don't know if you've seen how the shareholders are angry about how...
But if you're...
Ron, can we see your camera?
Come again?
You
Turn your
really,
camera on.
dude, Yeah, turn your camera on, please.
It's off?
Yeah, it's off.
off.
Turn it on.
Yeah,
I thought I turned.
unfortunately.
No,
There it
apologies.
is.
I thought I turned it on.
Okay, this makes this so much better. But go on.
Wait, you can't talk shit.
Wait, but
You look
but
this-
isn't
it's
kind
a
of
spitting
the
image of you.
I
so
know.
isn't kind
I
of
love
the
it. That's why
trade-off
it's
of
way
like
better.
a dollar
No,
store,
Wick is in a
right? Like,
torture dungeon.
so typically they are going to have worse customer service, a worse like buying experience, right? You're gonna run into issues with like just boxes torn open on the shelves and shit like this throughout the day. But this is because partially because they want to keep their prices low. They have to stay around that dollar mark, right?
No,
If
it's
they,
not. Like,
of course it is.
it's so much.
What do you
You're
mean? No, it's not.
simplifying things so much. There are these compounding factors. It's not.
Okay,
they're
you
not
think I'm
super
simplifying things, but you saying that they're one not
not
able to find
able
obedient workers, and two intentionally keep their employee count low because they're like evil or something.
We do have a
That's
lot.
not oversimplifying.
I can put articles in chat where the shareholders.
I mean,
are
Max says we
furious
can't trust
about how
articles. I don't know.
Please
I'm the
do,
journalist.
please do, but we do have to move on. Ron, thank you for coming. I am sorry that you had a bad experience in retail.
Yeah, fuck you, Ron.
My God.
I
You know, I
think
feel
he's
bad that
right
you
for the
kicked him right after
record. I
I said
think he
it.
just said it in a really shitty way.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot win people over if you're gonna be like that. You gotta chill. You gotta
Man,
chill. You gotta
he
be
knew who
normal.
Raceland Magier was. I mean, Dragonlance fans, anyone? Come on, let's go.
Garbage. Garbage
I was
piece of
more of
news.
a Forgotten Realms kind of guy, but you know, it
Yeah,
is what it
Forgotten
is.
Realms is way better.
Usurp, what you got? Usurp? I don't know how to say that word. I know what it means though, but go ahead.
You sir, how you doing, Wick? Thank you. I think my main question is for Max here. So I got in at the very end of the conversation right before you guys did your wrap up. And you said something about stealing based on the degree of necessity. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, I mean, I've named this example a number of times, but food insecurity, I think.
Not
justify
food,
stealing.
anything but food.
You also said people are like deserving of like a certain level of comfort.
Yes, thank
like-
you, Doobie. Yeah, because you said a certain level of comfort. So, like, are you allowed to steal? Like, would you find it okay for people to go steal iPads?
I don't think that's a necessary level of comfort. No, I'm
Okay,
talking
so-
about things like literally things you need to like live.
That's
properly,
necessity.
you know?
What's the comfort?
Things like
Yeah, that's like you need food.
I
Like
think
I'm
comfort- a
thinking like
degree
the
of comfort
Aladdin
is a
principle.
necessity.
Like the Aladdin
That's my
principle.
point.
Like you're allowed to steal like a loaf of bread, and I think for the most part, most people aren't going to actually care about that. But when you're talking about like retail shoplifting, a lot of times, yeah, people are stealing food. But I would wager or bet that a majority of the people actually going and committing retail theft aren't stealing food. And even the people that are stealing food, we'll take a group of those people, they're just stealing a fucking Snickers from their local convenience store, or they're stealing soda, or they're stealing like the steak that they don't need to have, but they just want a steak. So would you defend things like that, or just the people who are literally starving and they need to feed their family?
Well, I think it depends, right? I mean, I wouldn't defend every single time somebody steals something, but I feel like you can justify certain things. Like meat has gone up way in price, right? It makes sense that somebody might have to steal a steak, and it might they might
Okay.
need the protein, right?
Okay,
And I think it's fair for somebody to be entitled to like a balanced diet, right? And
There,
not
I
just
feel
eat
like the
same shit every
words
day 'cause they can't afford
have
more.
and need are doing a lot of heavy lifting in these sentences. So like, what do you mean by they have to steal a steak?
Well, I mean, they to have a balanced diet and to have sufficient meat.
Okay, but I think you're
have to
avoiding
get
what
meat.
he's asking, right? So we'll make it more simple. So if somebody needs protein, but what they steal is like a $1,000 A5 Wagyu, whatever the fuck, right? Like, is that justifiable from your perspective? When there were other cheaper options there on the shelf that they could have stolen, if they go for
Or
the most
bought.
expensive thing, or bought, yeah. If they go for the absolute most expensive thing, is that still justifiable to you?
I mean, I think it's like unnecessary, but I also think if it's set at an unjustifiable price, I don't know. But,
Dude, you
but
got you
no,
you got
I
to
won't-
speak with your
I won't
chest here.
say
You got to
anything.
actually have some conviction when you're talking. So I need to know if you're actually for like actual theft. So like, are you just the Aladdin
I've
principle?
made it
That's
very clear that I'm for theft within reason. I don't understand how you
but
folks
you're not-
can't-
you're not
No
making
one-
it clear
you're
that
not
you have a
defining
reason.
reason.
Davey Witch, give me your fucking, give me the
Like,
link.
like you're not
Fuck you,
defining
give
like
me
it's
the
a
link. Stream chat.
nebulous like.
There's no
group
way.
of
Well, the
people that
reason
are
is
in
that
this
there are
battle.
like a large amount of people in America who are struggling, who don't get enough food, right? As a consequence of things like failed welfare systems, as a consequence of things like fucking the
Who do you
failed
think is
like
stealing
capitalist
more?
system.
Wait, but you keep
Just real
going to
quick,
food when
let me
earlier
ask.
you said that you could steal from loaner box if
Yeah.
you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah.
No, wait,
So
wait.
it's not just food.
I think even like retailers, there's a couple of quotes that like they seem to be saying that most of their losses are coming from organized retail theft. It's not from people like,
Exactly.
stealing what
Like
they
the
need.
people go into Home Depot and stealing like 50 power drills. Is that okay?
Apparently, this guy thought it was okay to steal
And am
all
I
that
endorsing that? I said
$2,000
out
worth
of
meat on
necessity. Do
Twitter.
they need 50 power drills? What kind of question?
You're the
What
one
if the
not
community
defining what
needs power
necessity
drills?
is.
What
I
if they need to
define
sell
what
the power
necessity is
drills
about
to
five
make a
times
living?
over. If you can't hear me, that's like a you problem. You
Okay,
know?
okay.
Maybe listen.
I'm
better.
sorry. I
Whoa.
forgot.
What if
I-
they're stealing the power
my
drills so they
mom-
can sell them and make a living and feed their family? Is that then justified?
I think that depends. I think that depends.
What if
it's
I made it my job to
distributed among-
shoplift and sell shit that I saw shoplift? Like, is that necessary? Is that like a necessity enough for you?
Yeah, it's Doobie's job. That's how
I
he provides for his family.
Yeah, like if you're unemployed.
I would prefer if that didn't happen. This is
Okay,
why
you're being a
I
fucking weasel. Just be direct.
I'm being a weasel.
Own
Yes,
your
you're being a
shit.
weasel. I'm not asking what you
I think
prefer.
the
Obviously,
conditions that exist
I'm
right
sure
now
the guy who's
shouldn't exist.
shoplifting probably prefers that he didn't feel the need to shoplift.
I
right?
think
But
they're,
I'm
I think
asking-
they're so just to translate.
he's-
Sorry, DB, I'll help you. Don't. I think the
Okay.
frustration that the guys are having is that you want differing back to this thing of like the conditions that make people feel like they need to steal to make a living shouldn't exist. But that's a kind of non-statement because everyone agrees with that in one way or the other. So I think they're asking
I
you
don't think
whether it's
anyone-
morally okay to do, like, or morally justified to do it.
I
Given
don't
that
really see
those conditions aren't changing anytime soon with a 50-50 split in the Senate. But yeah.
I mean, it depends on like a billion factors, right? Like, if it depends on if it's like a sustainable crime, something you can do without like ruining it for everybody else. It depends on how much harm it's actually doing to people, if there are people being directly harmed, or if it is just like such a massive conglomerate that they aren't affected by it materially. Like, I think there are like guidelines to this, right? I'm not just saying anybody can do anything at any time, and I'm not going to make any absolute statements because it is something that depends, and it is something that you need to treat on a case by case basis, right?
So
Well,
you're
what
cool
do you
with
think about
stealing-
stealing the lady who stole $2,000 worth of meat from the shop? What do you think about that one?
I mean, I don't know because I don't know the circumstances there, right?
What circumstance would justify that?
Meat?
Yeah, give me the
I mean,
circumstance.
I mean, I don't know. I think it again, it depends. I think if
On
you
what?
there are
What we're asking is it's not
if
an
you
unfair
have
question that they're
immeasurable,
asking. They're asking,
unbeatable
there's a
debt as a
specific
consequence
situation.
of something that's fucked up and unfair,
I think,
you could do larger scale. Like, as long as you try and minimize victimhood, you could try and steal more.
What
but
does
I think that would be
mean,
hard to
minimize
execute.
victimhood?
I think no. Wait,
It minimizes
wait.
the negative effects of it. If it's a place that can afford to get more of that resource easily, if it's a place where they won't like end up immediately leaving as a consequence of, the theft that just happened, then you shouldn't be doing it. But you should be. You
So I
should be
mean,
careful.
when Destiny was on Twitter saying that like she was stealing all that meat to sell for a profit, and I think your response was, "Does Destiny think thieves reselling stuff to turn a profit aren't doing so to feed their loved ones?" That sounds
Oh,
like
wow,
a justification.
You know my shit.
I was sent it.
Yeah, I mean, I think no, because Destiny's point was that people that she was doing a crime and it had to be unethical because she was doing it to turn a profit, which I think is a really silly argument against people who are poor and can't afford food, because even if they do a crime where they do turn a profit, that profit can still be translated into food, right?
Well,
and translated into other necessary resources, right?
It's not an argument against poor people. I hate that you're like. I mean, Lonebucks brought this up earlier, right? Like, poor people are going to be the ones typically that hate this kind of thing the most because they live in the communities where this happens, right? So I don't think it's like a knock on poor people; it's a knock on thieves, right?
Well, I mean, there's a difference between thieves who are poor people and thieves who are like people who don't need to be stealing, right?
Okay, so this is kind of the thing that I asked earlier, right? So if this woman's like, she didn't have a job, she's unemployed. So what she was doing to get money for her family, for necessities, for clothes, whatever, right? Shoes for her kids, whatever, was just going to different grocery stores, stealing a ton of meat and then selling it for a profit. Would you say that that's justified, or that's like what you would consider to be like a necessity for her?
I'd say it depends. I mean,
Hey,
it
you
really
keep saying-
depends.
Can I ask a
can
question?
understand. Well, what's the question?
Depends
Max,
on
so-
what.
It depends. It depends on the effects of it. It depends on how sustainable the crime is. If she can, like, how much like it's gonna harm other people. It depends on her circumstances and how necessary, like how necessarily
I'm
she
curious
needs to
about
get
something
more
actually.
money.
So
Hang on a
so
minute.
this woman, I think she happened to be a black woman, right? And I think we're all aware of the stereotype that black people are like going to be more likely to steal or whatever. So if
I mean, they're
this
going to be
led
more
to
likely to be poor, yeah.
okay, please.
And they're going to be
So
more likely to be caught
please,
for
so if
crime.
this led to people in that area, right, looking at black people sideways when they came into the supermarket
Oh,
because
God.
she happened to be stealing there, and it built up the stereotype. Do you think that that would be enough damage, right? So this like perpetuating this like racial stereotype would be damage enough that you would say that it's not justified?
This is called the model minority
Yeah, it's a
myth, where you say that people from any minority can't actually do anything bad because it might perpetuate a stereotype about them. You could say this about literally anybody. You could find some group they belong to and be like, "Aren't you letting those people
So is
down?"
the answer no? So if
No,
we could
the
track,
answer is
if we
that
could
there
track
are,
her
if
behavior,
there are conditions that causes
racism
them
within
to
the
have
community,
to engage in that kind of thing, then that's no longer like as much their responsibility as it would be in a situation where they're not forced into doing that.
it's
and
not
where
really
they're
about-
just saying,
where
wait,
they don't
wait.
have circumstances.
Is it
which are-
impossible to imagine a career shoplifter not causing harm? Because even if it's like negligible, like other customers might not have access to those goods for when they're in the shop. They're going to pay the cost through price
They ain't feeling
rises.
that
They're going to
much,
pay
man.
the cost through increased
people
security.
who are career shoplifters should probably try and get like a way to obtain money that isn't going to end up
Probably.
regularly taking.
I was
away
talking
from
to
people.
you,
But
sir.
people who shoplift are often people who are trying to like find work and they're struggling to because it's like hard to do in their area. Like that's a very common thing. I think I have the statistics for it. Yeah, problems finding unemployment is
trust that.
32% of shoplifters, right?
All right.
So,
Hey Max,
like-
I got a question I got to ask you though. So, okay, would you justify this scenario? Somebody stealing, like we'll say somebody stealing from a big box retail store to send their kid to private school. Is that okay?
I think that's unnecessary. I don't think kids need to go to.
I don't
private
think
school.
you'll find
Why
an
would-
example
no-
of that, but
No,
yeah.
I'm just trying to find a bar. I'm just trying to find a level because you
Wait,
said necessity.
whoa, hold on.
You think
do
I'm gonna be a
know that
fucking
there has
edgy
been
socialist and be like,
scandals
"Oh, you need to go to
of
I
private
don't
school."
know
pretty
you.
edgy so
I'm just
far,
trying to
so
figure
doing
it out,
very
but you're not
illegal
answering any of
things.
the questions.
Hold
I
on.
asked.
So, Wick, I actually had this
Yeah.
discussion. I'm kind of with Carl's Max on, or Carl
Man.
Max up here, is because I do come from the hood,
God.
and I was talking to usurp over here about this up in the waiting room. There's a group of people every Friday. And this has been since I was a child, right? Something that continues to live on today. They're called boosters, right? We in the hood we call these people boosters. This is the guy that's going to have the PS5 for $200 that you could get because he got it from the Best Buy, right? So, anyways, but there's other type of boosters that do like we call them the meat man, right? He would come around every payday on Friday after he hit up probably every grocery store or whatever, and he would go and sell cheaper meats that he stole to the hood who didn't have access to that. Kind of a Robin Hood type of situation, and it didn't just apply to that; it applied to basic
Robin Hood
food.
sell the stuff he was giving away.
Robin
Hey
Hood
man,
made a
no, he
profit.
gave
You
it. He
didn't read
gave it,
that?
but
It was the
hey
missing
man, man's
chapter at
gotta
the end
eat
of the
too.
book.
It's a part of the hustle. You know what I'm saying? You got to respect the hustle. But this is what
You
did
can't-
provide
yeah.
it, especially in like places that were food deserts in the hood. And I'll put it like this. Live in Portland, Oregon, MLK and Ainsworth. There's a Safeway right there on the corner. This is one of the to Lisa's argument that was in here earlier. Oh, it shuts down the places. No, it doesn't. That Safeway has been there. Is going to be there when I die, and this place gets hits up all the fucking time, dog.
What's the
Doesn't
neighborhood
cause
like?
it's North Portland used to be. We used to be the Starks of Game of Thrones. All of North Portland was black as hell until like 2010. And then it got gentrified a little bit.
But it's like a shit neighborhood, I would imagine.
So you're
right?
so you're okay with like one person doing this, like for his Robin Hood for his community by taking away from a Walmart, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
You're okay
it's
with two people
providing
doing it?
access to a quality of life to people that may not necessarily, and this is
Okay,
just
so
a
that's my
fringe
okay. So you're okay
benefit for
with
even their children,
Okay, yeah. So
and
you're
all
okay,
this
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, so you're okay with one person doing it for their. Are you okay with two people doing it?
Yeah,
10?
as long as if there's a supply, eventually the
20?
supply and demand kind of. Hold on, 20, the supply and demand probably dies, right? A couple of those guys aren't gonna be able to sell shit.
No,
then
then
they're
the
gonna stop
booster's just
doing
going
it.
to sell the steak for about $10 cheaper.
There are
How do you guys
always
feel
going to
about
be
the bottom?
wait. Sorry, there are always going to be
produce
people who
anyway.
there are always going to be people who want cheaper or free
No,
goods.
there's not, bro. Like you can look at markets like that are already illegal, like drug dealing, bro.
In
If
America,
this is why we see gang violence, right? If there's too much supply, you gotta shore up that supply. You gotta cut that supply out.
in America, you can steal
Awful.
and drive for quite a while to different communities with those goods, and there will be people who are willing to either take them for free or pay less.
Maybe.
For them. So what you're saying is it's basically okay for an unspecified number of people to just empty an entire store if they're doing it like Robin Hood.
I mean, this is a story as old as time, right? That people, when there's
old as
a
time.
supply,
Raping
when
is old as
somebody,
time.
when things are being choked up, where another class of people can't get it, there is going to be somebody out there that is going to get it. And the only reason why we think we're seeing an uptick in this is just the same thing when we see racial violence. Everybody has a camera phone now. This shit has been since before you. I'm 38. This shit has been before you guys was born. This shit is gonna be before I was born, and it's still gonna happen after we die. Like it's just going
people
to,
have-
man.
No, but
people
I'm
have
just
been
saying
stealing
then,
from the Garden of Eden.
I love this guy.
So I'm just saying, like you do think it's okay then? Like every product in every big store is like fair game. That it would be okay if just people went in there and
If
just
you
took what
are
they needed
willing
and
to,
fucked off, right?
and I'm a consequence guy, right? I'm a very big consequence guy. So if you decide to take that risk and you decide that you're gonna, because listen, I used to be a street pharmacist, right? And there was a particular time where I sat down when I knew I was like, hey man, am I really about to fucking do this? And I sat there, I'm like, bro, I could go to jail, right? I was like, but the reason I did it was I had to take care of my family, right? I needed the money to provide for my siblings, right? I have custody of them.
Was it hard to get a job in there?
No, wait. Sorry, wait. So
My
you think,
jobs didn't provide enough money. I had a job, a full-time job.
But it was
Wait, but so
harder.
rather than get marketable skills that would get you a better job, you decided to do something that would potentially destroy the lives of other people in your community?
And break up your family.
It wasn't my community.
You said you had foster kids.
It would have potentially broke up my family, right? But I felt confident then.
But also killed people.
I'm also
destroyed lives,
you're
destroyed
saying,
other families.
Well, you're saying it
Isn't that
assumes
selfish?
you're saying it assumes
No,
race.
maybe, definitely.
Don't classify what I did as
Definitely.
killing
Hold on,
people.
it's true.
That's what I was
It's
doing.
true.
I wasn't selling crack.
You're basically making your job to sell people
Sorry,
ridiculous
hold on,
substances
hold on.
that regularly
You
destroy
cannot be
lives.
You can't use the just get a better job argument if you're talking to somebody who's from
You
an
can't use
area
the
where
just
people are
steal shit
regularly
argument.
stealing.
I'm from an
and
area
where
like
they're,
that.
poor,
You're
right?
I grew up
Obviously,
like that.
businesses that are going to
Absolutely.
pay a lot aren't going to fucking move there.
Most people in these
what
areas
they've
don't
done
do
is
that
Why
shit.
are they gonna move there? Why
Most
aren't
people
they
in these
gonna
other-
move
They're
there?
going to move that because
What
there's
is-
crime.
what
and
reason
because
they're
it's
not
a
moving
What
fucking
kind of
issue.
crime?
Why
crime
is it
is-
crime?
What could it be
But-
theft?
but-
Because of the
But-
American
Is that a
government
crime?
But the
racist
crime is
policies.
also hold on. The crime is
Hold on,
all
wait 1
started
second,
from
Max,
the
Max,
fact that
Because of
they don't
God,
have
please,
anything.
policies
This
in
fucking,
fact.
this fucking. Oh, you can't talk. You can't say this to somebody from this area. I'm from one of those areas. I grew up in East LA, fucking ghetto as fuck. Most of my family members are in gangs. Most people in these communities don't do this shit. Right, so
They
this
fucking hate
idea
those
that
people.
we should be permissible because
Not
they're from like a
true.
poor area, it's fucking stupid. That
now we're
speaks
talking
to me.
about drug
To me,
dealing.
that speaks
Now,
to privilege.
I'm not
To
talking
me, that's
about that. That's not even
like
the
white
point.
guilt or some
We're not
shit.
talking
The
about
point
the
is that you
meat
can't
man
just tell people to get a better fucking job when they're in
derail
a
the
impoverished
Absolutely,
area.
and there
That's
are
a lot harder
resources
to do.
available in all of these communities. The government pours money into these communities constantly, right? I'm
There
sure.
are
I'm
so
sure.
many things,
Majin,
like
I'm sure if we were to look it
stipulations
up,
that are, like,
you have
part of, like,
free
being able to
community
work
college
further away
available, so
from where
you
you
would have
live
been able
right
to go
now.
all the time, right? So like,
now when during our age, no.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Back in
Okay,
2004, dog.
Hold on. I'm 35 years old. When I was growing up, I was poor as fuck. I had free community college available to me. I'm sure you did too. I'm sure you
at
did.
PCC, you always had to do the FAFSA and get a loan. Everything you had to pay for. If there was a
Bullshit.
program for that, I didn't know for it.
Okay, hold on.
No,
Okay,
there's
if you're
government
poor,
grants for colleges.
right, and you go to the government and you say, "Hey, I want to go to community college," they're going to pay for your shit.
They will.
That has been the case for fucking decades.
Well,
So-
regardless,
so I
you
think-
know
I
my
think- I think
background.
this-
I didn't need
I
community
understand.
college. I had
I
a
understand.
scholarship. So
Okay,
at
but
the end of the
I
day,
understand.
I
So
dropped
this
out
okay,
because I got hurt, and that's where my
I
opportunity
understand,
short.
but this
There's
idea
a lot of
that, like,
stories in that. Hold
it's
on,
like
there's a lot of
permissible
stories
somehow
that
to like
where it
destroy the
college
lives
only
of other
free in
people,
some
destroy the
states.
lives
It's
of
not
other
free
people, right?
everywhere.
And to poison your community because you need money right now is, I think that's.
I wasn't
wrong.
poisoning my
Okay,
community
the
yet.
journey before
You
destination.
were selling
poisoning-
coke. You were
Journey
absolutely
before
poisoning your
destination.
Nah,
community.
I didn't sell in my community. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Oh, so
you're
you
destroying
just
other
poisoned
communities,
other
destroying other
people's communities.
families.
Yeah.
You saying
That's
those
not a good
people wouldn't
thing.
have gotten
Yeah,
coke
I'll,
otherwise?
I'll own that. Every
Even if
every
it's a poor
every little
community.
person that
Hold on.
every
Hold
little
on.
party
Hold on.
person that
Hold
was
on.
at
Hold
the
on.
bar
Hold
that
on.
night. Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Gang. we're getting low on super chats. Get those numbers up, right? You can't be stealing this content. Give me money. Okay,
Hey,
with that,
Wick,
I want to hear
Wick,
from
Wick,
what
Wick,
Max
real
has.
quick.
Just real quick, I want to hear what Max has to say because Max had something to say. I was having a hard time hearing him. Max, go ahead.
Oh, I was
Okay,
saying that
well, you fucked
crime
up.
in terribly poor areas would probably even continue to exist even if like individual people stop doing it sometimes. There are other things that are causing the crime to happen rather than people just making bad choices. Like that's what it seems to boil down to a lot of the times with like these sorts of people,
Well,
is that it's
it's the
just
poor
actually
people that
everyone
aren't
in the
doing
community just
crime.
being annoying.
The crime is done in the poor communities, but it's very rarely done.
Are
by
you
the poor
saying that
people.
all the crimes are done by like rich people? These are like primarily
we
crimes
have
done by
data
people
that
who are
shows
earning
most
like under
theft is
25
done by
grand,
people
right?
making over 70,000 a year.
What?
Yo,
That-
wait,
hold
I
on.
really
Yeah,
wish
that
I
was
could
from
bring
the journalist.
Wait.
Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that. There's a 2008 study from the American psychology people that says you are more likely to steal if you are making 70,000 or more a household income than you are if you are making 20,000 or less. That is just what they found.
5-star hotels are more likely to get robbed than 4-star and 3 and 2 and 1.
I
that
have
would make
data
sense.
that doesn't agree with that though.
It makes
Can you
sense. The
share
5
it?
stars we get robbed
Showing you
over.
what I got.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're gonna take the risk of going to jail for the rest of your life, you got to make sure that risk is gonna pay out. So yes, a 5-star hotel is gonna get hit up more than a 3-star
So
hotel.
when you're saying that,
Absolutely.
when you're saying about risk, but it's also because of like that rich people are more likely to steal, it seems. But I was also just asking you, you're talking about risk, and you're saying like people who career shoplift from or like Robin Hood shoplift from a retailer are assuming risk. Do you think that risk is justified? Do you think the state is justified to be punitive towards people
Justified
who
to them.
shoplift en masse?
I think from my experience from the boosters I see, which most of them are generally homeless, right? There isn't a lot of like they feel that they don't have options, right? They feel that society has left them behind. They feel that they have a skill which they has seemed to pay out for them, and they use that skill, which is
But do
theft.
you?
Yeah, so when you say
agree
they
with it,
assume
and
risk,
do you
I'm asking you,
justify
do you
it?
think the state is justified to arrest them and like punish
Oh
them
yeah,
for doing
absolutely, absolutely.
that? Okay, so it's
Yes,
just well, that's
yes,
just every
yes.
crime then, yeah. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely, they shouldn't get anything. If you I was just explaining this to you, usurp. I played D&D. If you roll a nat 20 every single time, but you fuck around and get that nat 1, hey dog, you just got to pay your crime. And if I would have went to jail, same thing. No snitching, no nothing. I just did my time.
Every man for himself, eh?
So,
It's
Yeah.
wild out there.
just
No communities. No wonder the communities are falling apart.
Ollie, do you have
Yeah, then you
something you've
complain
been
about the police
quiet for a
presence.
while?
Yeah, I mean,
you
I was
complain
just
about people
gonna.
not wanting to open up businesses
Right?
there.
Ollie,
No,
No,
keep
no,
arguing about
I
the
wasn't
claim
saying
that
about the
it's
You've
community.
never
I was
heard
just
me
saying
have
he's
this
like,
argument.
yeah, okay,
It's
it's like
not my
fair
argument.
game to arrest them if
Ollie.
you're gonna justify them.
Yeah, we keep arguing about like
whatever.
just like necessity, justifiability. Necessity, sure, everyone's gonna accept it with necessity. I think people do feel justified in stealing due to the cost of the goods that they're taking. So if we're gonna do like meats, for example, or like perishable goods, like grocery stores across America are throwing away 30% of their local goods. So
They
the
pour
argument would be
bleach on
if they
it.
sold it, if they sold their goods for 20 to 25% cheaper, they would probably incur less theft because the people wouldn't feel justified in stealing because the prices are so high, and they wouldn't be throwing away so much.
Safeway is 100% guilty of this. I know multiple
Yeah.
Safeways throughout the nation that once their baked goods or anything that they cook, they dump it out in the trash and they pour bleach on it so the homeless people can't get to it. It's
Yeah,
fucked
so
up.
Like how do you argue that these grocery stores are feeling the effects of theft and grocery shopping shoplifting when they're regularly throwing away goods?
$10.
Well, they have to
$10
throw
for
away the
fondue.
food if it's expired.
$10
Why not
for
sell it for
fondue.
cheaper beforehand?
It's
Yeah,
illegal.
They do that.
No,
Why not?
Retailers
Wait,
in the UK do that.
hang on. No, what you just said, they do.
$10 for
You can go to the
fondue,
back of the
okay.
grocery
Wait,
store.
When I
let-
hear,
They'll find that shit for
when I
sale.
hear,
Let Wick
when
talk.
I hear people say it's okay to steal because they have the money, have no leg to stand on when they say we live in an oppressive system. Theft is part of the system of oppression too.
Yeah, go off usurp.
No, but you were saying that like if you go to the back of the grocery store, at least in the ones in the area I'm at, there's a
Maybe in
discount
your
rack of
area.
shit about to expire.
So,
Yeah,
like,
it's really normal.
So they
There-
do
there-
that, and then
there's-
once they expire, you can't legally sell it. It goes.
not
I think
sure
it's against the
how many of
FDA,
y'all
so
have
you have to
worked
throw it
in
Initial
away.
cost of what about the initial cost of the good?
What about it? Like, what do you mean?
So if it was originally cheaper, people wouldn't feel. People don't want to. People don't want to buy almost expired meat typically. So the people, and especially if we're talking about shoplifting, people aren't going to go shoplift. They're not going to go shoplift discounted meat and discounted product. They're going to chop for the They're trying to steal the best that they can.
Yeah, they're
right?
going to steal the T-bones.
Sure. So my argument would be that you would reduce the amount of shoplifting because people only feel justified because the price is so exorbitant, and then people realize that they're throwing away 25 to 30% of their produce anyway, so they feel justified in taking it because it's already like unassumed loss.
Do you think people steal candy bars?
Yeah.
Are they expensive?
No. Well, go ahead. Actually, it really depends because, like, an anecdote I brought up, yeah, they can be expensive. The Little Debbie's cakes went up literally 100% in cost.
I want to give.
So they went from $1.50 to $3.
I wanna
So
give
I don't think
space-
people are stealing them out of a necessity because they
Got
can't
you.
afford it.
I'm
think
not
people are
arguing
stealing
necessity.
a-
I'm not arguing necessity.
You're
I
well,
wanna-
okay, because
I
they're
wanna
too
hear-
expensive.
I want to hear from. I'm sorry. What's your name, sir? P something. New guy.
Punk Deadpool.
I want to give you
Punk
some
Deadpool.
space. Go ahead. What you got? Your time to shine.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I don't know why people are arguing the data. It seems like it sounds like people are arguing that we should increase punitive measures for individuals, when we know that we have data that we know that doesn't work. That's not gonna reduce the crime of shoplifting. To your point, Usurp, I wanted to ask you, who's selling that meat in the back of the store? Is it the store itself? Do they know that's happening?
Yeah, no,
Or
I mean, like
is it
literally
like,
in
hold
like
on,
in
hold
the
on.
grocery store. Yeah, in the grocery
What if
store.
what if what
talking
if
about the
it
clearance
it
stuff,
is
like in a
what if it's
Safeway,
employees?
the red label.
What if it's employees who are selling that meat to make a profit for themselves without the store knowledge? That same meat that's being thrown away to be expired, is that theft?
The same food that's going to be thrown away to expire. Well, if it honestly, if you're like dumpster diving for it and then you sell it, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with
No,
that.
but see, that's the thing with Safeway and
illegal
these
to do
places.
that.
Hold on, let me lay out these places like
A lot
Safeway.
of these
You
stores, it's
total
not
know
okay to do that anyway. They have to throw away this
Yeah,
extra
that's a
stuff.
store policy because if
They
someone
also have
gets
to
sick from
survey
the
the
food that they
dumpsters.
eat, they're
They
gonna
have to
get
survey the
sued.
dumpsters. They can't let people take food from the dumpsters. They're not allowed.
And they
Yeah,
won't
because if
pour
someone
bleach
gets sick
on
from
it.
And they
that,
open
they
it
can
so
get in
it
literally
trouble
spoils.
for
They
that.
sabotage
won't do it sealed. They open it so it spoils. They won't
Yeah.
leave
Yeah,
it sealed.
because if somebody goes into the dumpster and eats the food and they get sick, they can sue the store. So it's a liability issue.
Also, what you said about the deterrence,
don't
like, I
think
don't know why
that's
you would
true.
say that because the new measures for organized theft were introduced just like last month. So we don't actually know if they're going to work or not.
Sure, but and also we're conflating organized theft and petty theft. We have every state has laws for the difference between petty larceny and grand larceny. And it's a price difference. We already have measures for this, so I don't know why we're talking about that.
There are
And
no
back
liability
to
issues with eating garbage, by the way.
yeah.
That's just wrong.
But we have data on some of this as well. I would like to quote really quick Ray Wilmer, a professor of retail practices in Syracuse. In an environment when you're looking for any improvement, shrink becomes an area to attack because all other costs are rising. It's also easier for companies and the public to blame theft for store closures and retail struggles that then admit to stores over expansion, strategy mistakes, and customers abandoning stores for online shopping. It's more convenient if we were to blame it on people that we already consider reprehensible.
So do you think all these shops are just chaining up their goods and putting them behind like bulletproof glass and shit like that for like just for memes or what?
No, I think that theft is real and theft is bad, right? Nobody likes it. But we're also not addressing Baldur's Gate playing in the background. We're also not addressing the socioeconomic systems that cause larceny to happen. Like nobody wants to steal. We know it's bad, it's illegal. Right? If you get caught, you're fucked,
You're
right?
so right.
You
Dude.
know
Yo,
it.
I
Yeah,
gotta
but that's why-
leave.
but that's
I'm,
why
I'm
Wait, Carl, I
so
got one more
bored,
question
and
for you,
I'm
bud.
tired.
Hold on, I wanna hear more
one
about
question for you,
Xanth.
buddy. Carl, one question.
Peace out,
one
brother.
question.
Nice meeting you, Carl.
Go on. No. Go on. Tell me.
If
Tell
you're,
me a
if you're
question.
if you're dumpster diving behind a grocery store, right, and you're trying to get some food, and you get some food, and then you try and jump out and you roll your ankle and you break your ankle, can you sue the store?
If it's on their property, then yeah. But oftentimes,
So
they
maybe
won't put
that's
their
why they
rubbish
do
on their
that.
property.
Maybe that's why.
I think that's a really stupid thing to say. Then
Why?
stores
Why?
will do
Explain
nothing
why
because then
so.
people could hurt themselves.
It's a
by doing the same
liability.
thing.
It's a
It was
liability
lovely
issue.
being here. Thank you for having me on.
Thanks for not
One-on-one
answering
versus
I would
Dev
love
would
that.
be excellent content, and I want to make that happen. But for now,
Yeah.
thank you for coming on. I hope you had fun. The opens are always chaos, but I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you for talking, everybody. I'm sorry if I was rude at any point. Okay, I don't actually mean it. I appreciate all of you.
okay.
Thank
It
you
was
very
nice
much.
meeting you,
Take
Gangy.
Nice
care.
meeting you, man.
Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Bye. $2 from Firechild to say Vans cut up shoes
That guy's
before
an
throwing them
incredibly
away.
smug fuck. but
Yeah,
he's quite
Vans
young,
and
so
H and M do that.
whatever.
They
Be
do that
fun.
regularly. So if you steal from Vans or H&M or a place like that, Louis Vuitton does this too because they don't want their products to be used by like poor people or anything like that.
And what's
So then-
crazy, they don't even recycle it. They just throw
Yeah.
it away. It goes to a dump. Like, we could just recycle the
So
shit, right? Put it
plus,
back
you
in
can
there,
also
make
do
something
whatever
else
you
out
want
of
with your own property. I can light my everything I own on fire
That's
if I
true.
want to.
Yeah, but the argument
That's
is that
not
these stores
personal
and these
property
retail
anymore.
shops shut down due
It's
to
the personal
theft.
property the company that owns it. Yeah.
No, that's not personal property. That's not what that
Hold on,
is.
isn't that reasonable though?
You don't know the
Right, so,
difference
like-
between personal and private property. There's a difference.
Wait. Excuse me. So wait, a business that sells something, they don't own that.
No, they do.
That is not personal property.
Doesn't matter.
It's the
Okay, then
business's
stop
personal
conflating
property.
the terms.
I'm just saying that if a store wants to cut up their shit before they throw it away, they're allowed to do that. It's
They
their
should
shit.
be illegal. Why?
Because it's their own shit. They can do whatever they want with it. They paid for it. They made it. If they want to if Nike wants to make 1 million shoes and then put it all in the pile on the next Super Bowl and on the halftime show, they light it on fire for a big bonfire. They can do that if they want.
True, then
It's
why
their
should people who steal from them feel bad?
Should I just fuck this off, guys? I think we've maybe got all we can from this. I've been like here for 3 hours. What do we think? Is there anyone in chat still enjoying this? The one who just joined is a Mr. Girl fan. Interesting.
Harm, quote unquote, right? Like,
That's
is it
what
okay to sexually assault someone who will never know, who will never have any bad repercussions from it, but they're passed out, they don't
Okay,
know
I'm leaving,
anyway?
guys. Take care.
I swear there was
Okay,
a
so
movie
then-
about this. There was a movie about
Hey,
there was a
that's
movie
racist
about
and
this where
dumb.
where the people did this willingly.
Oh God. You did your time. I did my time. I took it like you know why I did my time, guys? Because I'm a fucking man. I was ill. I don't make much money on these streams. I don't really give that much of a fuck about shoplifting. but I fought through it. You know why? Because I'm a fucking man. Because I am sheer, unadulterated animal. It's my punishment for all the shoplifting I did as a kid. Yeah, I don't know why I get so wound up in these debates as well. I feel like it's weird when they're just kind of like disconnectedly like memeing on me, and I'm just like fucking screaming at them and shit, or battle rapping. I don't know. Oh, Sunday ended his stream 6 minutes ago. Israel debate. Goon. Goon. I don't know. I just don't like. It's funny that they all kind of conceded that shoplifting was bad. Like we thankfully didn't get any of the Twitter like, oh, actually, fuck capitalism. Like that's good. I don't think they know. There's a lot of people moderating their positions in that debate. I don't know. Yeah, everyone on that panel had a different position, didn't they? That was insane. It was actually mental. You can tell none of them have actually worked in a grocery store. I hate it when they're like, oh, these shops might not be able to make enough profit, so they'll close. And then the fucking Marxist economics response is, oh, do you know that Walmart's fucking revenue is $600 billion? I'm like, okay. It's a very incredible variable you got there. God damn it. Oh my God, if you even know how fucking big the number is. Do you have any idea the size of this fucking number? Yeah, I do. Yeah, nice. Whoa. Have you considered number big? It's like almost a fucking meme. Anyway, it was alright though. It was a good meme. Good patter, I thought. I just like this is again, if you read fucking Das Kapital, like companies don't make that much profit as a percentage. Like it's usually 1 or 2 or 3%. Maybe if you're fucking Apple and your profit rate is like 30 or some shit, you're off the fucking charts. But nah, generally. And it's also like it's individual stores with their own budgets, you know? Eek. The idea that I think things get thrown away instead of reduced. I was like, wait, and do they not reduce goods that are about to go out of date? Apparently the guy just doesn't go shopping. I guess someone else does it for him. That's just the most common thing in the entire fucking in the UK. Like every shop does that. I would be so surprised if Americans were just like, this steak is fucking $8 until it goes out of till the minute it goes out of date, and then it's just done. Like, whoa. No way, bro. The bleach thing is a very real thing. Yeah, I don't think I agree with that. But I also think if someone's going to dumpster dive, I don't think they should sue the company if they get hurt. I think if you dumpster dive, you should take what you want, but also, you know, you're on your own. It's you and God. You're in God's hands. It's just you versus gravity, you know? That's it if you're going to dumpster dive. It would be a bit weird if you could sue a company if you like break your ankle when you're dumpster diving. Yeah, just let them take what they want, you know? And if they get hurt, well, get better at climbing or whatever the fuck they have to do. I've never understood that. I always wished like I guess shops can't do it. They can't distribute wasted food because it's like health and safety and all that. But there should be like there's an unspoken rule that wasted food is usually okay on the day. It's usually fine, pretty much always. And yeah, there should just be some unspoken agreement that it's like it should be quite easy to access the bins after the shop closes. Just go in, do your thing. Everyone turns a blind eye, you know. Godspeed. Dumpster divers don't have a leg to stand on if they get injured legally. Well, they also don't have a leg to stand on if they break it when they're dumpster diving. Literally as well, actually. Yeah. Oh. That was a fun debate though. We prepared. We did well. We beefed it. Is that true? Do retailers, because not all wasted food is out of date. Some wasted food is wasted because the label is ripped, right? Or because the barcodes aren't working on a certain like item. You don't want to stock it. Or if you overstock, or yeah, there's lots of reasons you can waste food that is still in date. But do food banks take out of date food? Is that like allowed? I thought they took like donations and shit. Like, yeah. You don't think so? Yeah, I didn't think it like a company was allowed to distribute out of date food because I thought there would be legal issues with that. I don't know. They could just push the sell by dates earlier than I don't know. I guess like obviously you can do it with like fucking Pringles, but not chicken. Yeah, I get it. With cereal and shit. Yeah. Anyway, what are we doing, guys? Are we gonna get some goodbye donos before I fuck off? Oh, would that be so much to ask? I worked so hard to fight against what felt like 8 people. Damn. I did not realize. I thought that Lauren person, I knew she was right wing. I thought she was a better debater. She was stuck. I guess she was also getting dogpiled, but I thought she was slightly more sensible as a right winger, but fuck me. Whoa. But she was not. You liked the vid? You can like the vid. That's nice too. You did well, but they kept talking. That's fine, you know. President talk over day. I would have felt better having a conversation with Erin because I feel like Erin can have a back and forth for ages. Like, and she would also trigger me because she's a woman. But yeah. Alas. She was defending Nick Fuentes and his takes on the Holocaust. Oh no. Lauren Northern. She is very funny, but god damn it. Yeah. I had this memory of her being a good debater, but I guess she probably just triggered people, and that was what I mistook for a good debater. That Karl Marx guy, he held his own. Bit of a smug cunt, but he's only 19, apparently. Twitter says so. I'm not going to cry about that. Can you not vet? I felt like I just had a reasonable impression. I don't need to like view the content for like of each participant. No. I don't think the stakes are that high. I just wanted to read about shoplifting and then talk about it. Sometimes I'll check their Twitter just to get a glimpse, but usually I just better wing it. Take them at their terms, you know. Anyway, will that Lucy person let me host her? I wonder. She seems nice. A bit weird, but, you know. That's never stopped anyone else in this space. Oh. Are you doing weights? I am. Thanks for noticing. Nice. Nice, bro. That's what you say when someone else is working out. You go, nice. Nice. Great genetics, bro. Whoa. She was in his DMs trying to get Nick to love Israel. Nice. It's funny that when you do gym stuff and you go by YouTube, is like you're kind of like all the most popular videos are by guys who are just massively on the juice. So I'm like, there was a bit of a learning curve of realizing that I shouldn't really be following the gym routines of people who are like so fucking roided. And you look in their comments section and they're complimenting the guy's genetics. Because I think genetics is part of it. Like you can't, yeah. Great genetics, bro. Oh, I can't read this Lucy person because she didn't give me community direction. Okay, whatever. Fuck off. Guys, I love you. Thanks for the memberships. Thanks for the super chats. I'll see you when I see you. I'm probably going to be very ill tomorrow. I can feel it coming. All right. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye, bye, bye.